Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Michael. Let's hear it for Michael Powers. Michael Powers music, the legendary, woohoo, yes. So we can see clapping. Thank you all for keeping your microphones muted. My name is Lauren Archer, and I have the honor to welcome you this morning to set the tone for our day and to introduce our beloved Bettina Carey. So I want to take a moment and just invite you to think about what brought you here today, or who. Most of us are here because of someone we know. And we're here because we have a curiosity either to support someone in our circle or to learn or to grow. And what this summit is about is empowering. This is about empowering individuals, empowering groups, empowering collaboration, and empowering community, because none of us gets there alone. We are all in this together. And with the point of view that as each one of us takes those steps to become our best, we can help make a massive difference in the world. And these times are requiring us all to show up. So I'd like to invite you to take a moment to just step inside, to think about yourself and where you are in your life, and to take a couple of deep breaths. Think about where you are today and how far you've come. Think about all of the challenges that you have overcome. Think about the people that inspired you. Your parents, family, ancestors, people who you admire. That's what today is about. It is about finding that inspiration, passing on the legacy from one generation to another, passing on wisdom from people who have gone there before and done the work, who have climbed the summit and made it to the top and are able to hold out their hand and say, hey, why don't you try it this way? And I know many of you who are here are coaches, you're authors, you're presenters yourself. So we're just so honored to have your wisdom with us, and we look forward to collaborating and playing with you. So as you think about your day today, whether you can be here for just the morning or for the entire day, we have a rich, full schedule with amazing insight, inspiration, and ideas that you're not going to find just anywhere. Bettina Carey is a communicator and a force of nature. She motivates and educates with her upfront, no holds barred, keeping it real persona with the compassion of Oprah Winfrey. While she's only 4'9½", everything that she does is big. And so let's give a warm We Empower You Summit welcome to our founder, Bettina Carey. Thank you, Bettina.
Wow, it is so wonderful to see all of the faces here today, both men and women from all over the world. We are checking in with Brussels and Germany and Thailand and Amarillo, Texas. And if you are in Colorado or you are in New York, we have everyone from all over the place here. And I'm so excited to welcome you to We Empower You, the virtual summit of 2020. And thank you so very much for that wonderful introduction and invocation to set the stage, Lauren, for us to dive deep into what blocks our success. We are going to kick limiting beliefs right to the curb and shatter your glass ceiling. With that said, I'm going to turn the hosting over to Lee Romanoff, the president of Income Activator, who's been working behind the scenes along with my very wonderful team. I also want to say thank you to every one of you. Tammy Stamps, I've got Janet Francis, Art Johnson, I've got Larry Domenico and Daniel Carey and Catherine Carey. The list goes on and on. I don't want to leave anybody out. I have something special planned for all of you who've been helping me behind the scenes, and Blake Messer is included. And so anyway, I'm going to turn this over to Lee.
Thank you very much, Bettina. Yes, we've done a lot to this thing, and we have a special introductory person that is going to be introducing many of our guests. And we're just going to say hi to him right now. Let me just see if I can share the screen. Okay, who have we got as an introduction? Do you guys see that? Do we see that?
Yeah, we see it.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So can we have our introduction? Can we unmute Jade? Hello.
It's under Jeff.
Jade Matthews right here. Can we
Jade.
Jade the frog? Okay.
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog here. Thank you, Lee. Yes, it's wonderful. It's going to be easy to introduce such an amazing lineup of speakers here sharing with everyone today. What's not really easy is being green, but some of my Hollywood friends will be along here later to help introduce some of your talented speakers that'll be contributing to the We Empower You membership package, something which can really help you along, even when you're knee-deep in the sticky muck of life.
Well, thank you very, very much, Kermit. So we can just turn off your video and we'll go to the next. Okay? Jade? Good one. Okay, moving right along here. Okay, so the next speaker would be me. So we are going to have another professional introduce me and what I'm presenting.
It's really great to see you today, Kenley. There's so many people that have done so many great discoveries in this world. I mean, Edison and the light bulb, the monks discovering very important liquors, and of course you, Lee Romanoff, discovering, well, who had the lowest car insurance rates. The most shocking discovery of all, however, was how Lee turned this into a massive fortune. I mean, she put this insurance data information on her website, sent $5 leads to insurance companies and averaged $50,000 to $100,000 a month. And after selling that website to media giant Full Star for millions of dollars, bless her heart, Lee then created the only all-inclusive website builder, Income Activator, so that you could do it too. Oh my God, isn't that great? I mean, who doesn't want to become rich, right, Hobson? Well, websites are meant to make money, and people are too. And most websites, platforms are little more than online brochures. And online brochures don't make money. In fact, they're kind of ugly. These inadequate websites are designed to turn you into their revenue stream by making you pay for software that they've left out. God, that's disgusting. Income Activator comes with all the software and marketing strategies that you need to make an online income. It also has lead tracking software, previously only available by big tech companies. Now Lee's level the playing field for you, allowing you to make money the same way they do. I'll drink to that right now and later too. And Income Activator's website platform and marketing strategies come with the membership package. God, that's great. I love things that come with other things, like scotch and soda and gin and tonic. Now here's Lee Romanoff telling you how to make money online. She's terrific.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just put down my Spanish coffee right now and get right into it. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to make money online, and I'm going to be talking about it through the Income Activator website platform, the only all-inclusive website platform that is focused on generating revenue. So we're going to start here. Look at all these wonderful search inquiries that people are making all over the world, searching for this, searching for that. That's what people do in the world. They search online. So how to make money online is that you pick a search term. Like for instance, if you have a health website, your search term may be how to be healthy. Perfect. And then your home page answers that inquiry. Here's how to be healthy. And then you make a recommendation, and here's the big deal. The money is in the recommendation. That's it. That's how to make money online. You pick a search inquiry that people would search for to get to your topic. You answer that search inquiry right on the front page of your website above the fold, and then you make a recommendation on what they should do that will help them and make you money. It's like a phone call. If you call somebody and said, is this a coaching department for mentally handicapped internet people? And I would say, yes, this is the department for handicapped internet people, mentally challenged internet people. You got to answer like a phone their inquiry. So here's what it looks like visually. People search for information, they look for recommendations, and then they buy. So this is what people are doing: searching, reading information. 99% of websites do not take it to the second level, which is sending a lead to a business or saying, buy my stuff. So that's what we're going to look at. Okay, so in 1994, I had a search term: who has the lowest car insurance rates? This website is still running today in 2020, making millions of dollars online. So search term: who has lowest car insurance rates? Compare insurance quotes, and then I lead somebody into getting the answer for their search inquiry. And I quoted them the lowest rates, and then I said to them, now I'm going to send you to an insurance broker that can help you. That insurance broker paid me $5 per lead. Those $5 turned into between $50,000 to $100,000 a month. And I started out with just one broker sending $5 leads. It wasn't until I billed that insurance broker 1 month, $54,000, was when I decided to get another insurance broker to pay me for leads, just in case that guy went away, because I was getting really used to that money. So 1994 to 2020, the formula hasn't changed. It works for every website. It even works for samurai warriors, okay? Any kind of business. This website, it says your life has deep meaning. So the search inquiry probably that she would pick is, what is the meaning for life? You know, and when you search for what is the meaning of life, you may have thought, okay, maybe I'll find angels or something, I don't know. But anyway, the samurai warrior answers that search inquiry and then tells the person, here are true lessons from a samurai warrior. The deal is that you control your traffic. It takes a lot of money to get somebody to your website. As soon as they come in with their search inquiry, answer their inquiry, and then control what they do by giving them an action, which is, here's the true lessons of a samurai warrior. They'll put their name and email address in. So now you've got them. When they click on the submit button, it will go to a page. Now this page is packed full of really, really cool revenue streams and actions. And every website page should have these things. Now I'm going to show you a website page, a typical website page. This is your typical blogger. And what they do is they spend a lot of time creating content, but no action leading to revenue. None, nada, nothing. And then they allow annoying, hurtful comments in the commenting section that completely destroys your mojo. And to top it off, they put pay-per-click ads that don't even relate to their topic. And when someone clicks on it, it goes off their website. They go off their website. And like I have over 1,000 pages with pay-per-click ads. I may make $200 a year from these things. You can't track it. It's a very low revenue stream. Don't use it. You're much more empowered when you control who you send leads to or who buys from you. So let's go back to this page and let's take a broader look at it. So this is the whole page. I'm going to go over this page and show you what is key on every page that you want to create a revenue stream on. And it's very basic and it's very easy. So you start off with a captivating title. This is your headline. Give somebody something where they read it, they want to continue. If you don't know how to do captivating titles, Google National Enquiry. They pay people millions of dollars to create really captivating titles to sell their magazines. So look at their titles and try to incorporate your title into their kind of format. And it'll be really powerful. The next thing you do on your page is that you describe what your page is about using keywords, because that will grab the search inquiries that are going on throughout the internet to your page. So always consider what people would search for to get to this page and add those inquiries, those keywords. The next thing you do is you put a video on your website, because Google and other search engines present pages with videos on them ahead of pages without videos. So I really believe it's because Google bought YouTube. But anyway, so always put a video on your page, and it also encourages people to stay on your page longer, which contributes to your search engine optimization of your website. Now, if you wanted more traffic, what I do is I grab a video that is about my topic on YouTube and is getting a lot of traffic. For instance, if my website was about health, just a second here. If my website was about health, here's a good video. It's never healthy to be in the middle of a forest fire. I don't know, but this video in one day had over 300,000 visitors to it. If I clicked on the share and embed, I could copy their code and put it on my website in less than 30 seconds, put some keywords up, and people would be coming to my website to hear about what I have to say about health and fires and whatever it happens to be. You just get a targeted video that's targeted to your topic that is trending, or, through CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC. So it's a really good strategy to use. The next is opinion, okay? Give your opinion, because when you give your opinion, you automatically present to your visitor your authority, and you need to be seen as an authority, because if you aren't, they won't follow. The next most important thing is your recommendation. And again, the recommendation, the money is in the recommendation. So what is the recommendation? It's either buy my stuff, or send a lead to a business that either to yourself or a business that pays you. Now, buy my stuff usually has a 1% close ratio. Now, I think the 1% close ratio is it's really hard for a consumer to take out the money out of their pocket and buy right away. I remember when I was sending leads to insurance companies, and I was sending at that time about $30,000 in $5 leads per month. And I thought, maybe I will go and change it to a consumer paid model. Well, as soon as I did that, I thought the internet had gone down. My revenue from $30,000 went down to $3,000 a month, because it's that consumers just don't have budgets. Businesses, corporations do, and they have the money to pay for it. So that is the extreme, as opposed to, so I'm not saying don't sell things, but also incorporate a lead model, either sending yourself a lead or a business that pays you. And people will complete your form. Up to 40% may complete your form if it's free for them to do so, because consumers love free. It gives them a savings, it benefits them, or it entertains them, like doing their horoscope or something. So the next thing here's the trick about sending leads to businesses. It's so easy. You just simply say to businesses, give me your content for free and I'll send you back leads that you pay me for. So this business would give you this content, and you and your visitors would fill out the form and send them a lead. It's crazy easy. Again, give me your content for free and I'll send you back leads that you pay me for. And when I say leads, I mean a lead, not an affiliate program where I have to depend on this guy's ability to close. I'm not putting my financial business dependent on this guy's ability to close. If he gives me content and somebody fills out a form to reach him and he can't close, that's his problem, not mine. So all the major corporations, Google, YouTube, Facebook, Angels, all the major corporations use the lead model and make millions of dollars. Have you ever noticed Google's homepage? It's just a search bar sending leads to businesses that pay them. YouTube doesn't create videos. They get your videos and they send leads to businesses. Facebook doesn't create profiles. They invite you to give them your content where your friends and family and business associates go there, and they send leads to businesses that pay them. And they also steal your content and identity and all that, but we won't go into that part. Angie's List, really simple. They say, contractors, give us what you do and we'll send you leads back. That's it. If I want to create the largest photography company in the world and I don't take pictures, I would just have a website that said, give me your pictures. And then I would look at the pictures and say, oh, nice spa. Do you want me to send you a lead? Well, that's Pinterest's model. Give me your pictures. Nice spa. Do you want us to send you a lead? They made over $1 billion last year from that model. That's it. Give us your stuff and I'll send you back leads. Pinterest, you probably had a website before Pinterest had a website. Think about that. The other thing that's really interesting online is that there's promoters and there's doers. Now let's say I want to promote health. You know, it's really good to eat properly and have your spine aligned. And I might send leads to chiropractors or nutritionists. And all I have to do is be a voice saying, hey, this is this really good information. I get my information from the nutritionist. I get my information from the chiropractor. I post it on my website and I send them back leads. The beautiful thing about this is that the promoters are the ones that become the multimillionaires. The doers are regulated to a time schedule. They're amazing, amazing people. We need doers. Oh, I think my Learjet is about to arrive. I gotta go, guys. Okay. So it's the promoters that are the multimillionaires. And it's beautiful because everybody here can be a promoter if they just start tweaking their website a little bit and sending leads to more doers. So let's go back into this perfect website page. They're saying either buy my stuff, they're sending leads to either themselves or other businesses. And then there's a share button saying, hey, give us free content. Okay, give us free content. And at the same time, do you want me to send you leads? Brilliant. Now you have another revenue stream, because most people that are giving you content have a business and they want leads. So they would be thrilled to death to be on your website receiving leads. Very, very easy. Subscribers, they're future clients. So every time you put up a new page, send your fantastic page to your subscribers. So you put up a new page, it's beautiful, it's good information, and then you email it to your subscribers, and it goes through this flow and it makes you money. And there's always a resource or directory. Everybody here is their own directory and their own resource. You're always telling people where to get your hair cut, what lawyer to go to, what accountant to use. Put them in there. So if somebody says, hey, do you know of a really good lawyer? Just say, go to my website, click on the resource button, and fill out this form so that you can be directed to the lawyer I use. You've just made $200. Lawyers pay anywhere from $200 to $500 per lead. Leads are extremely profitable. And a resource page, what a resource page looks like is very simple, beautiful. Images, titles, and links to sending business to companies that pay you. So every website page must have a revenue stream. If you're looking through your website pages and it does not have a revenue stream, why bother? Why bother? Why bother doing all that work? Website page, revenue. The Income Activator website allows you to do pay-per-click links, just like Google, where you can cut out the middleman. So if a company will just pay you $1 per click, perfect. So, but you do not, you control your advertisers and you do not have to pay the middleman. Revenue stream, make your recommendations, which is either buy my stuff or complete my referral form, sending either yourself a lead or a lead to a business. When they complete the form, the Income Activator website platform tracks that lead and automatically sends this lead to the business you're recommending, and it sends the visitor information about the business, and it automatically creates the invoice for you so you can bill the person, your business, every month if you want, or every week. Now you can also put Amazon products on there. You can create your own ebooks. Income Activator has its own ebook templates, so you can just add that to it. And here you can add some, links to other pages. So the fact of the matter is, the more pages you have, the more traffic you get, and the more money you make. Oh, by the way, I'm in the middle of the fire zone, just so you know, and these are helicopters trying to put out a fire. Like, I'm on fire, but I'm not really on fire, but there's huge fires around me. Just an FYI. So that's why you hear a lot of traffic right now. Okay, so when you create a page, you just create a page, create another page, and email it out to people. That's all there is. Rinse, wash, and repeat. Create the page, email it out. You will make a fortune. When you do the email process, you will increase your traffic by 30% because people will send, if your page is good, they will send it to their friends and family. And you will also receive free content so you don't keep making up content. You are a social media site. Your website can be a social media site when you decide to invite people to give you content, and then you just send them back leads. It's so simple. And then you don't have to keep figuring it out. Okay, so the Income Activator website platform, you can have it. It's $60 a month. Now I tried to figure out, and I succeeded actually, how to give you this website platform for free. So if you get the Income Activator website platform, that's $60 a month. Everybody that has one, I share the monthly subscription fee with you 50-50. So if you bring on 2 people, your website hosting and all the software is free. Now, if you bring on 100 people, I still pay you the $30 per month per person. So I would be paying you $3,000 a month. And so if you post, about the Income Activator website platform on your social media, and you get 1,000 people, that's $30,000 a month. Yet Bettina was even more clever than me, and she's created a membership package, which she will be talking about later. But the Income Activator website platform is included in the membership package, and I have with Bettina weekly trainings so that we tell you about things you can do, how to generate revenue, anything about search engine optimization. All your questions can be answered in these weekly trainings, and it's second to none, because there's nobody that will be inviting you to weekly trainings that has actually made millions of dollars online and that will give you direct advice on how to make millions of dollars online. Now, Bettina, we've got about a few minutes. Do you want to open up the line for any questions, or do you want to just go straight into our next introduction to our next speaker? Bettina or Lauren?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Somebody answer me.
Okay, I am here. Sorry about that. As you can imagine, there's hundreds of people that are actually joining us, and we're, figuring out things for them as they contact us. So thank you, Lee. That was a wonderful presentation. And I think my takeaway is the doer versus the promoter. And that right there, if you take nothing else away from this conference, remember that it's the promoters that actually end up making the wealth. So if you want to be someone who has wealth, or you shatter your glass ceiling like I have, then think about moving away from being the doer and into being the promoter. And what's interesting is, for whatever reason, I came to the planet believing that everyone is connected. And I've been sharing and referring people my entire life. And now I have a way for all of us to benefit. And it's through the power of the Income Activator. So thank you, Lee, for the wonderful introduction into what we're going to be offering in the way of membership going forward. Now, that said, we have another introduction coming up for our Shay Vaughn. And guess who's coming in on a voiceover for that?
Whoa, does that scare anyone?
All righty.
Okay, let's take it away.
Take it away, Jade.
Jade, can you undo your picture, your video? Hide your video, please.
And Jade, you're still muted.
Oh, there he goes. Okay. We're getting there.
Great at voices. Technically, Jade, can you unmute your Jade? Unmute.
I can only unmute when I take my lovely photo off and start videoing, unfortunately. So
Can you?
I'll try it again here for you, but every time I have to restart. So.
Okay. So,
All right, well, that's crazy, isn't it? Well, what would you think of having your own TV show? What would it mean to you and your business? What if your show could be seen on Apple TV or Amazon Fire TV? How about Chromecast or Google Play or even Roku TV? What would it mean to you if I could introduce you on your own TV show? Well, but I digress. What if your own TV show could appear on all these stations with a combined viewership of over 50 million? That's over 100 million eyeballs. That is, unless Dr. Evil number 2 is watching. Ooh, Dr. Evil, that's so bad. But how would this incredible opportunity position you as an expert and authority in your own industry? Well, this is your lucky day. The worldwide TV network streams on all of these. And your show is found by viewers by simply doing a search, just what they do on YouTube. And just like on YouTube, they can view your show immediately. Plus, your TV show never goes off the air. It's always there to be viewed, and you can add unlimited numbers of shows to the worldwide TV network. Wow, I remember when my TV had rabbit ears, then cable, and now we're live streaming on the World Wide Web, baby. It's over the top, baby, or as they now say, OTT. Plus, your We Empower You membership gives you a 5-minute spotlight TV show on Apple TV, Amazon, Chromecast, Google Play, Roku TV, just to get started. Ooh, rev your engines. Here's the lovely Shay Vaughn, president of Worldwide TV Network, to share why having your own TV show has never been easier. Yeah, baby.
Okay, Shay. Is she here? That was a quite a good intro. Where's Shay?
Okay, so now I'm on. I was waiting for you to mute me. This is this. Oh my goodness, what was that? That's a nice way to start out, you guys. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me today. And that was pretty groovy, that introduction. That was pretty groovy, yeah. So anyway, let me get the PowerPoint up here. And, oh, I need to share this, you guys. Wait a second. I'll come back on. So let me share this. I'll put this together. There we go. Yay, worked. So anyway, thank you so much, you guys, for joining me today. I'm so excited to be here. And I really want to thank the team and Bettina for putting this amazing We Empower You Summit together. And so I'm just, you know, I'm really grateful. So we have a lot of things that we're going to be talking about. So one of the things that I want you to really think about is it's not just celebs who can actually have their own television show. You can have yours today. So I want you to take a look. We talked about this a little bit. If you really take a look, you see that there's Worldwide TV, there's Women on TV, and Faith and Family TV. So the thing about building 3 different networks and channels is really to have something for everyone, to get a choice. I even have people that are on 2 or 3 of those. We're also going to be talking about using new technology to reach bigger audiences. And I know that if I ask you, you would have, everybody would put their hand up. How many people are looking for broader audiences out there? Everybody is. And so television has really become an opportunity that was not there 5 years ago. When I built Women on TV 4.5 years ago, people had never heard about those OTT platforms, which means over the top. So below you see what who our partners are: Apple TV, Amazon, Google, Chromecast, Roku, and all the Androids. So there's actually a lot of things that we, you know, streaming is here to stay. And so that's actually what we do. So when you have an online business that's driving traffic, you know, to your website, wow, I think that's pretty important, because I just have to say, Lee did such a great job on really letting you know the importance of having or making money online. And every business that we have, we really need to really stop and say, wait a second, if I'm not making money with this, there's something wrong. So when you actually watch, your life change because you've put that online together and you've actually have that television show, you go from mediocre to marvelous, you guys. And how many of us want to be marvelous? All of us want to be marvelous. Did you guys ever watch that show? Because it was hilarious. That gal's just really talented. So let's talk about audience is everything. And it is. And when you really talk about building a broader audience, what you're really talking about is building a bigger business for yourself. Those are the things that we want to be able to do. Think about all the things that you've already done, because you're already marketing. You're already marketing to social media, to, if you're an author, if you put, products and services and things together, every single one of those individually makes a difference in building your audience. So your marketing, you're already doing. So the next thing that just kind of makes sense to do, and it's logical, is that you want to build that business and you want to build that audience bigger by having your own television network. And so when you have that show, you're going to see all of those eyeballs that's going to just kind of show up. And I always say that you could have the best service, you could have the best content, anything, or product. And let's say that you have it on Amazon. Amazon doesn't help you to get that marketing out there. They don't do that for you. So if people do not know where you are, they're not going to know where they can find some of the best products and services that you've made. So it's really important for you to realize that having marketing behind it and letting people know where you are is really going to be important. So I want to talk about OTT, because you hear it all the time and it's really just over the top. That's what it means. So worldwide TV and OTT is just, a way to be able to be on a television show that is just streamed through the network. That's it. It's simple. So when you take that content and you stream it through a high-speed internet connection, that means that you don't have to use anything else. So you don't have to have cable, none of those things. It's all by itself. And just think about Netflix, or think about Apple TV, or any of those major networks. That's what they do. They stream, and streaming is here to stay. So one of the biggest things that streaming and video on demand has done, it has given an experience to people that really want to watch what they want to watch and when they want to watch it. Do we all feel that same way? You can raise your hand. Of course you do. And so that becomes really important, because what happens on the show, when you have a show, let's say that you're going to be on Tuesday, then people know that you're on Tuesday, and they know that they can come and they can watch that show anytime that they want to. And if you put a series on, just like Netflix has or any of the other major networks have, they'll come on and they'll binge with you. They'll go back and watch every single thing that you've put on there. Those things are really important, because that's what our life is. That's what we're doing. That's what people are looking for. So it gives you that opportunity to watch it when you want to watch it and what you want to watch. So with an outreach of over 50 million viewers, I think that that is something to really consider as far as trying to move forward and having a broader audience. So I want to go back in time a little bit with you. So going back in time is kind of taking a look at how shows were made years before. But even today, this is the same thing. So traditional TV, think about, well, I got to put my talent together. I've got to put the studio, the setup, the production, the crews, all of those things come together. And think about this. Once they actually have that series together, what's the next thing that they need? Distribution. So when you really think about worldwide TV, that is exactly what we are, because our partners stream everything. And they give us the ability to be able to reach to 50 million people. That's distribution. So even a simple talk show would actually be about 50,000 per show. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And so when you really think about here we are today, how much did it cost us to get, to get on Zoom? Didn't cost me anything today to do that, nor did it cost you. And so technology has changed. New technology has changed so much that it's actually given us the opportunity to be able to produce any content that we want to that is compelling. And it doesn't cost us that much to be able to do that. So you're kind of like taking a look at these two things and seeing the differences that it makes. So I just want to also tell you guys, way back when I put worldwide, when I put Women on TV together, which was 4.5 years ago, and it's striving. And I did it because I wanted a niche. I wanted to support women. Because when I was in Chicago and I was on Windy City Live, I was on Fox, I was on CBS, NBC as a contributor, because I've been in health and wellness for a long time. And so I'd go on there, I'd make smoothies, I'd do all of these things, tell them the things they should do to be healthy, things that they should maybe think about getting rid of, like, going into your closet and throwing things away. We need to do that with ourselves too. So in doing that, I'd have people come up to me and say, hey, why don't you do your own show? And I was like, I hadn't really thought about that, but it sounds like I would like to do that. And Oprah was there. I was actually training all of her producers and all of that, so I knew everybody. And, I got really close, you guys, but it didn't happen. And that's actually one of the best things that really happened to me. It was painful at that time, but it taught me a lot. It made me take a step back and kind of say, wait a minute, why? What's the why behind all of this? Because nobody knew about the platforms that we had today. And so I decided that I wanted to build a platform. And here's my why to you. And I wanted to get this to you sooner rather than later. My why was because I wanted to give a voice to all of you entrepreneurs out there that have worked so hard to get to where you are. And you need a platform that is going to be bigger than you ever thought that you could have before, so that you can get your message out to masses. They're looking for what you have, and this is the opportunity to do it. So my why is giving you that voice and that opportunity. So you don't have to be a celebrity to be a star. I think that all of you are stars. But I also think that those stars that are already out there, the ones that are going to get on these television platforms and have their own show, are going to be bigger stars. Does that make sense? I think so. So really your show and what you're doing is really like having your own infomercial, because you're getting yourself out there. Really becomes, this is your resume. This is telling people all the things that you've done. They get to see your passion. They get to know what you really care about and what you do and how you help other people. All of those things that you've created. You actually become an influencer, and if you're already an influencer, guess what? you're going to be a bigger influencer. Nothing wrong with that. And think about the prestige that it actually brings. Does this sound different to you? Hey, did you watch my show on Worldwide TV? Compared to, did you see my channel and my show on YouTube? I think that there's a big difference in that. And I think that it does give credibility to it. Just like making your books. If you're an author, you know, you used to be able to make a lot of money with that, but it's still important that you put those books out there and you help other people because people will read them. But the problem really is that they get to know you better on TV because they get to see you. And that's a big thing. So the other nice thing about being on TV is that you go global ASAP right away. And so your website really becomes, if you want to do something with your websites, which we all know our websites are really important. We want people to go there and they want that wow. Because if they don't get that wow and they go to that website, then they may not end up buying or purchasing any of the services or products that you've put together. So a nice way to give it a little, you know, a really big opportunity to have it, you know, bigger, then you can, once you've signed up and you have a show, you can take all of our partners, Roku, Amazon, Google, all of those, and guess what? You put them on your website. Kind of cool. So Worldwide TV, which is the same, the numbers WWTVN stands for Worldwide Television Network. And so that platform becomes your marketplace. Think about what you're doing right now as far as social media is concerned, YouTube is concerned, Facebook, all of those things. If you're an author, whatever the products and stuff, you're already marketing. So now this is the time to take that next step into a bigger place that's going to add to what you've already done. So you see on here, you see some numbers. And so one of the things that I always think about is that how do you make a decision if you really don't know what the statistics are? If you don't know where this industry is going or have a clue about, you know, the why on this, I'm going to give you the why right now. So what they actually say is in 2022, 55.1 million people will no longer be watching traditional play TV. 55.1 million people, they're not. You're not going to see those televisions. We don't carry them around with us, and we're not going to be doing that. We're going to use our phone, our laptop, different devices to be able to watch what we want to watch and when we want to watch it. 60 million TV households in the United States will be exclusively using streaming. Streaming is here to stay, and it is definitely what the future is. So they're going to access what they want to watch through streaming and video on demand. I think those numbers are crazy high, but I actually think that it's going to be bigger than that, and it'll happen sooner. And I say that to you because it's already doing that. 820 million OTT devices are in the United States alone. So think about your phone, think about your laptop, your pad, all of those things. And think about a family that's got 4 or 6 people in there. Each one of those have 2 or 3 of those devices. 71% of all internet users use some kind of OTT services. So what do I mean by that? You're going onto a platform, okay, like WWTVN, and those services, just think about what show is it that you want to watch? What is it that you want to see? How are you going to be doing that? 71% of all internet users are going to use those. They're going to go to Netflix. They're going to go to WWTVN. They're going to go to Apple. They're going to go do all of those things because they have what they're looking for. Video on demand. That's new content. That's what they're looking for. By 2024, subscriptions to video on demand services is expected to, I think this is a crazy number, but I think it's low, 947 million globally. So if you don't think that streaming and video on demand is here to stay, I hope that these numbers that I've given you has given you the opportunity to really step back on yourself and think, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was that big, but it is, and it's even bigger than that. So WWTVN is a compelling viewer experience. And you know, if we don't really have the opportunity to actually experience something, it makes it a little bit harder to actually make a decision. So video on demand is booming. It's growing, unbelievable. And I put this picture down here because I thought that it was so right for looking at people going and experiencing something they haven't had that opportunity. They're just kind of walking around having a good time. Well, I want you to be able to do that. I want you to have that experience. So when you actually watch unlimited content on your own schedule, that's kind of cool. So how many times have we learned about a new series that's coming out and we got, oh yeah, I'm going to watch that. And all of a sudden you're watching that and you look over and it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We binged, right? But that's okay. We have that option to do that if that's what we want to do. And that's the whole thing of this. You get to watch what you want to watch, when you want to watch it, and for how long you want to do that. 67.9 believe that original content that is not available elsewhere is the most compelling reason to sign up on a platform and have a show of your own, because you're going to be putting out new content. And we'll talk about repurposing it because you'll actually save time by doing this, just by making that video every week and getting it up. It's easy. You're going to do it anyway. And you've got people out there that actually wants to hear what you have to say. So once again, we talk about, you see down there, Worldwide TV, Women on TV, and Faith and Family TV was on there. So I wanted to make sure we got to this next one. So I got to see if I went too fast. Okay, so monetizing. Monetizing is really cool because it actually should say monetize, monetize, monetize. Because in real estate, what do they say? Location, 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 right? So it's no different, you guys. Monetizing is really important, and it can really help you to save time and to do things that you need to do anyway, but really make it work for yourself. So monetizing your brand. So why wouldn't you want to do that? The first thing you want to do is that you want to have your own television show. And the reason why you'd want to do that is because that's a big opportunity to create valuable content that people want. And they're looking for it. And they're looking for what you are going to be putting together. Now, the better thing about this is that once that's all done, you also want to drive their traffic to where? To your website. Why do you want to do that? Well, the reason why you want to do that is because you want them to buy your products, your services, get to know you better, all of those things. And actually that gives you the opportunity to have that personal connection. And that's what they feel when they actually buy and use any products or services that you put out there. Make a video. And when you do that video, it's really important that you represent your brand. I can't tell you how many times that I've had people come to me. Basically, they'd have a book, and they've named it one thing, and then they have, you know, services or other things. You need to make sure that your brand comes together, because all of the brands out there, Coca-Cola and all of them, do not use any other brand except one, their own. So if you've done that, and I've seen that, we're going to sit down and we're going to come up with what's compelling, that really suits what you love to do, and something that's going to be compelling to who's going to hear it. Those things are the things that we're going to sit down and talk about. So you make that video, and one of the things as far as education is concerned or learning is concerned, it's just crazy to understand that what people are looking for are short videos. They don't want to read anything anymore. They just want to hear it directly from the person who's got something that's new in a product or new in a service. And that should be 5 minutes or less. And it's an easy way to get it out. And not only that, there's so many things that you can do with it. You could take a little bite out of that and put it all over social media, and then drive even more people to your website. All good things that you can do. In fact, I could talk, you know, forever on this, but I know I have a limit. So anyway, so think about some of those things. Think about doing anything that's educational or whatever. And this is kind of crazy too, to think about it, because down here it says learning and educational content alone drives over 1 billion viewers a day on streaming platforms. Wow. You should be saying wow. Every single day, over 1 billion viewers watch anything that is, show me how to do this, or this is educational. I didn't know that before, all of those things. And then let's talk about repurpose your content. So I always think everybody's doing something upside down. I do think that having, you know, a podcast and webinars and all of those things, I think that's great. But let's turn this around and think about doing that video that you're going to do for the show anyway. And then all you have to do is you just need to strip it. And that becomes your podcast, your webinar, if you're doing a radio show, all of those things. You don't have to make new ones. And one of the reasons is because you probably say, well, yeah, but it's been out there and somebody's seen. Each one of those platforms are very different viewers. And so now what you've actually done is that when you've done that video and you start doing a podcast, or you do some, you know, webinars and things like that, now you're adding to that broader audience that we keep talking about. So I want to give you a couple of tips too. In creating that video, so I love the little picture down here, strategy, yes. Branding, you better make sure that you have it on there. You put that plan together, and then you do what? You take action. So if we want to engage people to our show or our show, and you want them to stay on longer, then one of the best things to do is, everybody loves to hear a story. And I think all of us have a story to tell. And so the better that you get at telling stories, guess what? The more people are going to watch you. So always get that story out. Video tells it itself, and people want to hear that. Change it up. So what do I mean by that? Well, if you want to engage them, let's say that you want to talk about balance. So why wouldn't you put a picture up there of someone balancing their life? or just trying to walk in balance, or just put color to it, or make it just, you know, just change it up from angles that you actually shoot things from. And there is, I will, since I said that, I will share with you that there is a camera out there that's called Mevo, M-E-V-O. It's about $400. You can get it on Amazon. But here's the craziness about technology. That one camera pans itself going back and forth. And when you get done with it, you can actually, you can make it do anything that you want. You can program it. And you can program it to that who's ever going to be talking is going to go to that, however you want to do that. But but what you get out of it is like 3 different cameras. And you get all of that. So there's so much, you know, things that have changed and things that are inexpensive and whatever, and don't have time to go through all of that, but I just wanted you to know that. And also, you know, just putting some humor to things is important. Just, you know, being yourself, that's really important. I have people ask me all the time, you know, what are they looking for? And how do I do this? And they're just looking for you. They just want you to be authentic. They just want you to come from the heart. That's it. Easy. Let's talk about emotional. Well, how can you put that in that video? Well, the first thing is you can put some music. And the kind of music is going to bring out emotions that may be sad or may be funny. All of those things. So when I think about funny, I think about Wedding Crashers. So all of those that you know, I see that big smile on your face from me saying that, but I had to put that in, of course. But have you ever had that opportunity to sit and hear a story and you're feeling the pain of it, or you're laughing? All of those things. So videos, so I need to say, Lee says to go to the offer. So we will definitely do that soon. So video stimulates emotions, and you want to bring those emotions out. Video gives you exactly what you want. You do it once, you have it, and you can repurpose that 1,000,000 times over. So distribution is king. We talked about that. Streaming your content on any multiple OTT platform or Women on TV, worldwide TV, all of that is just, it just blows everything up for you. Our streaming, and we've already gone through that, I won't go through it again. This is what you'd put on, if you look over on that side, you could use a picture like this, and then you put all of these partners on there on your website. Guess what? It blows it up. That's a good thing. Sponsorships are really big, and I could talk about sponsorships for a long time, but ads become the biggest thing out there. And so what's really happening in that is it's, you know, a digital gold rush. Everybody is rushing to get to there. So I'm going to go a little bit faster on this and just let you know that we actually have the opportunity to extend any ads to any platform out there. And there happens to be a reach of over 182 million US adults that really are looking for premium placements, whether they're on networks or channels or shows, whatever they happen to be. So what you see is our partners on one side, and on the other side, you see a lot of other ones like Disney or Hulu, Netflix, all of those things. We have a team that is an experienced team that can go out and we can put any kind of content that they want on any platform over even what we have right now. So we can expand that. And that's really what sponsors are really looking for. So it really makes a difference. So Worldwide TV Network Store, I'm just showing this to you because it's an opportunity for, you know, the power of the collective, and the power of the collective, whether it's in a store where people are coming in and you're driving people there, or all the hosts have, you know, their tribes and they bring them in, and they're all going to look at more than one show. So that is powerful. So the store is really meant for the hosts. If you've got products and services that you want to do, you'll have that opportunity to put it on there and have another place where you can market it. So now we come to the Spotlight TV show. So I was thinking about what did I want to give you that would be free, that would really help you. So I go back to that experience. And so I want you to have this experience. Streaming is here to stay, so you might as well join the evolution of this all. So I'm giving you a free opportunity to do a 5-minute show or video that we're going to put on worldwide TV. And we have a show that's called the TV show Spotlight. And all you have to do is tell your story, or what is your business, share your products and your services, you know, tell them how you can help them. And then most importantly, tell them your why. Wow, you guys, we have finally come to not the end, but we've run out of time. So I just, you know, the most important thing is I want you to join the We Empowerment You membership. And the person that you need to talk to about that is obviously Bettina, and there she is. But what we're doing is we're going to give you that spot show. You're going to be on that Spotlight TV show. You're going to get to do that, have that experience, and you're going to see yourself on TV. We also put a page on our marketing website, which I had just showed you. So if you want to get in contact with me, you guys just, you know, come and join me on TV. You can see down at the bottom that you can reach me at Shay at WWTVN, or you can give me a call.
Yeah, you stopped me.
So thank you so much, you guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Shay. We're just trying to coordinate right now for the next guest. And can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine.
Yeah, but you can't see me, can you?
Did you hide yourself?
Well, no, I haven't hidden myself. You know, I actually combed my hair and everything. It says you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. Bettina, did I just get fired?
No, you didn't get fired. And Shay, that was a wonderful presentation, and thank you so much. As I'm trying to poke around here for Lee to get her video back up, I want to say that is amazing. I wish I'd met you 2.5 years ago. Lauren Archer, Johnny Severy, and I, we were actually started producing a podcast, and it's taken us this long to get 6 episodes in the can. And now we're going to be doing all of our podcast production through television production and get both the audio and the video files. And I bet you, Lauren and Johnny, that we will have 6 in the can in October as opposed to 2.5 years. So thank you so much, Shay, for your presentation. Looks like Lee has her video up now.
Really? Okay, so I've got mine video up. Let's see, start video. No, still can't do it. But I'm going to share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay. So Jade, do you want to do your magic where you turn on your video? You can't? No one's allowing you with a mic?
Okay, try again. Let's see.
This is of the comedy routine, okay? So nobody...
Hey, I think we've got it back on crazily enough. Huh?
Try it now.
Okay.
Now.
I have a couple suggestions for the people who put this platform together. Not your platform, mind you, but the hosting platform. So I'll have something to do later in the day.
Oh, yay. Perfect. That's what we want. Okay, so this is
And thank you, Shay. Wasn't that terrific, right? Isn't she just the best? She's a wild little Shay.
So Jade is basically the man of many faces, many voices. He does up to what 300 voices? He can do anything.
Over 300 voices. How about that? What a crazy notion, huh? So
I know, it's just unbelievable. And I was actually running for mayor of Toronto, and I wanted to get some attention. So I said, hey, Jay, can you do Jim Carrey?
Jim Carrey, yeah, right? Why, so like Jim Carrey. So isn't Lee Reminoff one of the best, wildest, craziest girls that you could have? It's like, want to have for a mayoral candidate. She's the best, and she has great legs.
So,
Vote for Lee.
so everybody thought Jim Carrey was endorsing me for my run for mayor. So this is how, and it went viral. It was like so crazy. So then what you don't know about Jade is that he not only does he do voices, but he also sings. Because then I said, well,
Just like me, they long to be close to you. She likes that.
yeah.
That on the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to make a dream come true. So they sprinkle moon dust in your hair, and your eyes are blue. It's easy
And
to
he
sing
makes
to you that way, though.
And he makes things up, but my eyes are really blue. Absolutely. Okay. And then here's
That's right.
the other thing that I found was really good is that I have a really boring topic, which is website development.
Oh,
But,
don't say it's boring. It's not.
oh, okay. Well, for me, it's gotten to the boring stage. So, so what I did was I incorporated real Elvis videos because I just downloaded them from YouTube. YouTube allows you to do that. It has a share and embed link. And so I spliced in the Elvis videos, but then I got Jade, Elvis, to talk.
For the morning, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready now. Go, cat, go. And don't you step on my blue suede shoes. There you
And
go.
what did you say? You said, I'll put a video of me on to make your website more interesting. Yeah, he was in the Elvis voice. He was saying, put a video about me on and make your website pages more interesting.
Well, it worked well for you, and that's what's good. What a lot of people don't know is that Lee actually ran for mayor of Toronto, which was pretty cool. And it was sort of neat. I was up there at the time that they were holding their mayoral elections, and got to spend some time doing that with her. Actually, at the time she was running, so that was pretty neat. That was a neat thing.
Yeah, so they even let him on planes. Okay, so but he's not restricted.
He loves that. Yeah, boo boo. Here comes Ranger Smith with a picnic basket of goodies for you and me.
Yabba yogi.
Now I haven't learned how to do Ranger Smith, but maybe that's on the docket for later today. But we'll see.
So what's really interesting is that you can have a video, like, and we go back to Worldwide TV Network. How freaking interesting would it be to have like a celebrity Reagan?
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the older grand marshals of the GOP. You know, it's and my wife Nancy and I. In fact, she makes one heck of a bowl of split pea soup, and she puts the fresh peas in and ground pepper, and that's why we were in Nicaragua.
Yeah. So basically you can splice any kind of voice over within your video. So you can even have a video from cartoons to politicians to celebrities, and sort of all inclusive. So you can essentially, you could have an argument between Jim Carrey and Dudley Moore in your video, and you could be,
Isn't that be crazy? Well, is it? What?
and then you could be the middle person arguing, and then you put your video and TV show on the Worldwide Network when you buy a membership package, because that gives you 5 minutes of a spotlight show, and you're like, it's so cool.
Well, that's nice. And I think we've determined I'm offering an initial 20-second introduction as part of that 5-minute spotlight with the We Empower You seminar series. So with the purchase of that, then You'll receive that introduction should you choose to
Hang on one sec. I
choose to do it. And I'm offering an extended version and/or an additional out for that in the way of banter along the way as well. So that's something we can certainly negotiate or talk about. And I'm offering those extensions at a 40% discount. So you can check in on the We Empower You website for that information.
Yeah, so that, and Jeff works for what, Martinis, don't you?
It's great, isn't it? Yes, at the end of the day, especially at cocktail hour, it's fairly reasonable, actually.
Exactly. So on that note,
Everybody loves somebody sometimes. Speaking of people who like to have a drink, hey, Frank, stop the floor. I want to get off. That's the way it is.
okay, so Jake, could you disappear now?
Can I disappear? Oh, I could try to disappear. Let me see if I can figure that out.
Because we've
I
got,
have a helper here trying me to disappear. Let's see.
because we have to introduce Dr. Betty in just a second. Okay?
All right. Well,
Okay.
as long as you can still hear me with Dr. Betty, right?
Yeah. But we're not going to be here listening. Oh, it's not Dr. Betty. No, it's you're introducing.
I think it's Debbie, isn't it?
Debbie. Yeah, Debbie.
Debbie, you can see you're throwing a little wrench on the monkey wrench there, isn't it? For crying out loud. So as Dr. Betty would say, staying strong and healthy, it's good for business. It's fact, it makes sense. I'm going to call this the determinator. But what happens when your mind says yes and your body says no? Something I should have learned a long time ago. Debbie Waldeck will be telling you how important it is to align your thoughts with your actions. When you want to manifest something, both your mental and physical condition need to be in sync. Maybe then you can govern yourself better than I did. Debbie will also be opening her Body Mind Blueprint program to you when you join the We Empower You membership. Here's Debbie to tell you that you can't climb a ladder to success with your hands in your pockets. I'll be back. Take it, Debbie.
Okay.
Is everybody still on?
I'm still on.
I think we may need to have Lee stop the screen share. There we go.
She's coming back on.
Oh my gosh. I wanted to talk and talk and talk. I was getting goosebumps listening to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
Okay, well, hello everybody. Hey, before we do anything right now, I want everybody to check their shoulders. Where are your shoulders? Notice, are they up around your ears just a little bit? Can you take a deep breath and kind of bring them back and down? Do you notice they're just a little elevated? Anybody who does, give me a little bit of a thumbs up. Where did you check your shoulders? All right, listen, you guys. I'm Debbie Waldeck, president of Body Mind Blueprint, and I'm going to show you today why a couple of simple body checks, body hacks, may be revealing why manifesting has been difficult. And I think it's an amazing thing, you guys, because we're here for this fabulous event, right? We're going to get a lot of how-tos, but would you agree with me that if how-tos were enough, we'd all be skinny, rich, and happy? Right? So here's the thing. You see behind me, you see this blue flame? That's what I call cold fire. You ever known anybody that's got that it factor? that je ne sais quoi. I don't know what they have, but I want to have it. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Dr. Betty? Don't you, Art? Right? You know what I'm talking about. What is that cold fire? That cold fire is a knowing that no matter where you go, you will never fall, that you will either be carried or you will fulfill that dream. There is no overwhelm. In fact, cold fire is perpetually underwhelmed. I'm so underwhelmed that this external situation has no bearing on my joy or who I am. And so I'm going to take you to a couple of slides, because what's most important is that we understand what's blocking us. As much as it is to know the how-tos, it may be more important to also know what's blocking us. And interestingly enough, I asked you to check your shoulders. I'm going to ask you again through this presentation. I suggest in a chat, I'll do it throughout the day. But you're going to find how often it's crept up. And I'm going to show you that that is not a function of your external situation or stressors that you think it is. But in fact, what it is a sign that your body, an internal imbalance that you're unaware of, is actually communicating to your mind, screaming to your mind, and is impacting your ability to manifest. In fact, I'm going to show you that even this is at the root of our crisis of hopelessness, at our crisis of our children that are suffering with anxiety, the desire to numb, this failure to launch. And I want you to understand that it is absolutely not all in your mind, in your heads. If so, wouldn't it be true that we could just manage our mind? Before I do, I want to just introduce myself real quick to those of you who don't know me. I've been married 34 years to my beautiful husband, John, who, by the way, I think looks a little bit like Arnold. There's my beautiful daughter on the right, who's herself struggled with manifesting, who is now pursuing her degree as a family nurse practitioner. Or talk about manifesting. If you're struggling with manifesting, I was diagnosed with an autoimmune disease, became pregnant, and I was told to abort our son. But I chose to listen to my gut, my God, that still small, sweet voice inside that said, no, you will have a healthy baby boy. And though he was born ill, for 7 years, I spent 10,000 hours researching and found that no matter what it was, ADHD, autism, asthma, allergies, eczema, didn't matter. There was consistently the same 3 common denominators of imbalance behind every one of those issues. I can't give them all to you today. We're going to talk about what's blocking us today. But at the end of the day, we resolved that. Fast forward, and this boy is a graduate of the United States Military Academy, captain, Black Hawk pilot, and currently interviewing for his favorite medical school after phenomenal MCAT score. I've trained with and for the best trainers. One of my favorite, Dennis Franks, who authored The Last Laugh with Vince Papali. The 2 of them were what they made the movie Invincible about with Matt Damon. Talk about manifesting. Vince wanted to walk on the field. He did. I've lectured from Sydney to Australia, all over Australia, Vancouver, New York, hundreds of cities. And though I'm called the Wellness Diva, it isn't about just health. It's about getting back your mojo, isn't it? I've been blessed to receive hundreds of letters, and these are people that, weirdly enough, whether they want to manifest wealth or health, what they're finding is they did not even realize the secret signals their body were telling them, that they had no idea that once they tackle it, are then able to bring about the manifestation they desire. From doctors and nurses to individuals like Ted in Buffalo, who said, my entire life, I thought I deserved all the bad things that happened to me because of things I had done in my past. But today, for the first time, I can forgive myself. That was a decade ago, if you could see what this man has manifested. So many great people, from authors to my favorite, Dr. Mylan Moore, Harvard, Yale, hailing from. It's not about the relationship with just health, but also how that relates to our thought processes and wealth. So you guys, I'm going to speak about 4 things today, and I'm going to go backwards, because before you unleash your authentic you, who is the one worth knowing. You have to understand the blocks to why we're not rewiring ourselves, the blocks to why we can't heal ourselves, and it does begin with forgiving ourselves. But even there are blocks. So in these 30 minutes, the best I can do is to show you these blocks and open up, and I guarantee you, by the end of this 30 minutes, you're gonna walk away with a trust of yourself that is greater than the second that you have here right now. And I know this because I've had the great pleasure of interviewing influencers from across the world, from Christina Perello, who beat up Martha Stewart and Rachel Ray, to Dr. Natasha Campbell McBride, one of the top surgeons or physicians in Europe. You guys, this isn't theory. This is happening all around us. And so I want to share with you a little bit about getting that cold fire. If you've ever struggled with manifesting, whether it be your weight, as a mother, as a wife, as a husband, as an entrepreneur. And don't you think it's the strangest thing that after 100 years of personal development where we're told, hey, if you believe it, you can achieve it, to thoughts are things, and if you think them, you'll attract it, that we stand on the precipice of greatness. Yet we are at a crisis of hopelessness, addiction, and numbing. And in fact, the very opposite of manifesting the greatness that we desire. And it begins with a knowing and a trust. And I'll show you here that it requires love, which requires forgiveness, which requires something unconditional, that may require an understanding, which then allows you to soften to yourself. And think about it this way. If you had and knew the day and time of an eclipse in 500 AD in Peru, and you had a time portal and you went back to the Mayans and said, if you don't give me all your gold, I'm going to darken the skies. I'm going to blacken the sun. They laugh at you. And within minutes, the sun darkens, they fall at your feet, they give you all your gold. You take that gold, you take your time machine, you come back and you're richer than Bill Gates. What did you have? You had knowledge. And I want you to know one thing. If there's one thing you remember from my talk here today, the more you struggle with manifesting, or the more you struggle with a feeling of dis-ease, whether mild to anxiety, the farther you are from your true authentic self, who knows what is normal, is you being in a state of peace, prosperity, and well-being. Can I get a thumbs up for that? That feeling of dis-ease with our friends on the streets, with our children, with ourselves, is our soul crying out that no, this is not who you are. But there's many things that have come against us that we're completely unaware of. Let me talk about some of these roadblocks. Let's first talk about what we're taught in manifesting. Now, we're taught if we think thoughts, we'll secrete chemicals and we become it. Let's look more deeply at that. All right, so let's say you grew up in a traumatic situation. And so you think a lot of self-pity, you have a lot of self-pity. Maybe you know this, but at the end of the day, these are not just thoughts. They're actually chemicals that produce peptides, little self-pity peptides. And your little cell membranes develop receptors for those self-pity peptides. And every cell dies and they produce daughter and sister cells, they duplicate. Now you got all these cells with self-pity receptors and you become addicted to rage, jealousy, self-pity, whatever it is. And that is who you are. And so the theory is that when we think these positive thoughts, we add these affirmations, that then what happens is we begin to put into our circuitry, the HPA axis, those positive chemicals, and let's call them hope. Do you like my little cute hope peptides? So we start spitting out hope peptides. So two things have to happen here. We're spitting out our new abundance peptides consciously, and we also have to address the unconscious ones that's happening 24/7. That's kind of hard. But if we do it right, we start to create the hope receptors. And then we begin to duplicate that. And that is what we attract. And that's who we become. And how's that working for you, folks? And that's when I discovered the secret that became the Body Mind Blueprint. I've been known as the Wellness Diva. I've helped people with health for 25 years after saving our children. But I myself had a crisis in 30 minutes. I don't have time to tell you what it was. I'm going to go deeper, and I'm going to give you 4 gifts at the end of this presentation. But I got to tell you, what I can tell you is this. When I had it, I was doing all those things. I was spitting out peptides, believe you me. But nothing was working, and my shoulders were constantly around my ears. And I realized this was not in my mind. What was going on in my body? And I realized, as much as we know all this, there's also something called the amygdala. You may have heard of it. It's that bundle of neurons where fear is generated. But what you might not know is that amygdala is also listening to the body. It is acutely tied to the body, and maybe more than your mind is talking to your body's talking to your mind. And I'm telling you, this part of the nervous system is talking to your glands, your organs, and your gut. And it's sending signals to the amygdala, which is like a big fat check engine sign. And that amygdala is spitting out that, oh my God, help me chemicals. And that is literally intercepting the positive thoughts you are trying to spit out. It is then, therefore, unbeknownst to you, sending out more of those chemicals, making it impossible for you to manifest greatness. And what results is angst. It's overwhelm. And I got to tell you, decades of overuse of drugs, GMOs, glyphosates, pharmaceuticals, not breastfeeding, C-section rates at 40%, not understanding that our immune system first comes from the mother when we move through the birth canal and get bacteria. All those things have created chronic stressors in the body, and it is speaking to the mind, and it's happening 24/7. And so, because we have a few minutes, and I can only tell you about the roadblocks today and not all the healing, which, believe me, is much simpler than you think. It is learning the language of your body while tying that in to what's going on in the mind, while having mindfulness exercises that takes it into account. So it gives you the forewarning, the knowledge of why we have this resistance. Okay, now I understand, just like now I understand that the sun blocks, or the planet blocks the sun, and it's not scary. An eclipse is just an eclipse. So here's a trick. Always, like checking your shoulders, tune in when you zone out. What does that mean? When you go mechanical, when you're driving down the road and you zone out, when you're doing the laundry, when you're walking the dog in the zone, as soon as you notice you zoned out, tune in. What's going on in the unconscious thoughts? Where are your shoulders? Immediately bring them down. That's an opportunity for you to spit out some more of those positive thoughts, but also become aware, and I'm going to get to that in just a second when we talk about some of the blocks to healing, that healing is also needed. This is the way we spit more out, more, and create more of these abundance chemicals. So let's talk a little bit about the blocks to healing. Heal. The healthy self means heal thyself. Just hold on to that for a second. I asked, what is the definition of healthy? What is it? I have a few people who can answer this question. The Merriam-Webster definition is to be free from the state of, it's just not sick, guys. That is the American definition of health, not sick. Let me ask you this. How about it with this, we turn this around. What if healthy is you wake up at the crack of dawn, not because of your alarm, but the sun peeking in the window, you feel fantastic. You jump out of your bed, you hit the floor, you don't need caffeine to make it through the morning, caffeine to make it the afternoon, happy pills to make it through the day, blue pills to make it through sex. You get home, kiss the husband, kiss the wife, go to the PTA meeting, make dinner, network, do the laundry, and your head hits the pillow and you sleep deeply, starting all over again. And maybe you're one of the 20% in this country as an adult that isn't on a pharmaceutical drug. Maybe that's healthy. I believe that this lack of definition of health in part is why 95% of all health dollars is spent after a diagnosis for disease. Where is the preventative health really? So I looked. You guys, if you knew me, I'm a researcher. I have 3 books, 300 medical references, research. So I looked and I found this great new fun game app by the CDC called Health IQ. And I went to go look at, I actually have played 1,000 questions, folks, 1,000 questions. And out of the 1,000 questions, I had 2 on health, 2 that asked me about a healthy snack. Both answers were banana because the question was the same twice out of 1,000 questions. But I'll tell you this, after 1,000 questions, I know more about the symptoms to Zika than I do what a ho-ho will do to my body. You see, there's been an assault on our health, and there's a huge reason. You guys, I know we're all concerned about the pandemic, and we should be. But interestingly, even in the CDC Health IQ game, one of the questions was, when did the H1N1 pandemic end? Well, the question is, when did it start? It started 2009. When did it end? 2010. All right, okay, that's cool. But what we're not looking at is the epidemic that we're experiencing. There's now more than 150 autoimmune diseases. We have diseases in our children that have cropped up over the last decade called POTS, PANS, ARFID, for avoidant resistant food and tolerant disorder, which is catch-all term coined phrase in 2015 that's called a mental health disorder because they're picky eaters, when in fact one of those major common denominators, those 3, is gut imbalance as an example. And so the fact of the matter is we're not seeing the epidemic that 80% of adults are on a medication, that 30% of teens are on a medication, that we have over 50% of our children that are sick because we're putting them all in different buckets. Asthma bucket, ADHD bucket, eczema bucket, autism bucket, PANS bucket, POTS bucket. And they all have the same common denominators. So I went and I want to look, and when I was looking at my son, mind you, 2005 or 1995, I'm lecturing. And I just want you to know that way back then in 1990, we spent 40 billion on medication. In 2005, it was 200 billion. In 2016, it was 444 billion. 40 and 90, 200 and 2005, 444 and 216. And I'm asking you, how is that working for us? Where is the person, the people, the systemization? We talk about systems that teaches you about you. Think about sickness like this leaking boat. Let's call the leaking boat asthma. And let's call the bucket an inhaler. Great, it keeps us afloat. But have we fixed the boat? You see, what happened was many, many years ago, I followed, am I not sharing anymore? That's weird. My host disabled my screen. Hey, Bettina, host disabled my screen. It's okay. Here's the deal. You guys, I want you to know that I observed my son after doing what I was told by the doctors, and nothing got better. And I saw that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Would you guys agree with me? Mina Martinez, do you agree with me? Lori, do you agree with me? Susan, the definition of sanity is doing the same thing over and over. So I decided to not be insane anymore. I decided to listen to that still, small, sweet voice inside. I decided to research for myself. I found answers. I saved that boy. Where would he be now? Certainly not where he is. Who is teaching you about you? And right now what's happening is you're going to be told, and this is not political, but you're going to be told, trust the science, trust the science, trust the science. When are you being told to trust you? Listen to you. And it requires learning, my God. You know, what does it mean to improve your immune system? 1% of the population, and I have dealt with tens of thousands of people, can answer that question. 1. And it's easy. It's easy. And I'm going to say it to you here because I'm just completely off. I'm going to get to the forgiveness in a minute. But you guys, this is why I partner with Lee. For me, this wasn't about making money with a website. You know why this is all about for me? Is because voices like mine are being censored. I need a platform that we can come together and talk freely. This is why I'm here right now, because in 24 days, you're going to start seeing more and more and more blocks on 10-1. So every single person who's listening here, I need you to join us one way or another. Whether you get your own website or you come on and you become one of the people that are linked. You understand? Because we got to get this out. And here's one of the things I want you to understand. Forgiveness. This is bull crap. It is time to just wash the slate clean with your children that are stuck at home, that you're frustrated with the people on the streets that you're frustrated with the rioters. Forgive, because it's not all their fault. Because if you understood, if you came with me, in fact, one of the free things, I want to go in a deeper dive and show you exactly what's going on that is creating this tremendous reflex response that's going on that is physical and can be corrected like that. But it takes knowledge. So let me just share with you something. You guys want to beat yourself up? That's bull crap. 1996, I took radiation to kill my thyroid. I was diagnosed with Graves' disease. That's what I had medication. That's why I was told to abort my son. I was ill. I'm walking into a store. Out of the store walks this beautiful African-American couple wearing this long cashmere coats. And as I'm walking in, the guy goes, "Excuse me, miss, I need to say a prayer for you. You need a healing." And I kind of look at him and he goes, "I'm sorry, but the spirit just spoke to me." And I said, "Well, sir, I'm really sick. I just took radiation." He goes, "Can I pray for you?" I said, "Yes, you can pray for me." And he grabs my hands, and outside of a Food Lion in Charlotte, North Carolina on a February night on Tuesday in the cold, he's praying for me. And after just a minute, he goes, "You know, it's not that. There's somebody you haven't forgiven." And I'm thinking, well, we start, my dad, the this, the that, you know. And after a few moments, I said, "Sir, it's okay. You know, I need to get going. My husband's worried about me. Thank you so much." And I went home. I don't tell my husband I'm holding this guy's hands praying outside of a grocery store, right? But I go to bed and I have this dream. And it wasn't a dream. It was a gift. And in this dream, I could see myself, and I had fallen flat on my face. I was so bright, and I'm down on my ground, face down, and I whip around, and I'm cussing myself out. And we've all done it. You should do this. You should have been that. What the hell are you thinking? And in the next moment, I'm the one laying on the ground looking up, and that's when I saw it. I saw this look of complete and utter unconditional love. I never seen it before. And I saw me looking down with her hand out, and she says, "It's okay. I love you." And I woke up crying, and I realized the person I hadn't forgiven was me. Now, what did that do all those years ago? It just gave me the grace to know I didn't know me. I didn't understand all the things that made me make all the stupid decisions in my life. But let me explain to you a couple of little examples. Let me give you one example. What did you inherit? There's a group of mice, group of rats. They take these rats, true story. This has also been proven in humans, after depressions, after wars. Good God, what's going to happen to our children born after 2020? Think about this. They take these group of rats and they give these rats flavored water, and then they hit them, they hurt them, they shock them. So much so that the rats are terrified to drink the water. They give up their basic need because they're so afraid. Now, that's not the end of the study. Their offspring, what do you think happened to their offspring that were never hurt, never shocked when given the flavored water? What happened? What do you think happened, Alora? They wouldn't drink it. They were terrified. What did you inherit? Then you get two monkeys. One bold monkey with a bold baby, one shy monkey with a shy baby. They take the monkeys, they switch the babies. What do you think happened to the shy baby who's now with the bold mama, and the bold baby is now with the shy mama? Shy baby becomes bold, bold baby becomes shy. How were you raised? Or you birthed through a birth canal. No, or you weren't. You were born C-section. You weren't breastfed. You were born 6 weeks early. You were in an incubator. You were prodded 16 times a day in the incubator. Do you know that rewired your hypothalamus pituitary axis? And for you, every single experience you've had since the day you were born is more stressful than your healthy child peer? How does that frame your world? And then you question yourself because you've made decisions when Oprah didn't make that decision. I'm just, and I'm telling you, when you understand, and that's what I teach you, is these learning about these imbalances in the body that you don't even know, not even speaking about the physical imbalances that's going on because of the GMOs and the glyphosate. And if I had the slides, I'd show you slides right now from science, from Finland, Denmark, Europe, here, from epidemiology that tells you GMOs, glyphosates, artificial sweeteners, microwaves, Wi-Fi does not cause cancer. All right, fine. Maybe it directly doesn't cause cancer, but it absolutely causes these disruptions in the body, which is causing the body to scream at the amygdala that we don't even know on a conscious level. And we're feeling this angst and this fear, not because we didn't understand the language of our body, but the second we know what it means, that immediately begins to temper it. And then the second we know what to do about it, you guys, you don't know. Something happened to me and I was struck with anxiety that was debilitating. I was ashamed and embarrassed because I'm a health coach. I told nobody. I just knew it wasn't in my mind. And I found this minor little physical imbalances, not knowing, as minor as they were, but collectively, was triggering a part of my brain. And I mean it. You want to talk about manifesting everything you don't want to manifest? And I'm like, holy crap. Why is this? I know how to meditate. I know how to think the positive thoughts. What the hell's going on? But when I figured it out, then I knew what to do to correct it, and it goes away. September 2017, I wait 6 months to take on a new client. Yeah, it's gone. Then every single one of my clients gone. That's what happened. That's what we do. And so, 4 gifts. Number 1, Dion, you're in the chat. Dion Cole, would you put in the chat www.ownyourbodysummit.com? I want you to go there and I want you to just put your name in, because 2 things are going to happen. I'm going to send you this with all the slides, fully video. You'll get the video so you can watch what I wanted you to watch. Although this was divine, I'm glad the slide stopped. I wasn't even going to say some of this to you today. but I'll send you what it was to be. Number 2, in that summit, I interviewed 21 influencers from across the world regarding those 3 common denominators of imbalance behind the body, gift free. Number 3, anybody who gets the membership with We Empower You Summit 2020, 9/9/2020 only, I'm giving you that package worth $1,750. I'm giving you these 7 steps to taking flight to manifesting, which includes these 7 incredible modules with 28 chapters, with lessons, with exercises that is your pace. Why? Because you might do 1 chapter and it knocks you on your feet when you're like, holy crap, I did not know that. Because you know what, right now it's time to unlearn, learn, and relearn.
Okay. Yeah.
So, Own Your Body Summit, the webinar, or the this video, that package, there's lots more to it, but I only have like a minute left. But that whole thing, I'm just throwing in with whatever you guys get. Why? Because I want to have a platform where there's more voices that we can talk. And I'll motivate you any which way I can. And then further, if you go to the Own Your Body Summit, I have your email, and I'm going to do a 90-minute to as long as you want webinar, a masterclass, to let you really know more deeply about what's causing these physical imbalances or the result on the body. And so that is it. I want you to have that cold fire where you can take a stand without being positional. I love you guys.
Amazing, Debbie. Thank you. Wow. And I will just say that the Own Your Body Summit that Debbie has put together, I was blown away. You have so much content and she gives it so freely and so generously. And I've seen that with every one of our speakers and presenters today. There's a lot of generosity here. So I feel your passion. Bettina, are you here ready to transition?
Oh, she's on the phone.
Okay. So Debbie's membership package too is something really pay attention to. Okay, looks like Bettina's back.
I am back. We're getting Lee back on. She's got the next introduction of Betty Uribe. And thank you so much, Debbie, for your amazing talk. It was just awesome. And I've got to go ahead and get Lee unmiked here, and we'll get her on the stage. And your offer to package. So
I feel so
join the meeting.
And Debbie, thank you for the passion, because our weekly meetings and our membership have that passion, because we really do need to come together and we really do need to fix things. And if we don't come together and fix things, they will not get fixed. So Debbie, I love your passion. And you know, I never knew you before this. This is like so great. I've met so many great people, and we are just gonna change the world. Now let me just share my screen. Let's see. Let's go for this. Can you guys see Arnold?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Arnold, do you have any closing words? Okay, so maybe we should unmute Jay just for fun and giggles. Because I cannot do Arnold's voice. But this, Debbie, gives you an excellent opportunity to say.
There we go. See, now I'm back. That's a crazy world.
Okay, well.
Well, what you're going to say is actually introducing Dr. Betty, is it not? So I've got a friend here, Elvis Presley. He says, Dr. Betty was an immigrant of Colombia, came to the U.S. as a child, got married as a young age, had children, and then divorced. She was, as they say, all shook up. Now, no one can step in her blue suede shoes. Dr. Betty has become a world leader, on values. Had her book, #Values, endorsed by the Vatican, is a regular guest at the White House, hangs out with billionaires on the beach, and strategizes world peace with leaders, even speaking at the United Nations. Is she just the luckiest person in the world, or do you think she has something secret to share? Luckily, Dr. Betty is no luckier than you.
Also one to watch.
It's not obvious by now. She can just talk her way into anything. Right, Colonel Tom? In the next half hour, Dr. Betty will be sharing with you some of her top negotiating strategies in getting what you want. When you join the We Empower You membership, she will be expanding on these strategies in a private webinar just for you. It's now or never. Take it away, Dr. Betty.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Elvis Presley of all people. How lucky can a girl get? Hi, everybody. Let me get right to the point. We're here to get you what you want. So I'm going to move right into it so that we can get as much value out of this time that we have together as possible. These are the 10 key negotiations in life. So I'm going to talk to you about negotiation. In this time, I would like you to get a blank sheet of paper because I'm going to give you tangible things that you're going to be utilizing immediately. You can use them as soon as you hang up here, as soon as you finish today. So make sure that you do that. These are 10 things that are the biggest negotiations in life. I'm going to focus on the last one because everybody here is here to build your business. I came to California Bank and Trust, and when I came in, I'm just going to give you some tips of negotiations. So I got the highest salary. I was the first woman executive in the history of the company, and I ended up coming in with the highest salary of all the executives. I stayed with the highest salary for the following 8 years. How did I do that? I built trust and value in relationships for generations. This is my mantra, and this is what I do in every single conversation I have. I look to add value to people, and I look to add value in every single touch, whether it's a look or a conversation. This was our journey. We went from 3% pre-tax profit to 43% year over year after just 4 years. How did we do that? Everything in life is a negotiation. Everything that you do in life with your boss to get an increase, with your business partner to make sure that they take the heavy lifting or whatever it is, that's how you do it. Again, I was the first woman executive. I'm a Latina. I'm a spunky creative banker, and I'm non-traditional. So how did I do that? How did I go? How is it that I go and I'm the only fill in the blanks, and then I'm able to excel? It's all in the negotiations, it's all in the conversation, and it's all with how you lead. Now, I did my homework. I understood what the values of the company were and what the goals of the company were. I understood the urgency they had to make sure that they brought someone in, and I demonstrated to them based on my actions and based on everything that I had done in my career up until then, so that they would be ready to give me whatever I would ask for because they needed somebody like me to turn it around. So understanding the values and the goals of your person that you're going to be coming to negotiate with is going to be really critical. These are my negotiating values. I'm not going to read them. You can read them or take a picture of this. Now, on the tree to the right, you notice a lot of values, but at the bottom of it is giving completely unconditionally, meaning without expecting anything in return. Now, this is contrary, ladies and gentlemen, to what most business people do. Most business people come to the table expecting to earn something from that conversation. I'm going to invite you to look at things a little bit differently. When we give completely unconditionally, something happens with some mirror neurons that we have in our brains, and it causes the other person to want to give back to you. Don't do it because they're going to want to give back to you. Do it because it's just the right thing. In the middle of the pandemic, exactly where we are, we're here to give to each other and to give to each other unconditionally. And that's where the abundance begins to come. And that's where you begin to build trust. And let's face it, the times when you've negotiated with people that stay in your mind are the times when you've negotiated with people that are watching your back and creating win-wins rather than creating win-lose. So what about you? What are your negotiating values? I told you what my negotiating values are. Do you sit at the negotiation table to create win-wins, or do you create win-lose? I'm gonna win no matter what, and I'm gonna get this piece of real estate at the lowest possible price, regardless of what your situation is. I'm gonna buy your business, I'm gonna negotiate, I'm gonna get the deal, and I'm gonna get the best price ever without even thinking about where you are. Is that how you do it? You don't have to answer, just things for you to think about. Are you living your life from scarcity, or are you living your life from abundance? There's a difference. From scarcity, you're trying to get as much as you want for yourself. From abundance, you're creating a win-win for you and for the person. And you're making sure that you create a safe space for the person that's negotiating from across the table from you. The moment you're able to create that safe space, their walls go down, the trust goes up, and the negotiations take a whole different role in that table. So it's your actions that are going to show that person how you are showing up. It's not your words. If you say, trust me, they already stopped trusting you, because you shouldn't have to tell them, trust me. Your actions are going to speak much louder than whatever you say. Now, let me ask you this. Do you know your clients' values and goals? Take a moment and take an inventory of your clients, your client base, your top 5 clients. Do you know their core values? Do you know their goals? Do you know what they're going to have on their 100th birthday toast? What is it they're going to toast to? Where do they want to go, and why are they doing what they're doing? Do you know that? If you don't, write it down. There's one piece of homework for you. People don't care about dealing with people that don't care about them. Theodore Roosevelt said this: if you care about me, I will do something for you. You can say something because you're the boss, because you're the person that has the money, but if you really want their heart, to win their heart, you've got to be able to show them with your actions that you care about them. When you look at people, here's the contrary. Do you look at the numbers on their forehead? At the age of 26, I got a new job. This is me with my husband, Juan Carlos. I was 26 years old. I was making $2,000 a month. I purchased my first piece of property at the age of 27. By the age of 32, I had 6 properties in California, and I had a 111-acre ranch in Nacogdoches, Texas, with a 35-acre hay meadow. I had $1 million before I turned 40, cash in the bank, cash, not in a loan, not leveraged, cash. How did I do all of this? How did I negotiate? That ranch in Texas that I just showed you, I did that on a handshake. And I made $10,000 payments for 10 years, no interest, on a handshake. How did I do that? What is your why? What was their why? I knew that those people, those 3 professors that sold me that piece of property, I knew that they wanted income. I knew that they wanted at least once a year to receive some income. I knew their situation. I got to know them on a personal level, and I understood where they were from, where they were coming from. So what? I came up with something that is untraditional way to buy a ranch. You don't buy a ranch on a handshake, and you surely don't make 1 year's yearly payments. But it worked, and we did it. I can't tell you how many times I've negotiated something that has been completely untraditional. This was my why. When I first came from Colombia, I was 12 years old, and my mother took off and came to the United States with the 4 children. She was my why. She sacrificed riches. My dad was a millionaire, but he was an alcoholic and he used to beat up my mom. And so she said to us, let's come to America. In an airplane ride, I became poor. I was 12 years old and that little baby was 6 years old. I practically raised my little brother. By the way, my dad eventually left alcohol, apologized, and all was good in the household. But this is my why today. This was my why then after. These are my children. This is my daughter's wedding. These are my kids. That was my why. And I wanted to teach my children how to be self-sustainable. I wanted to teach my children how to negotiate for themselves so that they never have to worry about having to rely on Mama Bear to take care of them. How many of you want the same thing for your children? You've got to learn how to negotiate so that you can teach them how to negotiate. I can tell you right now, I could die today and my children would be self-sufficient, all three of them. And this is my why now. This is my husband and we bought our dream place right here. This is the view. This is our place. This is where we live. Welcome to paradise. I negotiated this place. They gave an offer of $25,000 more as soon as I verbally said, I'll buy it. And the person who was selling it said, I don't want to take that offer. I want to take the offer from Dr. Betty because I want her to be in the place that I'm selling. That's what you want. And then I went back and I'm negotiating another piece of property. I bought another one. And so when I think about I'm going to do a deal, I don't think about I'm going to do a deal today. I think about, remember, building trust and value in relationships for generations. So if I'm going to make a relationship and do a deal with someone, I'm going to do a deal so that my children will end up doing deals with their children. There's a paradigm shift that happens when we negotiate in that way, when we build the relationships that way, not just in us, but that paradigm shift happens in the person who's negotiating with us. They're going to feel safe in our hands. What about you? What is your why? Why are you doing what you're doing? Lee Romanoff talked about her website. I love my website, Lee. Thank you very much for everything you've done for my business. Bettina is going to be talking to you about what she's doing. I've learned a lot from Bettina. Listen to her when she speaks later. Shay talked about what she's doing. I only associate with people that live according to the same core value system that I live according to. Life is too short and I don't waste my time or your time. I won't waste your time. So what is your why? Think about why you're doing what you're doing. It was 6 o'clock in the morning and I was to interview General Mick Kicklighter. I don't know how many of you have interviewed a 3-star general from the Pentagon, but I was scared to death and I was ready to go. 5 o'clock, I showed up to the office. I did all my homework and I went to General Kicklighter. And as soon as he said, okay, so what is it that you want to talk to me about? I said, you know, General, I'm going to talk to you, but I want to tell you something first. Uh-oh, screen sharing has stopped to the shared windows closed. Let me get back in here. So the general said to me, I'm going to, what is it that you want? And I said to him, well, General, I really want to tell you, let me just tell you a little bit about myself first. Can you see the screen?
It's getting there. It's sort of blank.
It's blank?
It looks like a whiteboard.
Yeah.
It does. Okay, so I can see the screen well.
Turn it off and on again.
Okay.
Reselect your screen again, your PowerPoint again.
Okay.
Your video went off. Oh, mine. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Is it mine? Stop sharing?
Start sharing. Stop it and start it again.
Okay.
We're not sure how that happened.
Can you see it now?
Here we go.
You should be able to. So then I said, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. Now, this is the general. At the end of the meeting, the general said, come to me here in Washington, D.C. I'm going to invite you to my favorite place. Now, it was a 15-minute meeting. It was only supposed to be 15 minutes. The meeting ended up being 1 hour. How did that happen? It happened, and then he said, come to D.C. afterwards. It happened in the first 60 seconds. Now, some of you who have been to a conference where I actually shared this, you will have seen this. So I'd like you to go to your clock, and I'd like you to just put it on a timer, because I'm going to give you 60 seconds worth of Dr. Betty for just a second. And I'm going to show you how you can actually build core value and build trust in 60 seconds. Are you ready? Ready, set, go. Pay attention. My name is Dr. Betty Uribe. I was born in Bogota, Colombia. At the age of 12, I came from Colombia to be poor. I came with 3 brothers, Ricky, Fernando, and Carlos. Pay attention. And when I got here, my Aunt Ruby taught me etiquette. She said, someday you're going to dine with the President of the United States. 14 years later, I was dining with President Bush. Education was really important to me. I ended up getting a job, and I retired my mother from a factory. I called her and I said, you're never going to work again in your life. This was the happiest day of my life, right along with my kid's birth. Then education was important, and I continued to build on my
Join
education.
the meeting.
I got a job as an executive, and then I got 2 undergraduate degrees and 2 masters and a doctorate. And I wrote this book called #Values. I raised $1 million. We were putting 53 underserved kids through college, all expenses paid at Chapman University, and I'm doing the same all over the world. Now let me show you how long I spoke for. 1 minute, 1 second, and 24 milliseconds. Think about what you know about me. Normally, I would ask you, how much do you know about me? So take inventory of how much I said to you. Now I'm going to unveil it, and I'm going to tell you how I did it. This is somebody's lifeline. Now remember, I only spoke for 1 minute. This is somebody's lifeline. You're going to have ups and downs in your life. Now, in 60 seconds, you don't have time to say, I was daddy's little girl, and I came to be poor, and I felt really bad because I had to learn how to make my bed and do my dishes because I had a bunch of maids back home, or I became poor and I was just a stuck-up little you-know-what when I came and I had to eat dirt. None of that, because it really doesn't matter. What you want to do is you want to make connection with that person and allow their time for them to be able to make that connection to their own life. Not everything in your life is going to make a connection with the person in front of you. Only the highlights and the lowlights. That's how you do it. So you take your story and you figure out what the highlights are and the lowlights are. Now, this morning, I modified this slide to put Steve Weber. He's got a breakout group at 1:15. Steve Weber introduced me this morning to tell people about this particular conference. And one of the things he did so well, and I've been interviewed all over the world. Never have I been interviewed. Never have I had anyone encapsulate who I am in such an incredible way as Steve did. And this is what you want to do here, is you want to talk about the highlights and the lowlights. The lowlights. Remember I said, I sat with my mother, I came to the United States. She taught me etiquette, and I raised my little brother, and I was really poor. Remember, I didn't do any of that. I went just to the highlights and to the lowlights. That's it. The emotions, allow them to have their own emotions and to make their own connection. They will make the connection with you. So next time you want somebody to give you some time, just say, hey, do you have 5 minutes? If they just say, no, I don't have 5 minutes, just say, well, how about 60 seconds? Because you can build trust in 60 seconds. So what do we tell ourselves? This is what we tell ourselves, and this is the wall that I built up when I came from Colombia, because the kids used to tell me, you're stupid, aren't you? And I said, yes, because I didn't want to miss out. So what happens is We build these walls surround us, and we think that the person that we're going to negotiate with, that they're going to take us to the cleaners. However you show up, you're going to cause the other person to show up in the same way. Remember, it's those mirror neurons. If you show up with trust, if you show up excited, if you show up as just yourself, they're going to be the same. They're going to mirror you. So always remember, the higher, the most successful the person's, and these are studies that were shown, and I was told this in my first weekend in my doctoral program. The highest, the most successful the people, the lower their self-esteem. So guess what? We're all in really good company. Break through your fear. What is it going to take for you to break through your fear? Do you think that my little heart doesn't thump before I go to the White House, or before I go to the Pentagon, or before I go to speak in front of, who knows, the World Bank? Yes, every time I've taught something, or I've spoken, or I've been in front of dignitaries, yes, my little heart goes, but I do it anyway. I break through anyway. You know why? Because at the end of the day, I'm either going to have regrets or I'm going to have my goal met. And if I didn't have my goal met, I'm going to have a heck of a good lesson that I can sit and talk about from the podium and teach a lot of people about that lesson. So which do you want? Regrets? I don't know about you, but I break through my fear. So stop and reflect for a moment. What is your why? How do you show up to the table? How do you negotiate? I'm just giving you just a little tiny glimpse of a huge negotiation course that I have. But I just wanted to give you enough that you could actually go and do something about it. Remember, it's your actions. How do you show up? What kind of homework do you do about the person? Do you genuinely show up with what I call innocent curiosity in front of that person? Do you really get to know them and understand what their situation is? Do they own a mortgage? Did they just lose their loved ones? Do they have a family member that has tested positive for COVID? How are they taking it? There's so much going on right now. We need to stop looking at the numbers and begin looking at the heart and begin showing up with the heart. That is how you build trust, and this is how you negotiate effectively. These are top negotiation personality traits, according to Michael Donaldson. The willingness to walk away is mine. You've got to be able to be willing to walk away and just say, you know what, this is what I would like, but I don't have to have it. Guess what? You don't have to have anything. In life, my mother used to say, you don't even have to do anything. The only thing we have to do in life is die. We don't even have to pay taxes. We can choose to go to jail. The only thing we have to do in life is die. So be willing to walk away from the deal. When you're willing to walk away and when you are unattached to the deal and you make it clear, you know, I really would like it, but there's another one. Or don't lie. I really would like it. I don't have to have it. I'm not attached to it. When you have that, your price just went up, or your negotiating angle just went up. So make sure that you're be willing to walk away. So it's September 9th. Today is September 9th. It's only 113 days before the end of the year. So what are you doing? How are you doing your business? And how are you stepping it up for yourself and negotiating yourself into the next contract, the next client, the next person that's going to be coming in and trusting you? Are you showing up? Are you really showing up? Because I will leave you with this. Before you build a mansion, the foundation must be built on values. When you show up to the table, let your values, let your body follow your values. Let them see your values before your body shows up. So I have a gift for you. Bettina asked me to give you a gift. Actually, Bettina and Lee asked me to give you a gift. So I was double-sided, double-armed. So I'm going to give you an introduction to negotiations with values. And I'm going to do that for 1 hour. I'm going to hold a 1 hour course, and it's just an introductory course. I will do that for free and not expecting anything in return. At the end of that 1 hour, I will give you an opportunity to sign up for the course if you choose to. But during that hour, I will not be selling you anything. I will just be gifting you a lot of nuggets that you can take with you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a fantastic day today. There's some amazing speakers that are coming up, and I want to make sure that I leave plenty of space for everyone to come to you and to give you a lot of value. Let me just stop sharing right here and turn it right over. Thank you so much, Bettina, and thank you so much, Jay.
That was really awesome. Thank you, Dr. Betty.
My pleasure. Thank you, Lauren.
I love how you come from that spirit of generosity, and you said so clearly that I only work with people who share the same values, because life's too short. And I think that's where a lot of us are today, and it's just great. Okay, here's Bettina.
Oh my goodness, we have so many registrants coming in last minute that we just processed another 3 or 4 people. So I'm bouncing back between being the producer, the director, and the host, and the and the moderator. So please excuse me. But Dr. Betty, that was absolutely a fantastic presentation. And you and I are cut from the same cloth. And what we're going to be doing together is only going to be her story, right? So thank you so much. And next we are going to have Jade and Lee come back and do their thing to introduce our next speaker, Ron Romano. And my slip of the tongue has to do with Andy Rooney, who's going to be popping on. Lee, are you out there?
Lee is pointing to something. Jade. Microphone? I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so when I point to my microphone, that means unmute me.
You know, we'd love it if it worked always that easy, wouldn't we?
Yeah, seriously. Geez, you know what? I think everything broke.
You ever wonder why the world?
Wait, Jay. You're way ahead of me here.
Ah.
Okay, can we just can anybody see Rooney? Can you see my screen? Yeah? Okay, that is
yes.
Good. So,
do you ever wonder why the world is full of both smart people and dumb people at the same time? Ron Romano discovered you can really be smart at one thing and really dumb at another. In fact, he's proven it over and over again. I know I have. Just ask my wife. Promoting your business is the smartest thing you can do, and people stupidly ignore it. Like somehow your business is just going to promote itself. Ron Romano is like a Navy SEAL when it comes to deep dive marketing, and is here to present to you with no cost money-making cheat sheet when you join the We Empower You membership. Ron will also be giving you his business evaluation program, which should take you less than 60 minutes to see if your business gets a passing grade or if you need a little more tutoring. Believe me, it's worth your time.
okay, so Ron, are you there? Ron, are you there? We have to unmic Ron Romano.
Hello.
Yeah.
All right.
So
there we go.
So if you have a screen share at the bottom, if you have a slide presentation, just
Can you see my screen now?
no, you have to go to the screen share.
Screen share.
And then share your screen.
I'm trying to do that. Here we go. Boy, this would be really, really good if my PowerPoint presentation was up here. Let's see here. Well, we're going to do the referral program. No. How about that? We can't seem to get. Let me try this one. Share. No cost marketing.
Okay, we can see something right now.
Can you see the PowerPoint though?
we can see a bunch of a white letter.
Ah, white letter. No, okay.
We're close. We're really close.
Yeah, we're really close here.
What you need to do is go to the actual, you have to be able to share the screen that you're actually going to be sharing. You're sharing a Word document screen.
Yes, I actually have that screen up right now on my computer. However, for some reason.
Hit this share. So go ahead and stop sharing. And then stop sharing. And we'll tell you when it's no longer being shared.
Okay, so let me see here. We're going to. Wow.
We can still.
I'm having difficulty getting back into your screen. Hang on here.
No worries. We're actually right on time. And so this is a novel idea, being on time.
So while we're doing this, Dr. Betty has really positioned herself, and definitely when you guys decide to join the membership and take Dr. Betty up on her 1-hour webinar, it's going to be good, because she actually doesn't care whether she sells anything. She just wants to give you huge information, and that's part of all of us coming together with our special sauce and contributing. Well, we're getting really close there, Ron. Now we've got okay, hey!
Hooray, the system works. All right.
See, this definitely an Annie Rooney moment. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Love it. Producing, directing, and operating the technical difficulties here at the We Empower You Summit. And it's September the 9th. It's a beautiful day here in Seattle. And I'm so excited to be working with this amazing crew behind the scenes who's helping me produce the world-class, and I mean world-class, We Empower You Summit. We have people from all over the world, Brussels, Germany, Thailand, and even Amarillo, Texas, and Denver, Colorado, to name a few. So we hope that you are watching right now, and if you're not and you missed this summit, that you come up to one of our summits, which happen every single quarter. Our next one will be December the 9th of 2020. Join me at the We Empower You Summit coming up December 9th of 2020. All right, well, that one we could use for the next thing. And this is great to have you. Oh, why can't I hear anybody?
Okay, so should I get going here?
Yes, sirree.
Okay, well, we're going to go kind of fast because there's a lot of information here, and it's all about no-cost money-making marketing strategies, techniques, and systems, because I assume everybody here wants to make money in their business. So as long as we want to make money on our business, then I'm going to give you a bunch of integrated profit-making to-do items for your marketing checklist. And try to understand that everything's connected. A lot of people, business people, entrepreneurs, always try to do one-off items, not realizing that it's a total integration. And if you start to understand that concept, it'll make your marketing a lot easier. Now, there are a ton of ways to promote yourself. These are ones that are low cost. So if money's tight right now, even if money's not tight, you should be integrating these things into your to-do list on an everyday basis. Take one item and just move with it, create a plan, create a system for it. So here's your item number 1 on your checklist. Increase the average transaction value. If you want to make more money in your business, you can do it one of 2 ways. You can either increase the number of transactions, or you can increase the transaction value. Now, you see this done every single day, and you should incorporate into your business the same types of philosophies. I mean, there's upsells, there's add-ons. You see it every day in a retail store. Buy one shirt at regular price, get the next shirt at 50% off, which is basically a 25% discount on both items. You can see it in service, where they create a VIP service plan versus a normal service plan. You can see it in Walt Disney, where you buy a ticket, but if you want to get to the ride a little bit quicker, you get the VIP ticket. Still standing in line. It's a shorter line, but you're paying extra for it. You're paying extra for exactly the same ride. Now, if I had Bettina's system, which is fantastic, her membership site, I would have broken that down into 2 or 3 levels. The one level at $15.99 and the next level maybe at $16.99 or $17.99. Because let's face it, she's given away $14,000 worth of bonuses. You could have easily given away $8,000 or $9,000 of bonuses for the gold package. And then for the platinum package, we add another $5,000 worth of bonuses for a mere $200 or $300. So no matter what business you're in, no matter what you're selling, your product or service, there's always room for an upsell to increase the transaction value of what you're selling. So let's go to item number 2 here. Email marketing. Everybody knows we should be doing this, but do we do it? Maybe sometimes, maybe occasionally. And when we do it, we just slap an email together. Email marketing is a system. And if you understand it's a system, then you have to understand that you can do it on a regular basis. Now, just to give you an example, we were working with one medical spa who is selling basically a weight loss product or a body contouring product. And so we put together an email, and it started with a subject line, because your email obviously needs a subject line if you want it to get open. So the email subject line was "lose 2 inches on your lunch hour," which created enough curiosity to create a very high open rate. So then we gave a little bit of a story, a little bit of information, letting people know that they haven't been able to do what they want. You know, summer was coming up, you know, they're going to be going out to the pool. They wanted to look nicer. It could have been for weddings or whatever. So we created a bit of a story. Then we had the offer, and we had a deadline to the offer. That email created for 24 signups for a $2,000 body contouring special. The next week, 7 days later, we sent out the second email. It was basically everything that was in the first email, except the first paragraph was changed. On the first email, we signed up, I think it was 18 or so people. On the second email, we signed up 12 people, which was 1 week later. Then we sent out a third email, letting them know that the time frame or the deadline for the offer was going to expire very shortly. Basically, it was the same as the first email, which was the same as the second email, except for the first paragraph. And on that email, we signed up another 14 people. So had we sent out the one email and left it at one email, there would have been 18 signups. But because we sent out a second and third email, we signed up 26 people. So email marketing is a system. You have to be conscious of what you're going to be doing. You should in at least a quarterly or three to 4 month period of what you're going to cover. And remember, it's all about the story. It's not about just selling something. How many emails do you get when someone it's another offer, it's another basic ad. And what do? We click out because it's an ad. Emails have to be relevant, they have to be informative, and they have to be fun. And to do that, you just can't create another ad because people will just turn you off. Item number 3, an in-store or even online your website free draw to capture email addresses for regular email marketing. See, if you're going to send out emails, you want as big a list as possible. You have a prospect list, you have an existing customer list, you have a customer list, really a dead customer list that they haven't purchased from you in a long time. If you're really good, you're going to break down your email list into 3 separate categories. But what you want to do is build that list. And if you send out emails with frequency and regularity, and not just send them ads, but send them out information that's relevant, informative, and fun, then you'll expand your readership. And when the time comes for that person to actually make a buying decision, you'll be top of mind, top of presence. This is an excellent way to capture email addresses. And it may not even cost you anything if you go back to one of your suppliers and ask them for a donation, a bit of a gift, so that you can give it away. And you're promoting their product, obviously, in your store. So the retail value of the gift is far more expensive than what it's actually costing you. And you can actually maybe get it for free if you negotiate properly. And there's been some good negotiating skills that Dr. Betty has given us. So item number 4 on the checklist, a multi-step customer referral campaign. I mean, this is really huge. And every business I've ever worked with, we've always implemented a customer referral campaign. But realize that it's a multi-step campaign. It's not a one and done and ask for referral. I mean, there has to be multiple steps in here. Now, obviously, one of the steps is at the point of sale. And you can hand out just a little, a little business card that's a customer referral card that has the person's name of the customer who's going to be referred. It's going to have the person who's referring their friend. It can also have whatever the offer is, whether it's a 10% discount, a 20%, whatever your offer is. Now, of course, you have to know your numbers on what you're selling. So you have to know your average transaction sale, your average transaction value, and you have to know the yearly value of your customer and the lifetime value of your customer. Then you can know how much to give away on a referral campaign. And you'll see this done in a lot of companies that have lost leaders. They'll buy the customer to start with because the customer's lifetime value far exceeds the first time purchase. So point of sale is very important. Now on that little business card, you should also direct them to sign up for a referral friend on your website because they may not have that card on them all the time. They may forget about it. But if you remind them to go to the website and have a customer referral page that they can enter their email address, their referring party's email address, it outlines the offer that has what they're going to receive. So now you're training them to go to the website. Now this is important because even in your email marketing, you can set up your emails like a mini website and have a customer referral link on your email marketing. You can also have a lot of other things on your email marketing template. So you can see that everything's integrated. So you can now, once it's up on your website, you can actually have a customer referral contest. And this works out really well. You run the contest for approximately 3 months because not everyone is going to open up all your emails. Not everyone's going to come into your place of business if you have a bricks and mortar store. So you want everyone to be aware of the customer referral campaign. If you have a bricks and mortar store, you should have a little handout, maybe an oversized postcard as well, letting them know about the customer referral campaign that you're running. And then have some sort of prize. Again, you might be able to get your suppliers to donate the prizes. So then it's no cost at all. So when you're running your campaign, run it for 3 months, and it's important to take a picture of the person who wins. Have them come into your store, have them take a picture with them, give them the item, whatever item you're going to give them, have their name, then send it out in an email. Here's what we gave for our customer referral contest. You can run this 2 to 3 times a year, and it works effectively when you run it multiple times. People see that other people that they may even know are winning, they want to get in on it. So now you can publish that photo on your website. You can do it on your customer referral landing page. People know who won, what the prize was. People want to jump on the bandwagon. You can even put it in a newsletter if you have a newsletter. So that's very, very helpful for you. Now, if people start referring, now you can create different levels of referral. You can actually have, let's say, a silver referral membership. You can have a gold referral membership. You can have a platinum referral membership. So if people, let's say, 5 referrals in a 12-month period, they get X discount on their purchases, whatever it is. If they refer 6 to 10 people, then they get maybe X plus Y as a discount or a bonus item for sending you those many referrals. If they send 11 or more referrals in a year, that's your platinum membership. And that might entitle them to even a greater benefit or greater discount. You can even take your platinum group and make a group, invite them out to a special dinner with their spouse once a year. Ask them how you can improve things. Ask them to be part of your business. And when they do that, they'll feel like they are part of your business. And now they'll refer even more people. So those are just a few of the strategies. If you have another business that has an on-site delivery, when you're delivering on-site, you can take an oversized postcard. and do a referral campaign right next to the people that you did your service work on or your installation on. Ask them if it's okay to do that. They're going to benefit from it, and they'd be happy to do this. So there's all kinds of ways to help you with a customer referral program. If you have a loyalty rewards program, you can even offer them bonus points for referring. This is a major item that will net you, it could net you 20 to 30 to 50 new customers a year, depending on your database, if you run it properly and if you create a system for it. So item number 5, set up your Google My Business page and get on the first page of Google for free traffic. I mean, who doesn't want free traffic? And people go online because they're looking to solve their problem. So they're looking for you. To get on the first page of Google, that requires massive SEO work at a huge cost. Or you can buy ads. You can do a pay-per-click campaign. Because when Google lays out its ranking page, its pages, you'll see that the ads are on top. Right below that is the Google My Business. They've got a little map and they've got businesses in the local. It's easier to get on that Google My Business page in the top 3 than it is to get in the rankings below that. And you can do it yourself. Most people don't do it. They don't bother to figure out how to create a Google My Business page. It's not difficult. And if you set it up properly and pay attention to it on a weekly basis with new content, with an offer that you have on a monthly basis, with pictures that you can add, Google will allow you 8 to 10 keywords in your business category that you can get on the top of your Google My Business page. One of the criteria for getting on your Google Business page is checklist item number 6, Google reviews. If you take a look, like I just Googled injury lawyer Boston, and in Google My Business, I found Kelly & Associates, Feinberg and Alban, and law firms of Jeffries S. Glassman. Now, if you look at Kelly & Associates, they've got 4.9 5-star rating with 345 reviews. Feinberg has 5.0. They got a perfect 5-star rating with only 77 reviews. And Jeffrey and Glassman have a 4.5. So when you see those reviews, who are you going to call? You probably call one of the top 2. You probably won't bother calling Jeffrey Glassman. So it's important to get Google reviews. How do you get good Google reviews? Ask people for it. Well, you ran a customer referral contest. You can have a customer review contest and run it exactly the same way. Ask people for 5-star reviews. You can segment your database and only go to customers. There are systems out there, and we've used systems out there that will actually screen the reviews and not post anything that's less than 4 stars. So you're bound to get at least 4.5 to 5-star reviews. And when we've run those kinds of contests, in the course of less than 7 days, we've gotten 50 to 100 4 to 5-star Google reviews on your website. So it's really important for you to get those Google reviews if you want to get up on the search engines and get some free traffic. Free traffic's always good, a lot better than paying for it. Checklist item number 7, implement visitor and conversion strategies, techniques, and systems on your website. This is really, really huge because most people pay little attention to their website once it's up. I mean, once it's up, it's, well, I can take that off my checklist. It's done. My website's up. But they pay very little attention to a marketing or navigation for the visitor. If someone called you up or you were meeting them face to face, you would probably have some sort of sales presentation. You would probably answer their questions, or you'd probably ask them questions to find out what type of products or services that they really need. Well, why should your website be any different? It's a sales process. It's not about you, it's about the customer. So that potential customer has questions in their head, and you already know them. You already know the 5, 6, 7 questions people are going to ask you about your products or services. Address them in your online marketing system, which is your website. Take them through a logical sales process the same way you would take them through a logical sales process if you were speaking to them one-on-one. Now, on your website, are you capturing email addresses? Do you have any kind of first-time new patient offer, new customer offer? You want to build your database so you can start sending out more emails. Do you have a refer a friend page on your website? Is your website set up for e-commerce? Do you have any types of webinars? I mean, a lot of people used to do face-to-face selling in their store. With the way that the situation is in the world today, most people don't want to go out. They'd rather shop online. So if they're going to shop online, why can't you create a series of webinars or create a series of videos? You can post them on YouTube, which will get you possible SEO some juice. And you can also take those and then put them on your website. Now you've got something that you can take people through a logical sales process on your website, which will add to your marketing conversion. You'll increase the number of people that will actually convert and become customers. So take a look at your website. It's important. It's your 24/7 salesperson. Take a look at it from a consumer's perspective, not from this is my company perspective, because nobody cares about you. Nobody cares about your business. What they care about is solving their problem. And so you want to do that. And you want to be in a position of the knowledgeable expert. So this ties into item number 8. Phone up radio and TV stations for an interview. Position you and your business as the experts in your field. Lee is unbelievably good at this. She has positioned herself as a knowledgeable expert in a number of different business niches. And she does nothing more than just phone them up and ask. We had one client who is a urologist, and Neil would tell me all the time, I've got another interview on a local TV station. And I go, Neil, you're a urologist. What could you possibly have to say? He says, well, you have a couple of minutes. You make it fun and interesting and relevant, just like your emails. And so you'll talk about erectile dysfunction. You'll talk about urinary incontinence. You'll talk about prostate cancer, and how you can help prevent it and what you need to do. So he makes it fun. So any business out there has something that can be fun, it can be interesting, and it can be a feel-good story. And this is what radio and TV stations are looking for. How you can help their readership, how you can make it interesting for them. So by doing this, you are positioning yourself as the knowledgeable expert in your field. You're positioning yourself as a person of authority. Now that sets you apart from your competition, who are just selling the same items on a Me Too basis. And you don't want to be in that category. Because if you are, then the only thing that people are concerned about is price. And if you just sell on price, you're not going to have a business for very long. So item number 9, which ties into item number 8, is contact publications and offer editorial content. Now, this is just one example of what I did, and I just actually learned it with Dr. Baum. And Neil would write articles for the Journal of as I was doing a lot of his marketing, he would say, why don't we change it from, like medical information to how a practice can actually get more patients. And so we approached the publication, and we said, we're going to be putting in articles on how a medical practice can increase the number of patients they get and have a stronger reputation in the marketplace. So we created 12 editorial, articles, approximately 1,500 words each, that they published each month. And it drove people to our website. From that, I got approximately 34 signups of medical people who wanted me to help them with their marketing, help them with their reputation, online reputation, help them to fix things with their patients, help them build a stronger website with more conversion techniques on it. So by doing this, it cost me my time of writing a 1,500-word article with Neil every single month. But this is a powerful way, again, to position yourself as a knowledgeable expert in your field, give you a reason why you should be charging a premium price for your product or your service, and help people decide that you are the right solution for them. Because in here, when you're helping people, when you're giving of yourself, then you're going to get back. And so you want to give away good content, just like Dr. Betty suggested. So on to item number 10, JV with other business. I mean, like, there are probably a lot of other people that you know in business that you can do a webinar with, you can do a live event with, you can share a mailing list, you can have special offers that you just offer to that particular group. I mean, there are a lot of different ways that you can work a joint venture relationship that's good for your base and good for your joint venture partner's base. I mean, how many real estate agents out there have a preferred vendor list? So if you're just moving into the area, if you need a plumber, if you need an electrician, if you need a painter, if you need cabinets, if you need rugs, I mean, there's all kinds of recommended vendors that they have on their list. How do you get on that list? I know that I get on, let's say, insurance. My wife is a retired teacher, and so the Retired Teachers Organization has a preferred vendor in an insurance agent. So Johnson Insurance is their preferred vendor. Johnson Insurance gives the Retired Teachers Association a discount, a special discount, because they're teachers. But now they're tied into 100,000 possible business opportunities that they have. So how can you go into a local business that maybe have 200 people, 50 people, whatever the number is, maybe 1,000 people? How can you go in there and offer something to them that will be good for them? We have another client who is a dentist who has an office right opposite a hospital. He went in there and offered a special deal for frontline so that they could get their teeth done or after hours, you know, in a great environment, but it was always, we're close and here's a special offer. So he discounted his one particular exam. He discounted some of his services, but now he's got a market that he's got an iron fence around. So you really want to do that and get on some joint ventures with other businesses. And I know this was a lot of information. We actually have with a membership level, if you choose to proceed with it, which is excellent value, we offer a complete marketing assessment, which is a $497 value. We take a look at your business. We take a look at your business in entirety. We take a look at your products, your margins, your marketing, what you want to accomplish, your business model. We take a look at your website. We take a look at everything that you're doing. And then we spend an hour with you on the phone to go over, to give you an idea of what you should be concentrated on, how you can change things, how you can create a complete marketing plan, and how you can set up systems within your business to get everything done. So it's been fabulous. I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to everyone. There is a ton of ways to make money in your business, and it all starts with a marketing plan. So you've got a good start with a checklist. I hope you build that into your plan.
Thank you very much, Ron. That was terrific.
We didn't get to communicate about the poll.
So, Bettina, we can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, just another thing. Yeah, I do get a lot of media, and I am not an expert in anything. So what I do to get the attention is I contact the media, and I basically say I'm a consumer advocate. So when you say you're a consumer advocate, you don't have to be experienced in anything. You just have to have an opinion, and then you're like in. And a lot of times professionals will not talk to the media for fear of their license being pulled or them being fired. And if you're unencumbered by any credentials, you can say all you want when there's hot topics going on, because you know the industry's not going to be talking to the media. It leaves a door wide open for you. So, Jade, are you mic'd? Do you have a voice? No? Could we put Jade's voice on? Okay, so goodbye, Jade. Okay, so Jade, do you want to, yeah, okay. So now we have a special happening. I'm just going to share my screen, and we have, believe it or not, let's say share. We have John Wayne, and John Wayne is actually going to introduce what Bettina wants to do. Bettina, you wanted to take a poll, and I was asking John Wayne if he's ever had any experience in polling, and here's what he said.
Well, the last time I took a poll down, the damn tent fell in, for crying out loud. You know, do you ever wonder when it's time to pull up your bootstraps and get involved, Pilgrim?
Hey,
Bettina Carey did that 90 days ago and discovered she could take and make $1,000 by using other people's platforms and combining it into a membership package. Bettina went in with this one horse and both feet, launching the We Empower You membership and summit. A Bronco-busting crazy ride. True grit is making a decision and standing by it and doing what must be done. You can never have peace of mind if you leave something undone that you know should be done. The We Empower You membership package, which Bettina created, will generate passive income for anyone worldwide. When you join the weekly strategy sessions here, they'll allow you to step into $1,000 a day. And that's a mighty high step in. So saddle up and listen to what Bettina has to say when she says, we empower you. Hi-oh, move them out.
Thank you so much, Jade. That was a great introduction and very unique approach, I might add. And Lee's genius and Jade's voice are really making this a very unique experience for us to be a part of. So I mentioned a poll, and so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do two things. We're going to ask everyone the question of where do you come from? And I don't mean that you come from your mother or your father. I mean literally, where are you planted on Mother Earth? Where in the world are you? I would love to know that. So text that in, participate in the poll, but also we're going to unmute everybody's mic. We're going to have you say where you're from all at the same time on the count of 3 once everybody's unmuted. And we're going to have a little fun here, okay? So go ahead and unmute all the mics. The team back here is going to do that for me, and they're going to give me the notice of when that has occurred, and I'll just keep talking in the meantime. Again, it's been a great opportunity to put this together, and I want to say thank you, Ron, for Romano, for this wonderful talk that you gave, because it really is right up my alley, right? We drive down the same lane, even though we're in 2 different cars, and so you are speaking my language, so to speak. So everybody unmute your mic, and it'll get a little crazy in a minute. But I think it'll be a lot of fun just to see all the faces. Also show your face. Stop moving around, but at least show your face. We'd love to get a nice screenshot and video of what all is here. We have right now 91 logged in at the same time. Perfect. And we have more than 200 participants that have registered throughout the day, so it kind of comes and goes with their schedule. So keep on unmuting, and once everybody's unmuted, we're going to just say the cities like all at one time and see what it sounds like. So the poll is coming up. Danny's making it right now.
That's not happening. That's gonna be me.
I guess he's saying the poll will come up later, but once everybody's mic is unmuted, I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, and we will go for scream it out. Let me know where you're from. Okay, tell me when, Danny. Daniel's my son, by the way. And I call him Danny because that was what I called him when he was a baby. I need to stop that, right?
There's still a few people unmuted.
A few people still are unmuted.
Or muted.
A few people are muted, rather. Unmute yourself.
Much ash.
And Art Johnson, who's our IT technical person, is behind the scenes, just posted the breakout session.
You need to assign that back to me again because I lost my icon for doing that.
Sorry.
All right. Do we have everybody unmuted?
No, I don't know why people are unmuted.
Hello, hello, hello.
You're working and busy, right? So first of all, how about we just all wave all at the same time? Wouldn't that be cool? Woo!
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey. Wow. It's great to see everybody.
2, 1. Where are you from?
Washington.
Yay.
Hey,
Seattle.
USA.
Oakland.
The planet.
I heard
Wow.
Atlanta. I heard LA.
Oakland.
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Mexico.
Cool, nice.
Viva LA.
Hi everybody, this is Romaric from Abidjan in Africa.
Hey, Afri. Cote d'Ivoire. My buddy.
Everyone, this is Rondé from the Bahamas.
Bahamas. Oh my gosh. Yes, we empower you. We empower you. We empower all of you. Who else do we have? Marilyn.
This is Linda from Scotland.
Switzerland?
Ooh.
Did you say Switzerland?
Scotland. Scotland.
Scotland. So when we say that we are going to change the globe one business at a time, we mean it. And we started this journey in March of this year. And in 60 days, we were able to make days that were $1,000 days. And I even had a $9,000 day. And we made almost $30,000 in less than 60 days. And now we are triple the size in just 6 months. So what I'm doing is what I want to teach you all to be doing. So you might have to put your mutes back on if your families are running around doing things, but let me just get to it. So what I would like to share with you is my story of how I got here. So nearly 3 years ago, I met this person named Lee Romanoff, who you've seen come on off and on here. She's the president of Income Activator and a very good friend at this point, right? But when we met, Lee and I met in New York, and she was there for a publicity event, just like I was, and I was representing this book here, which you may or may not be able to see very well. Well, here it is. And I had created this book, brought this to fruition on behalf of a company called Duke's China House. And I raised $50,000 to get this book in publication before we even started on the journey. Not the $1 million that Dr. Betty did, but it was actually a good project. And so that's how we met. We met in New York. We were at this publicity event, and she was a little quirky. She kept saying that she had this book, and the book was called How to Get Rich by Telling People Where to Go. And I thought that was pretty funny. And so I went home, I took her book home, and I read it multiple times, and I thought she was genius. I thought she had exactly the solution that I had in my mind when I created this concept of what I was living into. Since 1997, I've been living into this concept. And this idea that technology, the internet technology, would help to transform my life as well as the lives of people around the globe. And so when the two of us met, it wasn't like, like it is now. It was more like, that lady, she's kind of quirky. I like her. I got to know more about her. And so unfortunately, I was a little bit too full of my own self in my head about what I knew about technology. So I signed up to what she was doing. And then about 2 months later, I decided to sign off. And I said, hey, when it's the right time, I'm going to sign up again. And she probably thought to herself, oh yeah, right. That'll probably never happen. But it did. So earlier in the year, I had her in mind. She was one of the first decisions I was going to make in order to bring a virtual We Empower You summit together. It was called Women's Empowerment Summit, and it was about moving confident women forward. And of course, that was setting the stage for where we are today. Well, then when we reconnected, it was more like TNT met dynamite. And we have shattered Bettina's glass ceiling. We have shattered the glass ceiling of some of the people working on our team. And we are working towards the financial goal of putting money in everybody's pocket. And how are we doing that? We're doing it because we have a membership package, as we've been describing here earlier today, that is approaching a value of nearly $20,000. And when people sign up for our membership, we give them all the things that are in that package as their benefit. But better yet, we actually split that membership fee, which is $15.99, right in half with the person who brought our member to us. So what does that mean? That means in the US, because we pay US dollars, that means that somebody is going to get $800 when another friend, another business associate signs up with us to do this really great membership. Well, the beautiful thing is we do all the work. They don't do any of the work, and they get half, literally half of that amount. What's great though is that $800 in Seattle is $800, you know, in LA it's $800, but in Canada it could be maybe $110, $120. In Thailand, Vietnam, Nigeria, it could be worth $3,000. We can change the globe one business at a time by partnering up, locking arm in arm, walking step by step into the 21st century with the opportunity to use this amazing income activator technology, which is a necessity for me to be able to do this. And I've been looking for this kind of technology since the 90s, the late 90s. And I found it and I let it go for a couple years because of procrastination, which actually Dr. Christine Lee is going to be talking about later today. Once I got through procrastinating, once I knew I was going to involve Lee in what I was doing in this journey to unite women and bold men from around the world together, I had a solution. Well, Lee's membership was a monthly, and it still is. Anyone around the world can be a part of Lee's Income Activator and pay $60 a month. A week before my summit executed in June of this year, I said to myself, you know, I'm getting too old to be working with people who are only putting their big toe in and only here today and gone tomorrow. I want to work with people who are all in. So what does all in mean? And I had an exhibit package of 787 inside the app that some of you are in related to the summit. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to combine that $60 a month with the 787. I'm going to drop the price to $720. And that's what I offered. And by golly, we had 20 members participate with us out of the 115 people that showed up. And that, some of them in turn bought Lee's opportunity to be mentored and coached like I am being coached, and to have their website done by Lee. When you have more time than you do money, or vice versa, when you have more money than you have time, then you really want to hire Lee. And then the gross of all of that opportunity led to, like I said, nearly $30,000 in 60 days, where we had $1,000 days and a $9,000 day. So at the end of the day, this is possible. How can I, running a totally separate company that's got a totally different operation, which is more of a doer, and now create another company that's more of the promoter, make more money in one 60-day period than I've ever made in my entire life? And the reason I could do it is because of Income Activator. I didn't even have the affiliate program launched, right? Some of you became affiliate ambassadors as a result of being speakers or friends of Bettina, or you're part of the team that is the Wind Beneath My Wings. And so then we packaged it for an all-in. It's a no refund policy. You can pass the membership to somebody else, but you can't get your money back, because I want people to be all in. If I'm all in and Lee's all in and we're showing up 52 weeks out of the year every single week, then you need to be all in too, right? So that's what we're here to promote. We're here to promote you. Every one of these speakers that are on this platform are, of course, you know, going to be offered the same opportunity. When someone joins our club, whoever brought them in gets $800 US dollars, right? That's what we're doing. And I know that the system that we're creating is what's generating the money. So what did it take? Some people are not summit people. So I'm driving my traffic through a summit because I love events. I'm Puerto Rican, for gosh sakes, right? So I love a party, and having a party, even virtually, is a party in my world. So I'm bringing people together to my party. If your party isn't a summit, maybe it's actually just having a offer like Ron was sharing with us, where people just come into what's called a click funnel, and you collect their information, and then you have a offer that you make. Well, the offer that I'm making is what we call a high ticket offer, but when it suits the person that's buying it, they get way more value than they're paying for. I mean, seriously, this package is almost 20,000 right now, and it's going to keep going up as we grow, with more and more people saying, I want to serve, I want to put something in the package. And so what's really great is that I took the ingenuity of Lee Romanoff, and I should say the genius of Lee Romanoff, and my own ingenuity, and packaged that together with an annual membership that's paid once. And by the way, if that member stays on, and they sure as heck will, because we're going to deliver more and more value every single week, you get paid $800 every single year of the renewal. So who wouldn't want to do this? That's the whole thing. So you can create the same exact model, whether it's a summit or an offer, and we can help you to do that. You can engage affiliates just like we did. You can use, like we even threw in a gift of giving with a free ticket offer at the very end for the speakers. Were able to give those to their members and their teams. And so all of a sudden we were able to triple in our size from a prior event that was just 3 months ago, right? So there's all of these systems that we're putting into place. One of our systems is that Lee and I, on a Thursday night, which is moving to a Wednesday night, we get together with all of our members, and we speak for an hour and a half, 2 hours with our members about questions that relate to Income Activator, but they relate to marketing. They relate to how do you do social media. They relate to PR, you name it, all the topics. And then we can feature any one of our members as well who have amazing information like you're hearing here today. This video that's being recorded is going to be made available to anyone who participated in the summit. So what we're doing is creating a system where it can be replicated by you, but then I have to beg the question, why replicate it? Because we're paying you $800 for every member, and we get, Lee and I split the other 800, and she gets 4 and I get 4, and we do all the work. What's wrong with that picture anyway, Lee? So anyway, we are here to help you to either create your own system where you make less, but or you could use our system, use our platform. And we're adding the WWTVN on that platform as well with Shavon's help. And we're going to be launching 2 television shows coming up here pretty quick. So that is the nature of the system, is that you've got to create something that's an annual, high ticket, drive traffic into your funnel and or a summit or event or something like along those lines, and use Income Activator to be able to get an army, a sales force. How many people do you estimate that we had that were working on this event, promoting it? It wasn't me, myself, and I had some paid advertising. Yes, I had strategic partnerships that I worked as well. And I, of course, if you're part of my Facebook community, you know I had like 10 messages every single day. But who else brought people here are all the speakers, all the attendees, all the supporters. Everyone brought 1 or 2 or 3 or 10 people to this summit. Somebody like Betty, Dr. Betty, she brought more than 10. I've lost track. And so at the end of the day, we do this together, again, locking arm in arm and doing it in a way that everyone wins. Nobody loses. Our philosophy here is give more, take less, make more through loyalty. And that's what we're all about. So I'm Bettina Carey. I'm founder of the We Empower You Summit and the membership. And collectively, we are offering you a chance of a lifetime to be a part of our community. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the poll to see where everybody is from and to pass my time over to, I guess, the next speaker, which is going to be the Gold Star presenters are up next at 12:15. So let me have Danny take up the poll, and then I'm gonna move on to the Gold Star presenters.
Oh, Bettina, just before you move on, let me just say a couple of words because your presentation was so good. You put it so clearly. But here is my big picture. If I can get people to understand how a website can generate revenue by lead revenue, where you actually make money by telling people where to go instead of actually doing work. So if I get everybody in a website platform that is generating revenue because of their traffic, and then you can get your voice on the worldwide TV network through Apple, Amazon, Google Chrome, Comcast, and have that traffic go to a website that's generating revenue, then what more do you need? And then as people are joining us, they have these weekly meetings. If they're lost, they can ask questions. They can learn from Dr. Betty's negotiation course. They can get themselves healthy through Debbie. They can find out, they can evaluate their business through Ron Romano. I mean, everybody that's contributing is contributing to the main goal of being healthy and growing your business, generating revenue, and making money. So that is our goal, and it's all the factors are coming together under one umbrella.
Yes, and for those people that are maybe money is a tight situation for you, the $60 a month, Lee, tell them about how that works, because at the end of the day, you might be paying zero.
Yeah, it's very simple. If you just want to get a website platform, the monthly subscription is $60. You bring on 2 people, because I split the subscription fee 50-50. You bring on 2 people, you never have to pay hosting or for the website. So it's completely free. So if you just do that, you've got an all-inclusive website platform that you can start playing with. And there's modules that walks you through everything. And then you start generating revenue, and then maybe hire myself to mentor, or more importantly, just get on the membership. In fact, if you want to be part of Bettina's membership and you don't want to pay anything, just send 2 people. That'll pay for your membership to get in. And then if you don't even want to do a website, just keep sending people to the membership and just make money that way. That's all you have to do. So let's say you have like, what, 50 people. How much is that a year? Every year. 50 times 8. Bettina, you're good at math.
It's a lot. In fact, the example that I memorized was that I know Debbie had said at some point that perhaps in time when we do another summit, she could get 300 people on her own to the summit. And if 60 of those folks ended up joining, that would be 48,000. And then on top of that, she would end up with 1,500, because you also get 30% of the registration, which is 17. And so she'd be at 49.5, I think it is. So that's how it works. So it's really a great opportunity for anyone who is interested in not only being a part of the membership, but more importantly, it's about being a community together. I mean, really, we got COVID out there. We've got opportunities that have been stolen from us. We've cheated from all these things that have happened. I mean, there are businesses that are completely shut down. I know of one business owner in particular who's in the event business, and absolutely no events are happening right now except virtually. And she gets paid on the hotel being full when she has an event, and she's a meeting planner. So what's she going to do for money? Well, I'll tell you, this is a way to make money. So that is the summary of our program. And is there anything else that you want to add, Lee?
No, just Debbie's a great mathematician. Debbie said that it's $50,000.
That's right. There you go. Do the math. Even if that's over, even if it takes you a year to do that, Debbie, what would you do with that money? I mean, it could feel a dream. And if you think nobody can do this, I was sitting at the dinner table the other night with my son, and I was talking to his wife, but she was sitting next to me and I didn't have eye contact with her. So I kept looking at him as I was talking to her. And she was actually looking at her phone. That's how interested she was. But Danny was listening up, and he picked up his phone. He goes, "Hey, Mom, I don't know if I could do this, and I don't even know what you're doing, but this lady, I actually follow her. If she signs up, would I get $800? And I said, absolutely, son. Keep them coming. If she signs up, you get $800. So if my son, who has nothing to do with my business except on the back end, and he only does that for the summits, can actually find me a lead to come into the circle, holy crap. Anybody can do this. You could be sitting on your couch. You could be sitting in a foreign country, in a third world, and you can help to build memberships. And I know, and Lee, maybe I'll refresh or reflect on this too. So when I first met Lee back 3 years ago, this $30 a month, which it was more than I wanted to pay, but I did it for a few months. Then I went off because money was still not there for me to be thrown away like that. At least I thought I was throwing away. But when I came back, I decided that I had more money than time, and I gave her $2,500 to build my website. You guys have seen it. It rocks, right? It started making me money the minute we turned it on practically. She 10x'd my $2,500 inside 60 days. If you have a small business, if you're a coach, advisor, anyone who is living in that $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a month arena, and you want to pop through, break through, shatter the glass ceiling, you only need to look at this membership, because this membership is going to shatter the earnings glass ceiling for anyone around the world.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, here's where it's going. As Debbie again pointed out, we're creating a really tight community that meets every week. And I would say by the time the next summit rolls around, we will have built this membership up to $100,000 for a price tag of $1,600 to get involved.
Yes. And the interesting thing is, I did the math. So here's part of the system, and I'm glad we're actually coming to this part. So I sold a $17 ticket to a summit. That's how I got people into my funnel, right? I sold a $17 ticket. I didn't give away the summit because I want people to be all in when they come to me, because I just, that's like Dr. Betty says, they have to have the same value as me. And understand that this takes a lot of work and effort, and I've got costs and fees and all that kind of stuff going in the background, and a team that is all paid. So I put a $17 ticket. If I had 100 or so people pay $17 and attend the last summit, I wouldn't have even been able to pay for the app, which was $2,300, let alone all the advertising. I spent about $15,000 along the way, right? So at the end of the day, I was in the black when I finished my event. Most of my events that I did in the past, I barely scraped by, and the hotel would take the lion's share of my pot. And then at this point, it's like, oh, I sold a $17 ticket because a week before the event, I thought I better throw a high ticket item in there. Maybe somebody will actually buy a membership. And then 20% of the audience did. I was like, oh, well, guess what? By the time people bought the 720, which it was at the time, they bought the 25, some of them bought the 2,500 to coach and mentor and get their websites up with Lee. The average ticket for those 20 people was $1,500. So I went from selling a $17 ticket, and I ended up getting the right customers in my door, which are speakers, coaches, consultants, advisors, mentors, and so on. And it defined itself. It was like, oh my gosh, who showed up? The people who showed up. And we didn't even get to call back the 80 or so people that were left not knowing enough about the membership to even call back, because we've been building the summit, the second summit. So I hope some of you are back from the first time around and are entertaining this. So the $2,500 I invested in Lee, she 10X for me. She did it inside 60 days. She whispered in my ear, I'm going to make you $1,000 a day. In fact, she's told me before that, she said, Bettina, you have a disease. I don't want it. Stay way the hell away from me. Excuse me, heck away from me. And that disease is working too hard. And bam, as fast as that, I stopped that disease cold in its tracks. And I said, I am not working hard ever again in my lifetime. I am referring and I'm a promoter. I believe in connections. I believe we're all in this together. And I'm going to take this rainy day and I'm going to see the silver lining that COVID is. I'm going to take the lemonades that I couldn't do my live event, the lemons that I couldn't do my live event, and I'm going to make lemonade. And that's what we're here to do for you. Let's take this situation. Let's take the COVID opportunity that it is for those of us who are healthy and staying healthy and use it to our advantage. Online business is the way. This is the way. This is the future. I knew it in '97 when I was first new to computers even. And I built a community that was in the thousands, and I didn't have what I have right now. And I abandoned it in 2011 because I didn't have the right solution and I was going to bankrupt myself if I kept going. Now that I'm back, I'm more powerful than ever before. And that's why we empower you to shatter the glass ceiling forevermore. Thank you so much for listening. So let's go ahead and introduce our Gold Star presenters. And what does it mean to be a Gold Star presenter? Well, we have this mic a minute, mic every 30-second minute offer as you were registering, and several people took us up on the offer. It was $50 for 30 seconds and $100 for 60 seconds. And so we really, really thank you, because if all I had sold was a $17 ticket plus what you were paying, then I would have been able to pay the app fee that is the $2,000 that I was talking about. So thank you so much, all of you, for playing along with us. So I'm going to open up the floor to several people. They're going to each have, the first one up is Linda Kane. And Linda, you're going to need to unmute your mic, and then you're going to have 60 seconds on the clock. And then maybe Lee can set her clock, or Lauren can set her clock up so that we know. If you run a little bit over, that's fine. Maria will be next, and Melissa Reeves after Melissa. Those are the 60 seconds. Again, slightly over is fine. All right, Linda Kane, social media, are you there? Okay. She will be able to come back when she's available. We've got Maria Mastro de Casa with self-advocacy. Maria, I believe you are here. Let me know if you are not.
Maria?
Maria. How about Melissa? Melissa Reeves, storytelling.
Melissa, my soul sister from another life, are you here?
And Rita Bacuzzi is a 30-second. Doris Hughes Green is a 30-second, and Carrie Harrington. Are any of you here?
So Maria says, I am here. We can't unmute.
Okay.
Debbie says maybe they thought the music was a bio break, so they may have.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Okay, Maria is here and Danny's working on her mic.
Awesome. Oh, and Melissa just says, I'm here. Okay.
Okay.
And Rita says she can't unmute. Okay, so, and Doris is here.
Let's start with Maria then. And then if Linda's out there, if she's not, rather, we'll have her come back on a little bit later. All right, Maria, take it away. Thank you for being a Gold Star presenter.
Mom, they can't unmute. I don't
Art, I think Danny says that we need to have you unmute them. He's lost his privileges. Oh, okay.
Okay, we're working on technical.
Yep. So.
Okay.
I'm going to try to do it here.
Okay.
Our hosting keeps bouncing around. So here we go. I'm going to ask you to unmute there, Maria. There you go.
Okay, I've allowed everyone to unmute themselves.
Okay. Yes, I am unmuted. How is everyone today? It's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask each of you a question. Have you ever been told you'll never, you can't, you won't, it's impossible? It's impossible. I've been told you'll never, and I can assure you it is possible. My journey has been, Maria will never amount to anything. You can't read, you'll never get a job. You'll definitely never get a job in New York. And ended up running with the Wolves of Wall Street, ended up at the head of the pack, making 6 figures at the age of 26. I am a speaker. I am a one-on-one self-advocacy coach. I believe that self-advocacy is our superpower. And I am the author of You'll Never, The Journey to What is Possible Through Self-Advocacy. And again, I do believe it is our superpower. Each of you here know that things are possible. I like to work one-on-one with people so that they know what is possible. My offer today is a free connection call with me and 50% off with anyone that is here or that you know may benefit from that, as long as they mention this beautiful, amazing event. And with that, I'm complete. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Maria. I got goosebumps when you put up your book and the title, you started to read it. So it just totally resonated with me. I'm kind of vibrating all throughout my arms and shoulders area. So thank you so much for being here. And we need to talk about bringing you on the stage too. All right, let's go for Rita Bacuzzi, Money Honey.
Hi everyone, I am Mama Rita Money. I am on an education movement inspiring influencers who desire to lead their money with the belief that an educated society is an elevated society, especially when it comes to money and how wealth is done now and for generations to come. So we embrace a holistic approach around your mindset over money, protecting it, preserving it for a lifetime income stream. So you get connected to a success formula of purpose, preservation, and perseverance, which means your prosperity. So remember, we flourish together at mamaridamoney.com. So my offer for you is I have a downloadable that is priceless because I have spent multiple 6 figures culminating the information from multi-billionaire and millionaire success wealth builders, from their financial professionals and thought leaders, all put together for you for the offer today, since Bettina is so super amazing. And so that's for you for free. And you can check out mamaridamoney.com for a 30-minute consultation. And check out a fun book I got to co-author called Wine, Women, Wealth, Inspirational Stories about women who got their financial acts together and how you can too.
Oh, fantastic, Rita. And we had a wonderful interview last night, and we're going to be welcoming you to the stage here pretty quickly. So thank you so much, Rita. And then we also had Doris Hughes Green. I know she's here and unmuted.
Yes, here I am. Hi. Yes. My name is Doris Hughes Green, and I am the CEO and founder of Divine Divas Ministries, LLC. I am a radio talk show host. I am a publishing author. I have my book. It would be on Amazon. It is called From Cotton Picking to Dream Weaving. It tells about my life experience coming up in Mississippi as a young Black woman in the Jim Crow area, and how I was treated and everything. And now moving here to the state of Washington has given me new opportunities. And I tell the story about my life and where I am today. In other words, it's not where you start, it's where you finish, and you definitely want to finish on top. So I tell the story about that in my book. And as I say, I'm a radio host, and any of you are welcome to be a part of my platform. I host a radio show. It's a new beginnings, which means there's always something new evolving, and it gives you an opportunity to share your business and just to let the people in the world know who you are, and it will give you a platform to grow even bigger.
That's fantastic. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to read your book.
Oh, great, thank you.
My new library, right? Okay, so now there's Linda Kane, Melissa Reeves, I believe you're here, and Carrie Harrington. So how about we start with Melissa?
Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm Melissa Reeves, and I'm the founder of Story Fruition. And I coach storytelling skills. I'm hearing all these authors, and I'm like, I could help you tell those stories. Because who really has been taught how to tell a story? But storytelling in business is an essential skill. And what do I mean about this? I mean about creating a mind movie in your listeners' heads. And that takes skill. So I have 20 years of being in sales, marketing, advertising, and I'm an actor. And not only is storytelling a magnetic skill, but it's also lucrative. Tom called me one day and he said, Melissa, we're getting ready for the VC pitch. Okay, our deck looks amazing, but it lacks heart. What can you do? I started working with him right away, and we started mining for these incredible customer success stories that he had that were like total heartstring pullers, like, those are so sad and beautiful, and you were the hero. He infused them into his presentation. He walked out with $35 million to fund his company because he used heart. Stories sell. Stories connect us, but how do you tell them? I'll show you how. I'm a public speaking executive storytelling coach. I'll put my stuff in. And I'm also doing one other thing. I am producing a show that's called Melanin Stories Matter. And it's the stories for people of color, for them to hear and share their stories so that we in the world can hear them, because we need to. We need to change the world together, one story at a time. So stories calm and stories heal as well. So thanks for having me, and I'll put my stuff in the chat.
Yay, I love it. Another speaker coming up for the summit. My work is going to be easy. No longer am I searching for them. It's like the attraction magnet. They're all coming to me now, right? I love it.
That's right.
Okay, let's see. We did Doris, we did Rita, Melissa, and Maria. I'm still missing Carrie Harrington and Linda Kane. And then we're gonna, if they're not here, we're gonna add them at the end, because we're gonna go with our—
I'm here, Linda Kane.
Linda, there you are. All right, you are with social media. Thank you for sharing your 60 seconds with us.
Okay, great. I'm Linda Kane. I'm with Blue Diamond Event Management, and we've been producing live events for coaches, authors, and speakers for 15 years in the virtual space. And obviously when COVID hit in March, we took all the things that we learned and we're already doing in the back of the room by live streaming our clients that couldn't, attendants who couldn't come. And we took all of those skills, dove and learned everything that you could possibly learn about Zoom, EventMobi, Hopin, and a few other platforms that we think are really great, and have been taking our clients online in the virtual space and doing quite well and having fun with it.
Fantastic.
So very proud of everything that you guys have done here today. I love it. And if you want to get rid of the bell ringing, go back into your Zoom settings and take the bell ringing off.
I kind of like it myself, but maybe it's annoying some other people.
You know, if you're recording for, I like it too, because people are coming in and out, but if you're recording for any kind of content, if you're doing a 3-day live event where you want to keep those recordings and repurpose them, you want to turn those bells off.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe Danny can handle that for me now.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, I will explain to you the breakout sessions, okay? This is where I get to be like I Dream a Genie, or like I'm in Star Trek and it's Beam Me Up Scotty. you're all going to go into different rooms, and those were outlined in the chat, which rooms are which. And we're going to need a few minutes to get people into the rooms they want to be in, so bear with us. But let me just share with you what this whole breakout session is really about. No matter the topic that you've come there to hear, you are going to be in what we call empowerment circles. And the instructions are that the guest or the guest speaker is going to be introduced or introduce themselves. They will chat a little bit about what they do and give you some good value while you're in the room. And then they will take some question and answer time in the context of being in a circle, right? And what does it mean? It means that we want you to speak from your heart, not your head. We want for you, when you're asking questions, to be as vulnerable as you can be. You know, share what pulls on your heartstrings, what puts a fire in your belly. Be as authentic as you possibly can, because that's where you build relationships from. And then this empowerment circle will in fact be the beginning of other circles that we do on the second Thursday of the month. So even tomorrow, we bring another circle together. We invite you back. Dr. Betty will come in as well at the end, and she will do a 30-minute presentation. We're going to extend our time for tomorrow's circle. So the context is that we're having critical conversations to both men and women, and they are authentic conversations. So that's, just keep that in mind. And we will also be looking at not doing 30-second pitches, meaning like when people are introducing a question, it's okay to say, you know, who you are and where you're from and that sort of thing as you're asking your question, but try to kick the 30-second commercial to the curb, because it's the heart. I want to know what's in your heart. Everyone wants to know what's in your heart. What's your story when you're asking the question? What are you struggling with? And so the question that I'm asking in the universe, and I ask it everywhere, is, and I ask this of women, but of course that applies to men as well. And if I ask a woman if she feels empowered in all areas of her life, if she's honest, she likely says no. And so that's the breakthrough that I'm hoping for everyone, is to be able to shatter through their own glass ceiling and to unlock their hidden potential with their master key. The room you're going to be assigned to is for 30 minutes. If it's not the room you wanted to be in, it's just 30 minutes. Be patient with us. This is a new technology and a new breakout for us. You can put in the chat, I want to move to so-and-so's room, but we're trying to equitably divide the now 81 people that are here amongst the presenters. That said, I'm going to go ahead and have Lee come back for a few minutes here, and Art can follow with the directions.
Yeah, I just want to say in chat, if you guys open your chat, you'll see that I've numbered all the rooms, okay? And so currently we have about 82 people. And to subdivide up, that means that you're going to have an intimate group of, say, five people to a room. And of course, if you're a moderator, you don't want to be in the same room. So moderators, you got to tell me what room that you're moderating in, and then I can make sure that you're spread.
I'm moderating Moria, and Lauren and
Well, just do that in chat, and then just send me a chat thing, and I'll make sure you're there, because I've got, we've got 16 speakers, so we have 16 rooms. You divide that up, 81, that's about 5 people per room. But I need you to just tell me what room you're in. Not right now, because I haven't opened them up. As soon as I do, then that's when I'm going to look at your chat.
We don't see the list.
Well, let's repost it in the chat. So
it's reposted to everyone. It should be right now.
Let's see it.
So Lee,
Not there.
you're up next with all of the presenters who have their own packages is next.
Okay.
Take it away.
Okay. So I'm lost.
Okay. So the order of the presenters. Hold on one second. Let me look at my phone.
Got me there. Usually when I'm right up to speed with you. but
I
you
know,
just got
right?
me there. Do you want me to present to you who's speaking?
No, actually, it's time for the 1 minute at the mic for all of the presenters who've contributed packages into
Okay.
membership.
Well, I know that Pierre has. So do you?
Yeah. So Pierre.
So does Pierre come on and talk?
For 1 minute, just the package that he's presenting into the room.
Yeah, I believe Pierre is presenting an evaluation on your business and how you can save money through taxes.
Okay.
Pierre, do you want to just come on and say hi?
Yep. We might need some unmuting people.
So how do we go about doing that one? Pierre, are you there? Yes, Pierre's there. Can we turn off people's mics?
I'm muting all. All are muted.
Thank you, Art. Go ahead and Pierre, you got 60 seconds to tell us what your package is, a part of the membership.
Good afternoon. My name is Pierre Judone. I'm a real estate broker and a tax preparer, and I have a multi-service business. I know everybody who's in business, and the biggest problem that we have is how can we save some money having a side hustle? First of all, it is possible. There are 3 reasons. I'll give you 3 reasons that you should have a side hustle. First, for the first 3 years, you will get a larger refund because you have to accumulate some deduction that you can deduct from your taxes. The second one, when you make more money in the business, you can show a profit that gives you access to more credit. The third one is with an S corp or a 2-member LLC, you don't have to pay self-employment tax. Word of caution. Everything is got to be ordinary. That means it has to be part of your business. Things that you use, it has to be necessary. It's not that you're going to try to get something just to deduct for your taxes. Last of all, it has to be reasonable. You cannot use 50 bucks of papers when your business only required 5. Are you with me? So this is my I'm looking for it anyway. What I'm offering everybody is for free consulting. So you can call me and we set up an appointment. I'll go over everything with you. And if you feel it's worthy to you, so we'll be more than happy to help you. But you got a free consultation.
Now, what was really great about Pierre is that I did his evaluation, and he just said, just by opening up a business, Lee, I can save you, I think it was like $15,000. He says, so let's look at your car. Let's look at what you buy, your printers, where you work from. And he just went down and he just started to chisel off things. And it was like $200 here, $1,000 here, $1,500 here. Just from stuff I had no idea that I was just paying normally, but that I could take away from my tax, which was amazing. The next person that I know is offering something is Josh. Josh, are you here? Josh is gentleman that ran against me for mayor of Toronto, and I think he even did better than me. Josh is a cartoonist, a copywriter, sort of jack of all skills. Josh, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. So Josh is going to introduce his secret sauce of what he's going to offer people if they do join the membership. Josh, do you want to just take it away?
Sure. I don't even see myself. Am I here? Can you see me?
Yeah, we see you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I do a lot of things. I'm like an advertising copywriter. I've been working for 25 years writing commercials for the biggest brands in the world and turning a lot of Procter & Gamble products into billion-dollar brands. And I was trying to think of what I could offer, and I realized what I've been doing lately is I've been on red carpets interviewing celebrities at the film festivals, and that's a lot of fun. And I've also been interviewing businesses I come across when when I'm going to a restaurant, I say, hey, tell me about your restaurant or whatever. And this kind of thing seems good to promote businesses or just people. It's kind of like with Larry King. He'll sit down with somebody and interview them, and then it helps boost their profile. So I thought I would offer my interview services. We could sit and, well, we'd have a chat over Skype, and just, I could be my funny, entertaining self and help pull out the story about your business and whatever, and you can put it on your YouTube, and I can put it on my YouTube, and it could be a fun way of giving you some content to start getting out there and show people what you do.
And Josh has a huge following. So he may just say he's going to interview you, but he has got a huge following. Again, he did better running for mayor than I did, and I'm really good. Okay.
Lauren Archer. Lauren Archer has a package.
Yeah, good.
Hey, do you want me to jump in real quick?
Jump in.
Can I screen share?
You can. I'll need to stop sharing this one, I believe.
Okay, let's see if I can do it. There we go, and there we go. So I'm gonna do, I'll share a little later, but it's Relax Your Way to Success, How to Change Lives with Closed Eye Work. So I'm gonna be giving away my secret 5-step formula. So this is not a hypnotherapy certification course, but it is something that people can use with their children, with their friends, with their clients to help make rapid transformation quickly. So that's all I'll say for now, and that will be part of the package. It'll be a 4-session course, and we'll find the dates based around everyone's availability.
Great, and then we have Janet Van Wyck.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
Wonderful.
Did I name correctly, by the way?
You did, actually. Very good. So my name is Janet. My company is called Brand Confident, and I refer to myself as a brand hacking specialist because what I do is just a little bit different than a regular business coach or branding coach. Now, I found myself, much like so many other people, working 150% effort and 95% of the all available time and not really reaching the level of success that I figured I should be reaching for all of that effort that I was making. And it baffled me because I was following proven systems, and I decided I had to figure it out. So I got my life and my business coaching and vision board educator. I dug into Think and Grow Rich and Elite Speakers Academy and everything that I could about the brain. And I finally cracked the code. And there is a layer between all of these proven systems and what we naturally bring that everybody seems to miss. And that's what I address. And I developed a signature 4-pillar system that I use, and it's discover, define, develop, and design. And all of my programs are based around that. Can you not hear me, Bettina? Okay. All of my programs are based around that. And I have an online self-directed course called Building a Breakthrough Brand. And it takes between 5 to 8 weeks on average to get through it. And I am offering that through the membership today. And with that, it will take you from the very first step of reaching back and taking a look at what you truly bring into your business to how you show up on social media and invoking your law of attraction to bring your people to you. And this works for people just entering business at the very basics and for 6- and 7-figure earners. So that's what I'm offering to Bettina for her membership today.
Well, that's very impressive.
So much. It totally is. Everyone who's provided some kind of offer is going to be written up inside of our membership, which I was sharing earlier. So let's continue real quick. We had Shay talk about this earlier. This was about the spotlight on the TV show. If Shay's out there, she can just give a quick 30-second on that. And then we'll move on to Jade. And then Lee can talk about the sponsorship package real quick.
Okay, so is Shay there?
Yeah.
She is? Well,
why don't you go ahead and talk about the angel sponsorship type?
Okay, absolutely. Well, later today, I think it's around 5 o'clock. I'm going to be talking about how to get sponsors. And my first sponsor, he ended up giving me $270,000. It was one phone call. And it was a TV show that lasted 3 years. So I'm going to be telling you how I did that and how you can do it too. But the sponsorship package I'm throwing in, which is a template that corporations want to see to give you anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000. And I'm including 500 corporation contacts of these companies who have given up to $100,000 annually to businesses, startups, and developed businesses, basically to us. So it's a woo-woo. You've got to be there at 5:15. And Bettina, did you just freeze? So I don't think Jay's here. So Jay, so I'll also tell you about his throw in with the membership package is an intro, whether you want his intro in a video that you're doing or a commercial you're doing or Shay's TV show that you're getting, the 5-minute spotlight. Jay can do any kind of cartoon or voice that you want. And it's a really fascinating thing. It gives your videos, viral marketing capabilities.
Sure you're okay?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah. Let me know if you need me.
Okay.
Okay. So next up, let me see. Sorry, I had
There's
my
Michaela. Is Michaela here?
Michaela? I'm not sure we have her written.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, Michaela.
Okay, so in the package, I'm offering my 5-day authentic enrollment class. It's starting October 5th for that week, every day. And I teach you how to do sales from a place of auto selection and a place of connected enrollment instead of the old way of doing sales.
Thank you, Michaela. It's great to see you. I last
Great
saw
to see you too, Bettina.
LA, and we talked after that, and wow, it was worth flying to LA the days just before we all got quarantined.
I know, right? Wasn't that wild?
Thank you, Lee, for inspiring me to go down there. And I met Dr. Betty there too.
Here's what I know about Michaela. Michaela's programs are really expensive in some cases, and to get this is unbelievable. Anybody that and Michaela's gonna be talking later on today with Rita. This is gonna be a dynamite show.
And I also have a breakout session, number 17.
And a breakout session. I hope I get into yours. Okay.
Great. Okay, let me share again. See who else we need to account for here. If anyone has a member offer, just to pipe up. We've got the Body Mind Blueprint reboot. We've got
Debbie here. Debbie, yeah.
There you go.
I'm here.
Yeah, refresh our memory about your offer because it's huge. I'm taking. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I'm a member.
Yeah. Hey, so it's the first 7 modules of Body Mind Blueprint Reboot that really just unlocks that area that keeps us from being motivated. Let me give you an example. I'll just ask you to put this in the chat. You know, you're going to Hawaii in 8 weeks and you want to be 20 pounds down. You want to reignite something with your husband. And week 1 goes by and the pizza and beer wins out. But you're like, I got 7 more weeks. Okay, it's okay. And then another week goes by and the wine and cheese wins out. And another week, and you're thinking, well, that's okay. I'll start exercising. I'll get it done before the 6 weeks. Then you're 4 weeks out and you're like, well, I'll do HCG. I'll get there. And then what happens is you're a week away and you're like, oh gosh, I'm sick. I can't go. And I mean, that happens so often. And what people don't realize is that the reward centers of their brain, the part that would be activated, that would say, oh no, I don't want that pizza and beer. I want to be in the bikini with my husband. When that's activated, then we can say no. But the problem is that so often our primal brain is where the reward center is activated. And it goes back to what I said in my talk, where again, these physical imbalances that we're unaware of is keeping that part of the brain activated. It's making, we're like get so frustrated with ourselves because I know what to do, but I'm just not doing it. And so these 7 modules include 28 chapters. And so there's a mindfulness lesson, there's a body mastery lesson, there's a mindfulness exercise, there's a 30-minute walk with me for each module. And it takes you through, and it really opens some doors of self-discovery, but also, you know, really becoming aware of what and why is going on, which really oftentimes is the first step when you know why.
I love it. I 2 things. 1, I love your hair. And second of all, it's like you're hypnotizing me into better health.
Lauren gave me a little side.
Oh, okay.
It's the blue flame.
I know, I'm joking.
So much in here. I don't want to miss anybody. So let's see here. Mind Body Blueprint. That was Debbie. Other member promotions. Obviously, I'm going to teach people how to do $1,000 a day, $30,000 a month, and take their business to the next level. Online directory listing. We also have that as a $250 value. There's virtual exhibit space. We haven't mentioned too much about our app, but we do have an app running behind the scenes where you can communicate with all of the attendees, and you can make appointments. You can go visit the exhibitors. We have companies, including our title sponsor, who's Mattress City, as well as some of our media partners. We have GeekWire as well. And all of our supporters and members have their own exhibit space in our app. Open mic time comes with it, as well as summit tickets that you can keep and give away, use for yourself. There's a value of the membership now. It's up to $14,345 since we last spoke just a couple hours ago, and Lee continues to update it. If you want to throw something in this membership package, we only encourage you to throw things in that are either evergreen, cost you nothing, and are of high value, but don't cost you much time or even no time at all. So that's the general nature of the package. The mics are unmuted, so if there's anyone who has a package and that they've submitted it to us or they want to submit it to us, let us know. And we're happy to keep the mic open for a few minutes more. Lee, do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I've got about $5,000 worth of package things that I haven't even bothered adding, like Ron Romano's thing I haven't added, you know, Bad on Me, Michaela's thing I haven't added. And I'm not sure if Rita put an offer for everybody that's listening, which is great. And if Rita has an offer for just the membership, that would be wonderful.
Well,
So if anybody right now has something that they want to, I haven't added Josh's or Pierre's offer, so I think we're going to top over $20,000 for the membership. Now, one other thing with the membership, and Bettina, I hope you remember when we talked about this, when the first few people joined at $830, and now we're at $1,599. I kind of said to everybody that if you jumped in at 800, you're going to be that, we're going to freeze that for you, because this is going to start increasing in price as, you know, it goes in. So if people jump in at the $1,599, I don't want to turn around and say to them next year, oh, it's $2,500. So I think as they jump into the price that it is, you know, we can just make this decision now, just hold, you know, the price on for the beginners who helped launch this whole platform. And I think it'd be kind of a nice gift.
Yeah, they are considered the founding members, and yes, absolutely, we're in 100% agreement.
Good.
I don't know that Erin Birch is actually on with us right now. I was trying to look around and see if she was available. Erin, are you out there? And I missed you. Erin Birch is the daughter of the famous internationally recognized artist who passed away in 2007, Laurel Birch, and whose art and mugs and calendars and earrings and jewelry and scarves and bags I have carried throughout my 25 years of knowing Laurel, and Erin, who's a very gifted, wonderful human being, who's, you know, got her own filmmaking. She's running the Laurel Birch Studios, brand spanking new in San Francisco. All of that said, she has decided to offer us all a 15% discount on her online store, and or of course you can mention the same code. We'll put the code inside the chat, and that way you'll have a chance to get that 15% off. And she's going to be in a fireside chat with me later on this evening. You don't want to miss it. Erin Birch is a phenomenal woman unto herself, and she comes from you know, her mother, Laurel, that was very, very instrumental in shaping and forming her life and living out the legacy that she's of her mother, but also her own. And I can't wait to explore that and dive deeper with her on that. Are there any others that have, we're actually ahead of schedule, which is surprising, but we're going to use that time to move forward with signing the rooms, and it'll take us a few minutes to get everybody so that we start at 1:15. Janet is asking where are the offers, and that those are going to be listed in the Summit membership on the website. And Lee's madly putting them up, even probably as we speak.
Oh,
and it's going to continue to grow.
Okay.
Well, you added, it was 12 something a few minutes ago, and now
it's like 14 now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where you would go to find out more about it. And then we'll put in the chat also a link to the actual transaction. If you want to sign up right away, you can go right ahead and do that. And we can announce your name into the room if that is the case as well, which is great. And while I've got a couple more minutes, I do want to say thank you to our title sponsor, Mattress City. We have a sleep study going on with Mattress City, and we would encourage you to participate. We'll put that in the link, that link in the chat. We also have the opportunity to be, you know, working collaboratively with each other. So use the app. The app lives throughout the year, so it's not something that goes away when you don't have an event. The password's the same right now and all of that, so we'll leave it the same. And as we grow, you know, like there's 300 and some people in there now. It's a directory, so use it. You know, contact each other, make dates with each other.
No.
Not already posting, you know, some things in there. It'd be great to go ahead and post.
One quick thing is, can people email me their offer? Even if you have already emailed me your offer, just re-email me, because I've got so many.
I want to say Johnny might have an offer there.
So if you could just re-email it to me at Lee, L-E-E, at incomeactivator.com. I can put that up as we go along. It just helped me a whole lot.
I just sent you mine, Lee.
Thank you.
Bettina, okay, you got me. I'm here. I'm just behind the scenes. She's so seductive. She just like calls my name out, and I'm like, okay. My name is Johnny, and I am doing the story busting breakout session, and I am on the other end of the spectrum for We Empower You. I'm the person who helps the magnificent you release all the boundaries that prevent you from signing up for We Empower You and everything else you think you ought to do and you're not quite sure you should. So we'll talk more about that with story busting, but what I will offer is whoever gets the package, I will reach out to all of you, and we will have 4 sessions and bust your stories, and you will be, you know, those moments when there's magic and you go like, oh my God, I wish I was like this all the time. We will peel the onion and make that real. So that's my offer, 4 sessions with whoever buys the package. We'll bust your story and get you right where you want to be always.
That is fantastic. And Johnny and I are mutual friends, as well as soul sisters, and we coach each other. We're friends. She's my mother sometimes, I'm her mother sometimes, and it's just a really dynamic relationship. So actually, to introduce Lauren Archer and Johnny Severy under the Awakened Power. So how would we manage to get through this moment? It has to do with becoming very, very present to what is occurring. and watching all of the dominoes fall and becoming present to the fact that we aren't able to fix what's broken, right? And what wasn't working, and we gave it enough time, and at some point I have to just call it, right? It was an attempt of a very steep summit, and it didn't work out very well, but hopefully we'll be able to put our crown back on and set it back planted on our head. As most of you know, I've climbed summits before, and I've fallen before, and I just get back up again and again and again, and that's what we're going to be doing. So let me introduce to you Janaki Severy, the principal owner of Managing Dynamics, and she is known as People Development Champion, and she's the owner of a company called Managing Dynamics, which was founded in 1999. She supports her individual and organizational clients through training, and she gains their trust, encouraging possibilities, thinking, and builds long-term relationships with her clients. Janaki has worked with individuals in life, spiritual wellness coaching, as well as is an intuitive and skilled empath. She brings unique insights to her clients. In addition, she is a national trainer in emotional intelligence and a gifted person in interpersonal skills. Also, we have Lauren Archer, and Lauren is a part of the Awakened Hour folks too. And let's see here. Let me find your bio here. Lauren, okay. Lauren is a habit change champion, mindfulness keynote speaker, and hypnotherapist. And she empowers women to aim for their heart's desires and break through self-limiting beliefs that keep them from living into their full potential. Blending ancient wisdom and modern neuroscience, practical philosophy, and a holistic spiritual perspective, Lauren has been mindfully guiding transformation for over 28 years. And together we are presenting just a thumbnail of Awakened Power so that we might give leave to some of the folks that missed doing their presentation. So welcome the two of you, and we are going to accommodate some changes in our schedule to make sure that we have time to hear from Karen and Robert and Tammy, and if there was anybody else, just put me in the chat and we'll make room for you. And then now you're on the main stage. If you had any aspirations of being on the main stage, now you get to have that. So we'll end with that. I'll end with that. And then Janaki, say something about awakening your inner power. Oh, your mic is off.
Can't be too powerful if nobody can hear you, right? I'm very excited to talk about Awaken in Your Power. We got together about 2 years ago and kept thinking, what would we like to share, and what would we like people to be more able to do? And we believe that every single human being is remarkably powerful. And I see my friend Tamara Fleming, and she uses the word brilliant, magnificent. So we are, all of us are remarkably powerful. The challenge is we don't know how to access it. And you know, what's very interesting is that I see birth signature. When you're young, before you're even born, you're an idea. And if that idea came in a moment of joy and excitement, then you have one experience of power, because you're enhancing someone's extension of who they are by bringing a new light into the world. But sometimes our birth experiences aren't that. There's something different. So we come into the world and people are not always joy-filled. So this power that we've been given by virtue of being alive and vital as human beings is oftentimes cluttered and crowded and moved aside. And so we very quickly can, depending on our life story, move to a place of struggle. And then because the brain is so brilliantly able to adapt to what we believe we see, it shows us a world full of struggle. And then pretty soon we have bought the Kool-Aid, metaphorically speaking, that life is difficult. Bettina, Lauren, and I, and many of the speakers here today, I'm sure you already know, and many of you already understand that that is not true. Life is remarkable and we are powerful. So Awaken in Our Power, the idea for that was to share, like a fireside chat, the three of us, myself, Lauren, and Bettina, about what power was for us and how we have stumbled and fallen and picked ourselves up and awakened and gotten a little cloud and then reawakened through our own journey. And then thinking about what do we know, what can we share with others that would allow them to feel that same connection. So we have talked about topics like presence, energy, intention. We've talked about other ways of knowing, shamanism. We talked about one time when Bettina went to Costa Rica and scared herself because she got into water where she was told they were biting fish. Of course, they forgot to tell her they couldn't open their mouths bigger than a 1/4 inch. So she spent some time in Costa Rica not swimming.
Poisonous snake.
Yeah, so then somebody said, oh, but it couldn't even get its mouth around your skin. And she was like, oh my gosh, that smashed my power until I got back in. So we have done podcasts and we're so excited. We have 6 sessions. We'll be launching it in the near future and you'll all be on our list. Lauren, are you on right now? She might have taken a break. So Bettina, what else would you like me to share?
I'm here too.
Oh, great.
I had my mic
Want to
muted.
jump in and share a little bit about awakening and awaken inner power?
Well, for me, it's, I know that I get fed and nourished by spending time with like-minded women. And there is something about that shared experience. And when I hear other people tell their stories or talk about how they overcame an obstacle, it's like, oh, okay, I'm not alone, right? And sometimes it's just a twist of hearing things a little bit differently than you may have before. And it gives you that next, the inspiration to make your next step. So that's what I think of it as, is it's an opportunity to really connect. And we have some plans on where we're going to be going with it, but one thing at a time. It sounds like we're going to be taking it to WWTN and look forward to seeing many of you there.
Lauren, I love what you just said. One of my favorite sayings is, I call it the not nuts factor. While we're out here in life and we're going like, am I nuts? And then 2 friends say, oh, you're so not nuts. Let me tell you what happened to me. And it isn't really gossip. It's more verifying that life can be challenging. And sometimes when enough things happen, COVID, a pandemic, violence, confusion around the economy, kids being schooled from home with mom and dad sitting at their work computer in a kitchen with 5 stations. That might be surprising. So how do you draw power? And you go inside, and there's so many tools that we can use and that other people can share, so that not only do we recognize we're not nuts, but we learned how to help each other. And that's really wonderful. Bettina, you want to jump in?
I do. So one of the things that I would love to do after Lauren puts on her virtual screen again is for her to take us through a guided meditation. Whenever something like what happened, when you're trying to get somewhere and you fall down, the first thing that you should do is literally go back inside, go into yourself, get more centered, get more clear, get some water, drink, and then nourish yourself with the right positive thoughts. So already my mind, because if this is a mindset that I'm able to, load up in my head right away, it's like, wow, here's how I'm going to choose to remember this moment. So instead of it being a disaster, I'm going to choose to believe that, wow, these people are so powerful. They wanted to be back in the same room so that we could hear from Karen, who actually whispered in my ear earlier over the phone that she wanted to be on the main stage, and now she is. And I had a half-hour window there that I wouldn't let Lee take so for when bad things happen in the night. So I'm going to choose to go inside with Lauren's help. We'll all go inside for just a minute or 2, taking some deep breaths and working our way back into the reality that there's no emergencies unless somebody's really attacking you and you're bleeding to death or something like that. The real opportunity here is for us to transform this circumstance into a positive experience for all. How did we react when we couldn't find out where we were going? What did we notice about ourselves? I started being a little bit more demanding on my end, trying to demand more out of Art, demand more out of my son. But then at some point it was like, it's done. Let's just bring everybody back to the room. And this exercise is a mindset process. So I couldn't have actually asked for a better opportunity to share with you what it is to awaken your inner power and not be controlled by expectations of anyone, only to be living into your ability and not to your inability. We practiced, we rehearsed, we tried to make sure that we covered all the bases on how to do this our first time out, and it didn't work, and that's okay. We're in the toddler stage of this development. This company is only 6 months old.
Bettina,
so we hope that you bear with us.
I want to remind you that when Thomas Edison was asked, you know, how did you feel about, you know, 1,700 failures with the light bulb? And he said, oh, they were great. He said, that was 1,700 things I don't have to repeat. So we've done this. We've gone mid-conference, aha moments, and now we're complete.
Yes, and now we're complete. And Lauren, your virtual screen
I know.
is missing. Can't
That's
get
it.
back.
It's one more thing. It was so funny. I went into the meeting room. As soon as I went in, all my settings changed. I couldn't hear Annette. And then things kept, so it's like, breathe.
Well, I want you to know you have green in your background. That's color healing. You look like you're sitting in a garden. Your hair is gorgeous and maybe more beautiful than your business setting. Just saying.
Thank you. Yes, this is my green screen in my office, and I have been attempting, I won't say frantically, to get the image back on. It just won't come. So, let's use that, as Bettina said so wisely, to think about all of the times in our lives. So let's close our eyes and just notice, what does chaos feel like? What does it feel like when things don't quite go the way we planned? How do we respond inside? What happens? Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel anxiety, triggers? And just allow those to be there and go, look at that. There's something I'm noticing about myself. And over the next minute or two, I'm going to invite you to really feel into your body and sense where there are any uncomfortable places, any annoyance, any feelings of, oh, it should have been a certain way. And just for this moment, imagine that your nervous system is like the branches of a tree. And we're going to let all those annoyances and the chaos and things like that just be like the wind. We're going to let it breeze through and let your body dissolve, let those uncomfortable feelings dissolve, dissipate, begin to drift away from you. And bring yourself to this moment, knowing that, yes, sometimes things do not go as planned, and see if you can find inside yourself an inner smile, an inner sigh of relief, like, yes, it happens and we're okay. And I'm okay. And we're going to continue with the rest of the day. And somehow, some way, I can assure you that everything is going to fall into place with just the right time, that the right information is going to be revealed at just the right time. You're going to get exactly what you need from this day. And we're going to come together wiser, more enlightened, and with a spirit of fun and camaraderie as a result. So take in all that goodness, let your system reintegrate with fluidity, flexibility, fun, playfulness, and we'll be ready now to continue with the rest of the afternoon. When you're ready, take in a nice deep breath, come on back to this present time and space, and open your eyes.
Woo, that felt good.
Little recovery there, yes.
So I know that I would love to continue that journey, but we're going to move on to our next opportunity, and that is, I know for sure that I have room for both Tamara and to speak, and also for Karen and Robert. So I'm going to go with Tamara first, and then I will have the planned speaker pretty close to time. And then we'll add Karen and Robert during another time that I have a window. Tamara?
There I am, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay.
And pass it to the next person. Yeah, it feels like the right thing to do today for some reason. So
okay,
good.
Karen
And
and Robert?
if anyone wants to hear more about spaces and how to, you know, everybody's got their home backgrounds behind them right now, so there's lots to talk about. Please check out meaningofspace.com. There's a personality quiz on there that you can take. It'll tell you a little bit about your style in your home, and you get a free webinar, meaningofspace.com. And I'm just going to pass, and I'm happy to talk to anyone. You can book time with me, and we can connect that way.
Okay,
Tamara, I was looking forward to you. Say at least a 10-minute talk. You're so interesting. Please don't pass.
All right, hold on. Let's see.
I
I don't know
Tamara's
why I'm
a rock
having
star.
trouble seeing. Let me
share your slides.
Yeah, hold on. I put them down, so let me get them back up here. I'll just run through them real quick. These are just some quick tips.
You caused me to revise my lifestyle. Will you please say some words for me?
I know, right? Okay, hold on. Yeah, so the thing is, and are you seeing my screen now? No, hold on. I'm not technologically weird, so hold on. There we go. Okay, so basically my work is about, my business is Meaning of Space, and I've been doing this work for about, 20 years now. And I'm just going to put you guys over in a little corner here. And the whole idea behind what I've done, let me go back to that slide. The whole idea behind what I've done is I actually started out doing feng shui 20 years ago. And as I was working with people, I discovered that there was a psychology of space mirror happening between you and your space. In other words, you and your space are a mere reflection of each other. However, your space is a reflection of your past beliefs, your past way of being, your past thinking, your past choices. And so I'm going to probably throw in a few things here for you that are not in this presentation, because it's such an interesting topic to get under your belt if you run a business out of your home, which I would assume most of you do. Your home is a mirror for your prosperity or lack thereof. In other words, if you might think that a messy office is okay, but there are actually things that are happening in your office that are stopping your flow, and it can be stopping your flow of energy, your passion, your financial well-being, all of those things. So the first one that I was going to talk about is outdated files, old papers that hold old past energy. Things that are, whoops, hold on. Things that are in your files that hold past energy. I'll just tell you a quick story. So there was this is a Seattle story. It was a law firm, and they called me to go in and figure out what was going on in their company, because their company had gone through embezzlement. Well, their old papers that they had filed in the basement were the legal documentations of an embezzlement, okay? That was in the basement of this business. That is in the bottom of the support, the foundation of your business. And there were other things that were happening in there, which was cold, it was dank, there was water leaking, there were all kinds of things that were energy leaks in that business. So we took the basement, we moved everything off site, we painted it red, we got different artwork with moving water instead of still lakes and calmness. We turned all the desks around facing the doors, and there were 4 women down there, and they all got pregnant after that. This is real stuff. So I have many stories like this, but it's about the mirror between you and your space. So I put feng shui aside for the most part, except for the elements, and I started looking at what was going on in this psychological mirror. And there really weren't that many bodies of work out there about it. There are a few esoteric architects that talk about it. There's environmental psychology, and you're starting to see now people talk about it, but it's really a deep relationship. So let me just go to number 2. What's on your walls? What's on your walls, what you look at on your walls matters. So if you want to manifest something you want, instead of where you were dwelling in your past, your home office is about your future. Okay, it could be about your success, it could be about your awards, it could be about things that make you feel good, but where is your vision for your future on your walls? And that can come in art, it can come in a literal vision map, it can come in anything that symbolizes what you're trying to create in the future. And I'm just going to grab something real quick here. There's this thing called prop money. and I bought it for myself. See all my money? This is my symbol for my business. This is just, it's a whole bunch of bills, and it's prop money, and propmoney.com, I believe. If you want that, let me know. And I bought that, and that's my money manifestation. And I also have the book in this box called To Bless the Space Between Us, because it's really about space for me, and to bless your space, and to bless my space, and to bless the space between us. So what is on your walls? Your walls hold your vision. The third one is furniture placement. And a word about your desk. Your desk, if your desk is tiny, your business mindset will be tiny. If you're big, your desk is going to be bigger. It doesn't have to be masculine. I actually have my desk on a 1940s kitchen table. It's beautiful. It folds out with this beautiful leaf. It's huge. I love it. I take it everywhere. It has a perfect place for my feet. I feel good when I sit at it because I love repurposed furniture. Your chair is really important too. You sit in it in your home office every day. If you're not comfortable in your chair, or your chair doesn't feel rich and amazing to your behind, then it's going to bother you. And those are the little things that are in your space that are deteriorating or blocking your flow if you don't have a perfect place to sit. Books, books, books. A lot of people have a lot of books, but you don't have a lot of time to read them. So keep the books that are most prominent to you. Maybe they're business building, maybe they're marketing, maybe they're something that has to do with your business. Keep those books in your forefront and remove everything else. Put them in another room, on another bookshelf. Make your office into a power center of focus for what you're doing. And two was focus, but I want to bring that up again, because if your office has a whole bunch of stuff in it, you're not going to focus the way you could if your office was more zen. Now, mention meaningofspace.com. You can go there and you can take a style quiz. There are 6 styles between you and your space, and go there. So far, we've had pretty good luck with people saying it pretty much nails their personality. Your personality is going to dictate your office furniture as well. So there are people who like sleek furniture. There's like people who like heroic people, like big wood furniture. Artsy people like me like funky desks like I have, but it's big and it's a repurposed desk. So you have a style, so I'm not stripping that away, which is partly what feng shui sort of does. It removes the personality, right? So the personality of you is there. So the architecture of your space holds your power. So you have to think about what it is you want. Quick story, a woman in a high-rise office in Seattle a while back was coaching high-level executives. I went to see her office. She wanted me to see it and help her with what she was going to put in it. And it was like a 10 by 10 office, and she was coaching very, very heavyweight high-level CEOs in big companies in Seattle. No, wrong office. We moved her to another office that was 3 times the size on the corner with windows. We made this amazing seating area for her and her high-powered clients. What do you think happened to her business? Blew off, right? Got it. That's right. So that's the next part. Your furniture, your placement, all has the same energy. And it's not so much that you can have a smaller office, but if you feel cramped, your emotions are off. So what you're looking for here is you're looking for alignment. You're looking for, does it feel good to me? Your emotional state. Okay. Number 4, what's on your desk matters. So if you're a person like me, if you take the style quiz, I'm an artsy style and I'm creative and I like to have lots of things going all at the same time. But what I learned was that was distracting me. And I was getting off track and I was shiny pebbling and swirling myself all over the place. So what's on your desk matters. So now on my desk, I only have 1 or 2 projects that I'm working on, 1 or 2 files. And then I get up and I put it away. And I have a filing system in my closet that is by topic. Okay, so that matters. Your brain relaxes on a clear desktop, unless you're my style, which is artsy creative, but it still relaxes with a clear desktop. There are people who would argue with me that are highly creative, that work really well with really messy offices. I do not agree. I do not agree. I do agree that creativity happens in messes, but that most people don't work well in that kind of environment. And then just a quick word on lighting. Lighting is really important. What do you want your office to feel like? I just moved into this office. It's a new office. I'm getting some art lighting, and I'm starting to play with lighting because lighting lifts your energy. We're about ready to go into winter. Lighting is very important. So if you need light, bounce it off the walls. If your ceiling's white, it will reflect light back into the room. So if the walls are dark, you want to have some kind of light that's bringing light into the room instead of it getting swallowed up. Because if you go into your office and it's dark, you're going to get sleepy. So your tabletop clarity rocks. And number 5 is on your computer. Your computer screens can fog your brain. So if your desktop has a bunch of images on it, make a practice every day or every week to clear off the icons on your desktop. Folders, your folders mirror your neural network. Okay, your file folder system, believe it or not, mirrors in your computer as well as in your files, mirrors your neural network. In other words, it's how your brain works. If somebody came into your office and moved all your files around, you would be totally lost and confused. It would be disruptive for you. That's how we know it mirrors how you think. So where you put things, especially if you're a visual person, matters. Files reflect the trust in yourself. Keeping files and folders, keeping too much that you don't need or filing it away is a matter of trust in yourself. So the more you trust yourself, the more you're creating a filing folder and system on the physical and in your computer that is actually helping you feel stronger and more emotionally strong in your office. Okay, makes sense? And then your computer mirrors your mind. So that's the neural network part. Here, just quickly, are the 6 styles. Now, this is geared for all you men. It's geared for women, but I've had a lot of men take this, and it seems to fit as well. So go and take the style quiz, and I'll show you where that's at. So it looks like this, and it's at meaningofspace.com/quiz. And we are a budding business that I'm bringing back online after 15 years. So you're going to be hearing a lot more about me. And when you get into that funnel of the quiz, it's going to take you to an opportunity for a free webinar where I'm going to talk about this and your style more. And that's meaningofspace.com. Thanks for the time.
Wow. Okay. So in record time, did amazing work here. So here's what I also will tell you. So I met Tamara years ago when I was still very young in the women's empowerment world that I was moving, the movement I was trying to jumpstart and all of that back in early 2000s. And Tamara contacted me and she said, hey, Bettina, I hear that you've got something going on and that I have this, speaker coming to town. He's the author of Callings. His name is Greg Lavoie. Would you be able to spread the word about him? And I said, absolutely, sure thing. And then the day of the event, I ended up not showing up. And that's a whole nother story I won't even get into, throwing myself under the bus for other people. Anyway, I didn't end up showing up for the event, but I subsequently hired Tamara, and she worked with me on my files and in my office, and even in the trunk of my car and in my wallet and all of these places where gold was just right there before my eyes, but it was buried in stuff and things. And so over the years, I've learned a lot from Tamara around clutter clearing and chaos clearing and clarity and you name it, all of the brands that she's been evolved, in her career doing. But at the end of the day, last year, when I signed up for the one big thing, with Steve Weber and a number of other people that are not necessarily here, I ended up signing up to do 2 big things under the brand of one big thing, which was the Women's Empowerment Summit. And a year passed and I was headed to doing whatever I said I was going to do, but I had to literally dive deep into my clutter. I had to dive deep into my garage where my dreams lay buried, where there was opportunity there, but it was buried underneath the procrastination, the things that I didn't handle, the things that I put off to a rainy day. That 11 years now had passed by and I had dropped my women's empowerment effort on its head 11 years ago. and thinking that I would come back to it a year or two later, and then it took 11 years. So the one big thing journey has taken me to a place I could never have gone through without Tamara. So thank you so much for your time here today, and sorry about the little hiccup that we had, or as Art likes to say, the gotcha moment. All right, with that said, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our planned speaker for the 315. I just need to confirm that we have Tracy Klingcroft and Katrina Eileen, and then we're going to go into our planned schedule.
I'm
and
here.
Robert. Okay, great. And I'll bring Robert and Karen in around the time frame.
Rita and Michaela.
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
here.
in?
Yes.
Because Rita and Michaela are going now, Bettina?
Actually, what times I have 3:15 is
yeah, but you skipped over the Rita and the what to do, Rita.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And
Do
they've
you
changed.
mind waiting a little bit, Tracy, so we can catch back up?
Yeah, because they're pressed on times and clients right now.
Yes, sure, absolutely. Okay, let's see here. Rita Bacuzzi, I'll start with you first. Rita Bacuzzi is a financial intelligence expert. She is passionately committed to guiding entrepreneurs and business owners to achieve financial peace of mind, transform money conversations, and release money confusion regarding money and wealth. Rita is a proven professional who leads a money mindset movement to raise your financial intelligence and scale to financial freedom. She empowers you to achieve financial independence and obviously get to the core issues on how you relate to money with proven strategies. Welcome, Mama Rita Money, and she'll probably tell us a little bit more about that. She is also the CEO of Flourish Inc. and the creator of MamaRitaMoney.com.
Bettina, can you also introduce Michaela, because they're going to be joining together in this conversation.
Great. Okay, Michaela Basiri. Good to see you again. Michaela Basiri is an award-winning emotional intelligence and business performance international speaker, author, and founder of Love Your Evolution Emotional and Business Mastery training programs. Entrepreneurs and business owners hire her to identify and release the trapped emotions in their subconscious mind that have built walls around their heart and block them from money, more love, and more happiness. She helps transform purpose-driven entrepreneurial women from stuck states and stagnant and unfilled happiness to liberated, hopeful, and healed. With over 20 years of experience building 6- and 7-figure businesses, Michaela puts her business degree and many certifications to use by turning her attention to helping entrepreneurs achieve high performance results. Her work has helped hundreds of clients boost self-confidence, tap into their inner wisdom, increase productivity, banish anxiety and demotivation, curing their business stagnation, and monetizing their businesses to 6 figures and beyond. Trained in NLP, MER, and emotion code, Michaela helps people on a soulful journey of self-expression to discover their voice, be seen and recognized for who they are and what they do. Welcome, Michaela.
Thank you, Bettina.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Bettina.
Yeah.
So our topic for today is what to do when you're at the lowest moment of your life, physically, emotionally, financially. And I'm sure one of those words, if not all of them, set off a trigger in your mind of some thought, of some experience of yours or someone you love, especially now during these current times. So we all have life events and stories that we carry with us, some of us more than others. You know, and we may have awareness of the situation, especially when it's going on, and we acknowledge them. But what's vitally important is how we shift from them, how we take action steps to get me and you focused away from our limitations, to focus on what we have, to focus on the ability that we have right now, right where we are, so that we can transform to what's possible. So I like to call this being a master distractor, because I've had a lot of life experiences, and I'm going to say I'd like to share some of them with you, because I believe in sharing these vulnerable stories that we can learn from them. And I want to share each point of action that I took. But I want to take a step back of where I got the term master distractor. It's like when we're little, and some of it you might have been rambunctious little ones like me, where my mom would have to come up with ideas to distract me. And actually how I learned about it is when I had my own children. And my firstborn son really, really loved playing with pots and pans all the time. And having that noise and disruption was really tough. And sometimes being a young stressed out mother, my mom would be there and she would do something like, oh my God, I just saw a rabbit hopping in the front yard. And she'd grab my son, let's go see the rabbit, to distract him from what he was doing, to go look at the rabbit. Of course, they didn't see the rabbit and she'd be, oh, they got away. Well, let's go back to coloring with our crayons. Something quiet. So it created exactly what we needed for a little bit of peace of mind to regroup. So who knew this lesson of master distraction would serve me so well throughout my lifetime and many, many life events? It's literally the secret sauce. And I'm honored to share this with you today. I want to share my mama's master distractor tips, because really, as it started out many, many years ago, never did I imagine when I was 21 that I would be burying with my parents, my 27-year-old brother, who died tragically on his 27th birthday. So in order not to spiral down, my distraction action was to focus on what I loved most about my brother, to carry on his legacy, to focus on the love that he shared with people and how he did it, to be a positive influence in the lives of others and to inspire other people. So now my focus wasn't on me or what I had lost, but what I've gained and what I could carry with me. And I would share about it and connect with others so that others could do the same when they were at their lowest point.
Alrighty.
As life would have it, years later, when I was pregnant with my firstborn son, I actually had a rare condition in my pregnancy in which I was hospitalized. And I had to be in isolation for 3 weeks, no contact.
No.
So you can imagine what that felt like, because a lot of us have been experiencing that now with COVID. So my distraction action actually came in the form of a gift of a friend who knew I couldn't have anybody in the room with me. And he gave me this big, beautiful, white, giant teddy bear. One of the things that I can control was my mind and the thought process that I had. So I named that bear Hope. And Hope was with me every day. I got to be in the presence of hope. That created an action of faith and healing that got me through those times. And I believe each platform of life is made so that we can grow stronger, better, more resilient. So when in my second pregnancy, I was diagnosed as terminally ill due to liver failure, my distraction action was to focus on my faith, that I was living right now, and that I got to pray, and I got to think about other people praying for me, and I got to practice patience, because it's all in the perspective. And I got to cooperate with the doctors. And I'm going to say, I know my son, Angelo, who's 21, is thankful for that now, as am I. And you fast forward to just about 9 years ago when I got sick with cancer. And I remember being so sick and waiting for my husband to come home and other people taking care of my kids that I couldn't even reach for a glass of water on my coffee table that was right next to me, waiting for someone to come home. But I was distracting myself because I was here, right now, present. I was still here. And I remember when I first got diagnosed, I thought to myself, how am I going to share this information with my 13-year-old and 17-year-old sons? And I thought, I know how. I get to tell them I'm going to be a little bit sick for a while. But guess what? I'm going to be fine once I'm through it. It's going to take a little while, and there are going to be some days that are bad and some days that are good. But the cool thing that's going to happen is we're going to celebrate at the end of it. So we're going to focus on the celebration, which would be around Christmas time. So I got to be a survivor, and I got to focus on being the survivor. I wanted to focus what my next best plans were. So during my illness, when I got better and I got stronger, having allowed my body time, taking a pause like many of us are doing now in our current environment, I got to slow down. And then I got to direct my mind. I got to shift it. And I was thinking about what were my interests? What was top of mind for me when I was thinking about things? Well, that topic happened to be money. Why? Because during cancer, we started to get another type of cancer. I call it financial cancer. Because money was going out definitely faster than it was coming in. So what could I do? Well, I started reading about it. I started researching. I started feeding my mind with books like The Magic of Thinking Big, Thinking and Grow Rich, The Millionaire Next Door, these tried and true stories of resilience. And then I got stronger, I got better, and I showed up for workshop events from the books I read. And I got to an event to learn more about money, and I learned about investing in myself so heavily in me. But I focused on event topics. I was more curious to learn how much more I could learn. And at one of my events, as luck would have it, in my first year of survivorship, I got an accountability partner. And that engaged me in listening to their thoughts, ideas, and beliefs. And at time, borrowing, and I'm going to tell, his name is Doug, Doug's confidence in me for the visions that I had. I hired coaches along the way. I met with mentors, and day to day, I let my curiosity grow and lead me to check out various networking events. And then I networked more and more. And I started specifically watching the leaders at the events, getting there early to meet them. I watched what they did during the events and how they talked with people. And then I met up with them after. As I learned more about the groups, I was more intentional about finding groups that were aligned with me and my values, where I was gonna have fun, because after all, I was a survivor celebrating, so I might as well have fun while I'm doing this. And I happened upon an event called Wine, Women, and Wealth. I don't know about you, but those are three of my favorite things. So I started to have more and more fun. Find a community that works for you, a culture that can help distract your mind into positivity. I love going to workshops called Money 101. You know, call me the financial geek, because I know that if we're happy in our money mindset, we're happy in our lives. And I would connect with people, definitely connecting. But when I went to events, I really only focused on meeting one or two key people. That's it. Exchange information and meet up with them. And when I did it that way, I was surprised how many times we found ways to connect each other to resources we had. And, you know, so them me and me then, right? So this reciprocity. And so my distraction every time was, how can I focus and contribute? This really revitalized my spirit. It inspired me. I gained ideas, I gained nuggets, and I wrote them all down. So I look at it like this. When things like this happen to us, you know, they say don't eat the elephant one bite at a time, but I'm not really big on eating elephants. So I look at it like this. You know, if you have a baby in a high chair and you put 5 jars of food in front of them and you let them have at it, what are you going to have? A mess all over you, all over everything. So what do? We spoon feed one baby food bite at a time. It's super, super simple. And that's the empowering thing, is that we take one moment at a time so that before you know it, you're literally flourishing because you're getting to meet amazing people that lead you on your path to abundance. You know, like Dr. Betty said earlier today, we get to have a life of regret or rejoice. And I choose rejoicing every day, in every day. And who knew that in those experiences, I would watch a leader of an amazing event because I wanted to expand myself. A leader that was taking me to a global level, right? She inspired me to lead my own events. So while I co-host Wine, Women, and Wealth, I now lead Leveled Up Ladies Networking Mastermind Collaborative, which I all engage you to enjoy and partake in. And you can check them out on mamaridamoney.com. But you know, there's no better person that I could have been partnered with, because she is a woman of strength, of love, and she is definitely the master networker. I love her curiosity and inspiring enlightenment of how to really network to the core with love, with power, and with strength. And with that, I introduce Micaela Passeri.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you so much. And yeah, so from here, I think what our message is, especially for us entrepreneurs, is that when you are in a low place and you use Rita's tips of distracting yourself to get yourself back up, what better place to do that in community, right? So community is where miracles happen. Community is where support happens. Community is where laughter happens. Community is where love happens, right? And so for us as entrepreneurs, where is our community? Well, it's in networking. Networking is our community. Rita and I, let's see, Rita, did we first meet at An Empowered Woman? Is that where we first met? So yes. I think Rita and I go back 12 years, 2008. Yep. An Empowered Woman, and we stayed connected throughout and networked together, and we give each other tips. Hey, you know, did you hear about this group? Did you hear about that group? And we stay open, right? So there's, as an entrepreneur, when you really find yourself down there and you find, okay, what am I going to do now? Look for community. And the first place to start is to find a networking group that resonates with you, that you want to be a part of, maybe even take leadership position in, and start creating relationships. Because we all know that business now is done because of relationships, right? That is how we get to expand, expose. I am here today, Rita is here today because of our relationship with Lee. And a lot of other ladies are here because of Lee, and she connected us with Bettina, right? So it's all about relationship building. And one of the biggest things that I've learned in Network, so I've been networking, well, I guess since 2008, because the Unempowered Woman was the first networking group that I belonged to. Now I belong to a bunch of others, and I'm going to sign up for a couple of others. And I lead my own, like Rita mentioned, I lead Global Woman Club Los Angeles. So one of the things that I found is, okay, so there's a couple of things that we get kind of tripped up on as we network. And so what I'm going to share with you is some of the fundamental things that you want to do. So when you're seeking out to come out of your slump and you're seeking out community and you start networking, how can you network to first, how can you network in a way that is authentic and that is real? And then how can you network so that you actually get results, right? So the first thing that you want to do is you want to find that alignment, like I said, right? You want to find alignment with a group that resonates with you. Then you want to create relationships, start creating relationships, join the leadership team if you can, volunteer, all of that. Then as you're creating relationships, you're going to look for opportunities to step out and up so that you can share your genius, right? So you can share your genius and talk. And amongst that, so speaking opportunities, obviously, breakout sessions or leading some of the meetings is also something that you can do. But as you're doing all of that, you're also meeting new people, right? You're going to other networking events and meeting people. And so how do you keep track of all these new relationships? So follow-up is one of the most important things that you must do if you want to network properly. You must follow up. And how do you do that? Well, having a system is good, but you don't have to have a system. You know, some people have a CRM system, but let's throw away all the tech because a lot of us don't like tech or don't want tech, right? We can stay as the usual kind of oldies, right? And you get your business cards, maybe you create some files, people to follow up, people to connect with. Maybe I find a joint venture partner in one, I find a potential client in another, I find a really good friend in another. I mean, I gotta tell you, I've made so many great and amazing friends. I've found so many JV partners. I've gotten so many speaking gigs and clients from all the networking that I do, right? And I've expanded my business globally now because when I joined Global Woman, I went from national to international. So you want to follow up. So you have this system, your own system, from simple oldies to high tech CRM, and you start following up and creating relationship. But the most important thing is to pick up the phone. You've got to pick up the phone. I know that it's easier to text, and I know that it's easier to punch in on your computer and send out an email, but relationship really gets built through human connection. You've got to connect with people, have a conversation, understand who they are, where they come from, what's their life experience. One of the reasons why Rita and I became such great friends, we found out that we are paesani. We're both Italian, right? So that commonality connected us initially, and then we found out that we had similar values, right? We had similar goals. And so we stayed connected, and we've supported each other so many times throughout the last 12 years. Right? So you got to pick up the phone. I learned from one of my first coaches 12 years ago that the money is in the phone. The opportunities are in the phone. The love is in the phone. The laughter is in the phone. It's all in the phone. Pick up the phone and call someone. Isn't there like a song that says that? Pick up the phone and I'll be there, right? Isn't there a phone? Who sings that? Anyway, so you pick up the phone and talk to people, have a conversation. And so the last really great, tip that I have is, okay, so you're out, you're creating relationships, you're serving, you're expanding your network, maybe you're finding some clients, joint venture, you're doing some business, but that's not always your, focus. You want to go to every and any networking opportunity without any attachment. Because when you have the attachment, people will feel that. They feel that you've got an agenda, right? Especially like, you ever been to a networking event where people are just collecting cards, and they're collecting your card without even asking you anything, and then they're giving you their card. Now I say, no, thank you. I give them a card back because it's like, I don't know who you are. I don't know anything about you. You don't know anything about me. Let's connect on a personal basis before we exchange information, right? So when you do that, when you have that no attachment, the only goal is to meet another human being. And that human being can be a friend, like I said, could be a joint venture partner, a referral partner, or a client. They'll fit into one of these categories. And then from there, you just start building. And yes, it takes some time, but you will be so happy that you invested your energy and your time, because you will get so much more than just a potential sale or client. You'll get amazing relationships, amazing opportunities. I mean, even my leading Global Woman Club, you know, I just have a few more minutes left, and I'll share this really quick. At the time that I found out about Global Woman, I was leading the Holistic Chamber of Commerce in Santa Monica. And that was coming to, my 2 years was ending. And I had just joined Global Woman, and I told the lady, I said, that was leading, I said, look, you know, I'm closing out with the Holistic Chamber. I have a little bit more time. If you want me to help you, you know, bring more people to the meetings, I'd love to support. And she's like, oh my God, can you just take it over? Because I can't do it anymore. Her business had grown, and she was moving back to London, and she couldn't do it anymore. So that's how the amazing opportunity of leading the Global Woman Club came about. And now it's a flourishing group. We travel the world together, obviously, when we can, because unfortunately COVID put a little bit of a wrench in that. But we do virtual meetings with all of our members all over the world. And my business went global because of it. So from a closure of something, a wonderful beginning came, but it was because I was networking and because I had built relationships. So with that, you know, from wherever you are, you can absolutely get yourself out and create amazing, amazing results and amazing connections and amazing possibilities for you and your business through communication, community, and relationship. So with that said, Bettina, I'm going to send it back to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, both Michaela and Rita. Did you guys enjoy that program? Oh my gosh, I certainly learned a lot. And I had a similar experience, Michaela, where I ended up becoming the managing director for eWomen Network for about 13 months. And then I started to go back to tending to my little tribe of the Women in Small Biz Shows and Events group. And that's evolved now to include men. And look at how many men we have, and we have men speakers coming up. And so thank you both for a wonderful presentation. I am not keeping up with everything in the chat, good, bad, or indifferent, so excuse me for that. I've got a lot going on. We've had 40 registrants. We had one just a minute ago, and that came in just since about 6:30 this morning. And so we have to also manage that. Anyway, I would like to go ahead and open up the mics for Tracy Klincroft and Katrina Eileen. And let me know that your mics are open, and I'll go ahead and introduce you, Tracy, and then you can introduce Katrina.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Fantastic. Okay, great. All right. We're not quite on time, but we're getting close.
Bettina, just to update the schedule for me, because I have to balance things.
So I
skip over Janaki.
In the moment, yes, but we will be regrouping.
Okay, could I just confirm, because I have to coordinate with the other introductor people. So
let me introduce Tracy, and then you and I can go offline and handle that.
So do you know, Bettina, when I will be going on?
Let me call you after I introduce Tracy.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. It's a little easier to do it offline. Okay. So Tracy Klincroft is going to be doing a session called The Missing Ingredient to Success. After excelling at a boutique research firm that did big ads, and it was a big ad agency in Boston and Seattle, Tracy rerouted her course in 1997. She got laid off and broke up with her boyfriend of 4 years in the same week. But this girl didn't stay on the couch with a pint of Haagen-Dazs for long. She reasoned, if my former bosses could start a research firm, I can too. How's that for a bounce back? Tracy soon launched Epiphany Research, implementing studies for companies like Starbucks and Capital One. 6 years later, she became inspired by the stylish, influential, and dare we say kick-ass ladies doing big things all around her. And Chick Check was born. Now Tracy matches smart, honest women with some of the biggest brands out there. Think New Balance, eHarmony, Oregon, Chai, Frito-Lay. This girl's got connections. So welcome, Tracy, who's going to introduce Katrina.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for the introduction.
Hi, welcome back.
How are you? How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm definitely, you know, like so psyched and empowered, and I'm looking like a live wire right now.
When you have this many amazing and interesting people in one place, that's what happens, right?
Yes.
Hey, Katrina, you need to unmute yourself, please, so that everybody can hear your pearls.
All right.
And I'm going to let Katrina introduce herself because I think that's how we do it best. And also because I don't have your bio in front of me. Just being completely
what did I write? So my name is Katrina Eileen Romatowski, and I am, let's see, what did I write? That's funny because I liked it. So what I say is I create spaces for living by creating space for life. And I do that in 3 ways. The first way is I have a nonprofit that provides housing for youth, homeless youth or foster youth who've aged out of the foster care system between the ages of 18 to 24. And what we do is we create, of course, the housing, but really what it is it's not just the structure, it's the support systems, business education, mentorship with the business community, and helping them excel in whatever it is they're interested in, whether it's, you know, going to school, getting their diploma, or whether it's continuing on to college or university, getting a job, learning a trade. And we partner with a lot of different organizations to really bring the best of what everyone has to offer. And the second way is I have a real estate company, a brokerage in Seattle. We have about 15 brokers, and we do both real estate investing as well as real estate brokerage services. And so we really provide, our brokers really know the industry, and at a very holistically, at a pretty deep level, and which is great for their clients. And then the third way is through a company called Cause Equity. Cause Equity kind of brings a lot of that together. So we were looking at the nonprofit and like, okay, well, how do we acquire these properties, and how do we continue to grow this and provide? The co-founder of Level Up is Frank Shankwitz, who's the founder of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. And he has a much of it. You know, when I started, it was just one little company, or excuse me, one little house, and he has a vision for this to become something national. So Cause Equity is a company that brings investments and investors who will then purchase these properties that are well located so that we as a nonprofit can operate out of them. And then the investors are looking at this as a long-term investment. So that's what I do.
You have a lot on your plate, right?
And I have 5 children.
And you have 5 children, that's it, and a significant other. So we were talking today and a couple days ago about what we're going to talk about today in terms of the missing ingredient. And what kept on coming up for us a lot was being uncomfortable and doing the uncomfortable, right? So I'm not quite sure how many on this summit are self-employed. But let's talk a little bit about that. Firstly, in terms of what do you consider some of the secret ingredients to success? Firstly, you created your own brokerage firm. Most people work for one of the big firms, right? Like a John L. Scott or Keller Williams. So there was discomfort, I would imagine.
There was, and I did that too. Yeah, that's where I came from. Actually, was both of those, John L. Scott and Keller Williams. And somebody asked me, they said, as somebody told me that I cared about their opinion, they said, you'll only grow to the people that to the level of the people that you surround yourself with. And what I knew is that I wanted to do more in the real estate industry than just cookie cutter traditional, you know, the things, the typical standard operating procedure. And I looked around me and realized that that's what I was in. And it kind of feels like the difference between, when you have handcrafted boutique experience, that's what I wanted for myself and what I wanted to deliver. And so that wasn't possible where I was at. So we had to go create something else.
Nice. Well, I think both of us are going to share 2 little nuggets that we each have in terms of what the secret ingredients have been for our success. And success is it's like beauty, it's in the eye of the beholder, correct? So
right.
I've been self-employed for about 20 years. And then over those 20 years, there's been good years and bad years and everything in between. But my why was really, really important to me. And I never waver from that. My why was that I'm East Coast. Made my way out here in 95. And I always wanted to be able to go back and see my parents, who are still alive and kicking and doing well at the age of 89. And I knew that I couldn't live the life that I wanted to with 2 weeks vacation. So my why for being self-employed was vacation time. But in terms of my business is, I guess I'm kind of a serial entrepreneur with 4 different offshoots of businesses. And I shared this with Katrina when she interviewed me a week ago on her podcast. I learned kind of early on to just get over your discomfort, fear, and ego and pick up the phone, as one of the last speakers was talking about, more so than email. You might have to do it via email, but just pick up the phone and call that person or persons that you either want to get to know, that you want to work with, that you're wondering how they are doing their business. And I'm going to give you an example. I was doing research for the Seattle International Film Festival here in Seattle. And I was doing an audience survey for them. I was like, I don't know how to do an audience survey for a film festival. And I said, I wonder how Sundance Film Festival does their audience survey. You know, Sundance is only the biggest film festival in North America. So I literally just picked up the phone and I did my research. So now with all of this technology and LinkedIn and Facebook, we all can find out. Very good stalkers, right? In a good way. We can all stalk who we want to get to know in a good way. So I found out who the director of marketing was, and I just picked up the phone and called her. And that is now a friendship that has lasted, 15 years. And I found out what they did for their audience survey, and I actually pitched Sundance on their audience survey. Didn't get it, but so when I told you that, that really struck you. So tell me why, Katrina.
Yeah. So it's funny. For me, it's the same thing. It's we were talking about the idea of being uncomfortable and doing what's uncomfortable. And I make a practice and a habit of that, or I think that I do. And when you said that, you said, just pick up the phone. That was a week and a half ago. And I've been just like percolating on that. I'm like, I haven't done that. I've actually never done that, where I pick up the phone and look at, okay, who do I want to have mentor me or connect with, with that kind of intention. And so, so that's actually, I've taken that on. So between now and the end of this year, once a week, man, I'm going to look at who is the most uncomfortable person for me to reach out and connect with. And I'll keep you posted, because I think so many ideas. Just asking that question, there's so many ideas that have come to mind of things that I think could really make a difference in all that I'm doing. Yeah.
I would love everybody to percolate on that. And what did you say, the most uncomfortable person for me to reach out to?
Yeah.
I like that. Okay. That's one little secret ingredient to success. Katrina, you share one now.
Let's see. So you were asking me that, and the thing that came to mind in our conversation is something somebody told me once a long time ago. I don't remember who it was, but I've said it to my kids often, is figure out what you want and then compare yourself to no one. And, there's so many times where comparing and looking at what other people are doing, it has all kinds of conversation go on in my head, right? And so if I really truly am just creating my own vision, and then not you comparing to no one, and just the vision, right? That's the only thing I'm comparing and contrasting with. Then, man, so much more is possible, because there's this, as soon as I start looking around, I start comparing myself to the outward, right? The outward of what people are putting out there, which is so different than reality, right? And I know that.
And then you might try to take on what he or she is doing, and he or she might be doing something amazing. Be like, oh my gosh, they're doing amazing in that. So maybe I need to make that part of my thing too. And it's like, that might not be your thing. And then you're trying to do not at all.
Yeah. Or I try some different flavor of it, or right. you know what? And yeah, it ends up being a distraction from the vision and being focused on, you know, what that expression is for me. And I think that's something that we all should, all can really benefit by. And as women, or as business owners and entrepreneurs rather, you know, if we're really lifting each other up, you know, we'll have a safer container, a safer space to do that in. And life's way more interesting when you have a lot of different voices.
Yeah. And don't you think if you're true to yourself and to your own vision and being transparent, that your audience, consumers, whoever it is you're targeting sees that, versus if you're trying to be a good family?
You know, I totally do. And I think also when you operate that way, then the people who come into your life, your clients, your business partners, your employees, all are people that you end up really syncing with. And it's a completely different satisfaction, right, than having to operate in something that's not your natural expression.
Yeah. When you mentioned that, I was at a networking event years ago, and I've remembered this always because this is something for me. It piggybacks off what your secret ingredient was that you just said. This young gal said she owns a ice cream store here in the Seattle area, and she's like, there's another person that owns you know, an indie, very well known, very popular ice cream store. And she said, I was so, you know, I can get so caught up in and so busy looking at what he or she is doing, and I don't have as many stores, and I don't have a line out my doors. You know, she said, keep your eyes on your own paper.
I love that. Ah, I love that.
That really stuck with me too. I'm like, yep, keep your eyes on your own paper.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll share another. So this October, I'm going to be, as you know, but not everybody else knows, I'm going to be embarking on something called the Power of She Road Trip, discovering She, which She stands for Superhero Entrepreneurs, which anybody who owns a business right now is a superhero entrepreneur, regardless of gender, wherever it is that you live, big or small, just all the things that we're going through in terms of the pandemic and just really life changes. But anyway, so I'm going to be embarking and leaving in a branded RV and going cross country for about a year after I go see my parents in New York. And I didn't realize that I had been thinking and dreaming about this. I knew it was for several years, but it's been 9 years. I found old Google Sheets that I'd, you know, created in terms of path and this and that I'm going to do. And so I guess my thing would be, I knew being true to thinking about if there was something that I did not, first of all, I'm terrified to do this. The most terrifying thing is driving the RV, especially over mountainous passes.
I actually can't believe you're terrified of anything, Tracy.
Well, but I'm terrified of that. I'm terrified of driving the RV. The interviewing people during COVID and all that stuff, I'm not worried about. But, you know, I also have there's this other saying that I just took it down. It's about a butterfly, and it's about how happiness, if you think about it too much, that it kind of eludes you, whereas it just kind of, it's this butterfly that sits on your shoulder. Well, that's also the same way with ideas that we have, like you, in terms of starting the nonprofit and working with giving a place for kids who age out of the foster care system or homeless youth to be able to live. I mean, I know from talking to you, that was kind of percolating in your brain, in your body, in your cells for quite a while, right? Something with youth. And I've been thinking about this for almost a decade. And so it's like, do the thing that you know on your deathbed you would be it'd be such a huge regret that you didn't do it. You know, if I fail, whatever that is, failure, if it's not exactly how I think it's going to be, if I don't have the 1 million followers after it's all done, I mean, you know, I did it at least, you know, and I tried it. So do the thing that scares you, you know, face the scare, be surrounded by people who support you, because there's going to be a lot of people who don't get it. And sometimes And sometimes they limit you and keep you back because of their fears or because
Do they limit you, or is it what you think, or how you even have them in your awareness that limits you?
well, they can limit you. Well, for instance, my dad.
Oh,
Very,
people that you
loves
love and
me
care
very
about.
much. He's 89, and like every time I talk to him, I'm like, why do I tell him XYZ? Because he's like, I stayed up all night worrying about you. And I was like, oh my gosh, Dad, I love that you're worrying about me, but you know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I went over to a friend's house for dinner, and 3 of them were like, oh, I'm really excited for you, but I'm really worried. So, you know, I'm sure people who are entrepreneurs, your friends and family are like, I'm worried that you're starting a business. I'm worried that you're starting a business during COVID. I'm worried, you know.
And worry can be contagious.
Yeah, very much.
Yeah. So what do you, I mean, so that's also a secret. So how do you, because you have that, so how do you put that in its place?
Well, I think a certain amount of fear or worry is good. That means that you're doing your homework. I mean, I'm more of a big picture person, but I'm forced to, or else I will have my intern do this. You know, I have to have places to stop along the way. I have to know how far the gas, you know, stations are so that I don't break down every 100 miles, right? So I do need to have things with me for my personal safety and the safety of my RV. So, you know, you take precautions, whatever it is that your thing is that you want to do, and you look into it, but you don't stay in that worry. So a certain amount of fear and worry is okay, and then you do it anyway.
Yep. And then
if you're brave enough to do it, right? And
sometimes you don't even have to be brave enough. You just have to do it. Be like, just
right.
Sometimes there's so many times I've done things and I don't think I was brave. I think I just did it without, like, somehow I had my head in the clouds, or you know, like I just like had such a blinders on.
Ignorance is bliss. That's a real
yeah. And you know, of course I'm worried and scared, but you know, you just go do it, and then it somehow, you know, things you never even considered happen, or you know, things you couldn't even have imagined. Yeah.
I can totally.
And then you deal with it. You cross that bridge when you get there.
What?
Oh, I was going to say I can totally relate to the conversation going on here, because
yes, you
shared
can.
my bigger fan, whoops, which is upside down, for a while. But ladies, it's been wonderful to have you. Do you have a last question to ask and have answered?
Bettina, Katrina, you want to share one more really quick?
Real quick is just, I think I spent so much of my life thinking I had to be special, or, you know, the best at what I'm doing. You know, there's all these messages. And I think one of the things that's been a secret is just realizing we're all the same. I'm the same. And pretty, you know, I used to want to be extraordinary, and I'm like, I just want to be ordinary, because the more ordinary I am, the more I realize everything that holds me back, or every negative thought I have, everybody else has had also. And there's people who do it anyway, or move forward anyway. And so there's just something powerful in that, settling into that. Somebody asked me, they said, so what would happen if Richard Branson woke up in your shoes tomorrow? What would your life look like in 30 days? And I was like, holy crap, the only thing holding us back is ourselves, because all of a sudden he'd be in my shoes, but he'd be doing all the things he knows to do, even if he were starting right here where I'm at right now. Yeah. And that's pretty liberating as well.
Yeah,
that's great.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. It was great to have you, Tracy, lead this. I see you on the road. I can't wait to follow you. And knowing that you had a 9-year vision, and I had put my dreams down for 11 years. We have to just take action now, right? Yeah. There is, as we know from COVID, there is not necessarily a tomorrow that we understand or know. So let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. All righty. Thank you so much.
It was
a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am going to bring up next to the stage Dr. Michael Gross. Do you have your mic unmuted? And,
yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay, so we are a little bit ahead on you. I guess no, we're a little still behind with you, but we're going to try to make up some ground. So Dr. Michael Gross, his topic is manifesting the life of your dreams. Dr. Michael Gross is an author, professional keynote speaker, transformational coach, and entrepreneur. For more than 3 decades, he has assisted others in their personal quest for self-empowerment, helping them to create the lives they have long sought and can turn into a reality. In his endeavor and your endeavors, you can achieve whatever you set out to in life that makes your heart sing. Welcome, Dr. Michael Gross.
Thank you, everyone. It's such an honor to be on with so many beautiful people. Your messages are very powerful and very strong. I've learned a lot. And one of my philosophies in life is sometimes I'm the teacher and you're the student. Today I'm the student and you're the teachers. So thank you so much for sharing. I've learned a lot. And you know, one of the things I'd like to talk about is we must be willing to let go of the life we have planned to have the life that is awaiting for us. And too many times we try to control and manipulate what we think is best for us. And what we need to understand is 94% of our thinking comes from our subconscious mind. And 6% of our thinking comes from the conscious mind. And if we think about our life, by the age of 7, our life is pretty much pre-programmed by our friends, families, religions, whatever it is. And then we spend the rest of our life trying to undo what we believed our truth was. But we have to look at whatever our truth was at age 7, because whatever the intent was, it was the truth from those we learned. And I remember writing my son when he was graduating college, and I said, your truth at age 10 is different from 20, which is different from 30, which is different from 40, and so on and so forth. And what I've discovered over the years of all the work I've been doing is that this belief system is residing in our subconscious mind. And as it's residing in our subconscious mind, it creates either limitations or becoming unlimited. So I have 2 major mottos in life, and I want to share the first one. And that is, if you don't know where you're going, you can't get lost. And that's so important for us to realize that. And if you were to look at my resume, I've done so many things, but I was always in the flow to new opportunities. And that's part of my message for all of you, is to be open to new opportunities, to have the life that is waiting for you. And it's so important for you to realize that we have this block in our mind that we're not even aware of. And it's a CD that plays over and over and over and over. And you know, one of the great quotes from Henry Ford is, whether you think you can do a thing or whether you think you can't do a thing, you're right. A lot of wisdom in that. And I have so many people that come to me and say, you know, I can't do this, I can't do that, I can't do this. And I listen very patiently. And I say, no, you won't, you won't, you won't. And in this time of COVID, there's so many opportunities for us to achieve the life that you so desire that is awaiting for you. And if we don't realize that we have these emotional blocks, whether we're aware of them or not, then what will happen is it will affect your body physically, mentally, emotionally. And just to share a couple of quick little stories, I have one client I'm working with. And the client I'm working with, she came down with cancer 6 years ago, bone cancer. And working with her, she remembered when her boyfriend, who she was deeply in love with, 8 years ago, broke up with her, and she didn't understand why. And she said, what's the difference? And then she came down with cancer. And she's beginning to realize this. So what the mind can conceive, the body will believe and will manifest in your life. I talk about the manifestation prophecies because you see, what you think you create, and what you create you experience. And so you are creating your life 24/7. Every minute, every thought, everything you're doing, you're creating, whether you're aware of it or not. And one of the secrets is that it's called the law of electromagnetic attraction. What you think you create you experience. It's like a magnet, comes into your life. So how do I get rid of these thoughts that are so negative? And the answer is simple. All you need to do is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Count in reverse, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and replace it with a positive thought. And you say, well, why do I have to do this? Well, first of all, when you go, add the rest, cancel, 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, You separate the left brain from the right brain, you go to the amygdala, the thought begins to dissipate. But all thoughts go out into the universe because it's electromagnetic. In other words, it draws into your life whatever you're thinking. So you must replace the thought with a positive thought. You know, electroencephalogram measures your brain waves, it's electrical. And that's what we need to understand. How many times have you thought of something and it's occurred in your life and you're a great manifester? Once you realize that, you realize your life is unlimited. What if you could discover in your subconscious mind there are things that are impeding and stopping your growth? What if you can understand that you could change them? And what if you could understand that these have been going on for the number of years of your life, however long it's been? And now people are discovering at various ages, oh my goodness, I've got these blocks. And when you put out a thought, you need to get out of your own way because the universe will help it come to into your life. Not the way you expect, but I will tell you, far, far greater and easier. And it's so important for us to realize that. And that every emotion we have, positive or negative, is stored in your body. And it's sitting there, festering. If it's negative, it'll cause some kind of a problem. If it's positive, you're going to feel joyous and happy, and will come to you. And many times when you're doing things in your life and you're running into brick walls, remember, E.M. Forster said, we must be willing to let go of the life we have planned so as to have the life that is waiting for us. That is so important for all of you. Because my next branding is, and I talk about it all the time, you are unlimited. Means you can create anything in your life. Look at your life. Look what you've created. Look what you've done. Look at the great successes you've had. You created it. Nobody else did. And the challenges you have in life, who created? You did. But what's so important to learn is through every challenge, there is growth. And through growth, there is success. And through success, there is joy and happiness. And the most important thing for you to realize is that you are creating a pattern, an epitaph, not only for your current family, but for your children, your children's children, and your children's children. You're affecting 3 generations in the present and in the future. That's how powerful you are in your thoughts. And there was a group of coaching, they coach young children in gymnastics. And I was talking to the supervisors. And as you can see on my shirt, it says you are unlimited, and I have this wristband. And they had the wristband on, and the kids went, what's you mean you are unlimited? And so the coach started talking to them, and there were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And they thought about it, and they are now accelerating in their gymnastics. So what if you and I learn at a very young age that you are unlimited, we can create anything we desire? But you know something? It's not too late. It's time for you to embrace it now. It's time to realize that this is the greatest opportunity. Each and every moment, each and every second is the opportunity to heal and be successful. And who's in charge of your life? You are, nobody else, not your family, friends, your business. Because if you've given up your power and your gifts that you have to someone else, then you've placed yourself in a prison. And placing yourself in a prison, you're going to find it hard to dig your way out. But when you think unlimitedly, when you know you can create anything, and you're open to the universe to say, this is the right way or the wrong way, and follow those intuitive feelings, then you always end up with a dozen roses instead of egg on your face. And I'm listening to all you beautiful people that are talking, and look at all the successes you have. Look at all the things you do. And part of my life is I'm a visionary. And so I can see things that are happening in the future. Also an intuitive. And being an intuitive, I can see a lot of things are going on. And I never understood that, but I'll share one little humorous story. And in high school, I didn't know I was intuitive, and things would blurt out of my mouth. And I'm sitting there, and I walk up to the hot cheerleader. Oh boy, I'm going to ask her for a date. And I turn around, hi, I'm Michael Gross, you're pregnant. And she slapped me. And I went, uh-oh, where the heck did that come from? A P.S., she was pregnant. So I learned how to control my mouth at 18 years old. And it's so important, though, we have to communicate honestly with each other. and other things like that have happened in the past. So I try to be more and more careful. But I want you to look at each one of yourselves and say, am I doing the right thing? Not the right thing for your business, but the right thing that brings you joy and happiness in your life. Because that's so important. If you love what you do, you're going to be tremendously successful. But if it's arduous and you're doing it just for the money or whatever, it will always be painful and will always be very difficult for you to achieve. And what you need to understand is, what do you want to create in your life this very moment? Not the future, because the future will change. Remember, I said to my son, would you leave at the age of 8 or 10 or 20 or 30? Will change. And it can change from day to day, minute to minute, and hour to hour. It's all your choice. And you need to realize that you're in control. And one of the things I like to share is when you go to sleep at night, you look in the mirror and you look straight in with your eyes, stare, focus into that mirror and say your first name. I would say, Michael, you are unlimited 3 times. Why would you do that 3 times? Because the last thoughts you have, you review 60 to 120 times in your sleep. Anybody remember your mother or father saying, never go to sleep angry with your spouse because it's a bad thing, you wake up angry? There's a lot of wisdom in that. And you're probably wondering, how do we know it's 60 to 120 times? And I'll give you a brief story. In the 1950s, they did a test. And they did a test with prisoners in England. And they used electroencephalogram, the wires to your brain. And they repeated a thought twice. And they measured whatever the wave was on the paper they used. And they noticed in their sleep, they repeated the same thought 60 to 120 times. That's how we know it works. But you are your thoughts. You are your life. And you have to stop and turn around and think, what is my epitaph? What is my legacy? What am I trying to accomplish? It's not all about your reputation. It's all about learning to love yourself, because we all came to learn about self-worth, self-love, and self-esteem. Me too. I came to learn that. And sometimes it was very challenging, and sometimes it was very painful. But in the end, it became more powerful and stronger than ever before. And you need to understand that there's nobody in control of your life. And once you understand whatever roadblocks you have in your life, once you understand you're unlimited, once you understand that you can create anything you so desire, then all the doors are opening. But the gift you have is when you open the door, you can immediately change your mind. So, no, I'm not going to try that door. I think I'm going to try another door. Nope, don't like that door. I think I'll try another door. And that's what will happen. Because I lived that life and I found out that's what happened. And one of the great expressions that I have, you have no expectations, you have no attachments, which means that everything is in the flow of your life. I hear a bell going off. Is that saying that I'm running out of time? Anybody tell me, or is that someone else's? Okay.
That's just people joining.
Okay, thank you so much. So I want to share a couple of things with you. I want to share because I want you to understand what you think you create, what you create your experience. So I'd like you to write down over the next week 7 things that you desire to accomplish over the next 1 year. I just did a manifestation prophecy webinar. I had 21 people. And in the 21 people, they all knew me. Remember, I've been teaching this for over 30 years since I was 3 years old. If you believe that one, I'll tell you another story. And they said, okay, we know you, Michael. And I said, it's 8 weeks long. It's an hour and a half. They went, groan. But they went along with me. After 4 weeks, they became family. At the end of the 8th week, I said, all right, thank you very much. It's all over. And they went, what? It's all over? They didn't realize how fast the time went. And as I sit back and watch their lives, and they call me up how much things have changed, not only financially, but in relationships, their family and their children. Because everything you do has effect. Everything you do means that you are recreating your life in each and every moment, because that's how unlimited you are. That's how powerful you are. And what if you could sit down and you found out, oh, I've got these cobwebs and I've got these fears and doubts. And how can I change them? And how can I recreate my life? Because you are recreating your life 24/7, whether you realize it or not. But it's so important to realize what you harbor within you. Because every emotion, positive and negative, is stored in every organ and every part of your body. There is a way to release it, but that's another story. But from this moment forth, I would suggest all of you just to bring into your life whatever brings you joy and happiness, whatever makes you feel unlimited. And there was a woman just speaking that she's going to go an RV and she's going to be touring the United States. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that a great thing to do? All of you have something to offer that's so powerful, that's so not only mood changing, but life changing. And once you discover that, then you're going to achieve it. But you have to resonate with the energy of it. You cannot force it. You cannot make it want to happen. What you need to do is think about it, ask for what I call true guidance, inner guidance, spiritual guidance, or I call it God, the true source inner guidance, and just let it go. And all of a sudden, the doors will open up. And what if you could work with someone who could say, hey, let's talk about what's going on in your life and release it. Instead of riding a bicycle to achieve your dreams, you'll be riding a rocket ship to achieve your dreams. Because once you relieve and release all these internal blocks you're not aware of, then you take off. And then you become unlimited. You know, in the end, when we look at our life, you're going to look at your life and say, well, what have I achieved? What have I done? And am I happy for what I've created? And it's all about your legacy with your family, friends, and relatives. Because whether you realize or not, each one of you talking today, each one of you attending is a hero. They're looking up to you and they're saying, wow, look at all the things you've done. Wow, look at what you've accomplished. Because I thought that when I listened to you speak, I thought, boy, you are a hero to everyone who's listening to this, not only to the speakers, but to the attendees, because this is such a great forum for us to learn from each other. And, you know, the age of Aquarius, as they said, began in the year of 2000. And so what does that mean? It's the age of feminine energy. Now, let's look at feminine energy. It's creative, it's loving, it's caring. That's what it's really about. The male energy is the kind that digs in and makes things work in some instances, not at all. But the creativity, this is a period of creativity for all women. If you look at every major religion, the woman is always the one that teaches the children about religion. If you look at what's going on in life, it is the woman who's coming up with these creative, beautiful new ideas. And as a woman is at the forefront, who's sticking her neck out and said, I've been through all this stuff and I've come out. I'm a hero and I've been reborn and now I'm free to create the life that I've so desired to create. That's what you have that ability to do because you are our leaders. And that's so important. But it's also teamwork. It's teamwork because we have to learn. Male and females have to learn from each other. And one of them has to take the lead. And so each one of you who are on this beautiful forum today is taking the lead to open up the minds of others to realize that you are unlimited. You know, when you look at your life and everything is done, and you have what we call a life review, you're going to think about what you've accomplished, what you should have accomplished, and what you didn't accomplish. And a very dear friend of mine, he did some research. And he did research about with everybody that had retired or was living in nursing homes. And the research said, what did you regret the most? And the answer is, because I didn't follow my dreams. I sacrificed everything. And there's something you need to understand that. You don't want to reach a point where you come to what I call birthing out of your body and you have your life review and you're thinking about things. Can you honestly say, I did everything I so desired to do? I took the risks, I took the chances. Remember that song, I Did It My Way by Frank Sinatra? And that's what we have to think about. Not in a haughty way, not in a way that's controlling and manipulative, but did you do things for yourself that brought about love and joy and happiness? Because when it's all over, and I'm going to read a quote from Buddha, I have it in front of me. In the end, Buddha said, these things matter the most. How well did you love? How fully did you love? And how deeply did you learn to let go? And if we think about those things, what are we hanging on to that's creating a wall or a prison around us? You know, as I said, argue for your limitations and you own them. How about being open to all kinds of thoughts and realizing that only one holding you back is you? And do you want to move forward? Do you want to create some positivity in your life? Do you want to look back and say, I had fun and I enjoyed my life? Because I don't know about you, but I want to look back and say when the time for me to birth out of my body is, I had fun, I enjoyed my life, and I inspired everyone. You know, we don't realize how we do this. My son is an entrepreneur. He has 3 restaurants in Durham, North Carolina, of course, with the COVID. And he graduated in genetics and microbiology and on a scholarship. And then he went to Culinary Institute of America in Hyde Park and he became a chef. And I said to him, and he graduated summa cum laude, he said, well, why did you be a chef? He said, well, Dad, you said I had to have a college degree in something, but I love cooking. And I went, wow, well, why do you love it? He said, well, because you used to cook for Mom and I used to help you and I loved it. Isn't it amazing? I didn't know. And when he's 12 or 13, and then he sells, you know, in his business, and he sells beer. He manufactures his own beer, microbrewery. And it's, when we think about it, it's Bull City Burger Brewery, free advertisement. And they asked him, why did you drink beer? And he said, at age 13, we were mowing the lawn and I sat him down and gave him a beer and he decided to like beer. We don't know how we influence our children. We don't know any of those things. But you know what happened? He's a very successful entrepreneur. And the same way with my daughter. I was in business, she had to work in the business, and she's a very successful entrepreneur. She's CFO of a large guitar-based manufacturing company. So you don't know how you're influencing other people. You have no idea. Not only your friends and your families, but people you meet. Because you are the role model. You are the person that says, look at me, I've done it. And you do it in a very subtle way. You don't have to brag about it. Because there's an energy and vibration around you that smells of success, that feels successful. And they will look up to you. And they're going to ask you how you did that. Because other people ask me. And I will just tell them, this is what I did. I don't lecture them. I said, this is what works for me. Don't know what works for you, but it works for me. And that's all that's important. And you need to understand that you are the person that's going to make a difference. You can make a difference. You're the solution. And you're the ones that are going to change this mass consciousness on this planet, to change the chaos by the role model you are, by how you achieve things, and by how you do things, because you are unlimited. And I would like to offer each one of you a half-an-hour consultation. And the best way to get on to reaching me, and TU is helping me, thank you, TU, is first of all, it's drmichaelgross.com. That's my website. The email is Dr. Michael Gross, small case, no period, Dr. Michael Gross 1 at gmail.com, the number 1. Or you can call me, because I love talking to you, at 253-222-1096. That's 253-222-1096. I'd love to talk to all of you. I'd like to help you. Because you know what? Each one of you, whether you realize it or not, you are in service to one another. I'm in service to you. You're in service to me. You're in service to the whole world. I appreciate all of you. And I see you have such a warm heart. I see, Bettina, you here? So should I stop or continue?
I'm here.
So should I stop or continue?
You can stop now, and then folks will tap into you hopefully soon.
Surely.
And thank you to you, Nat, for introducing us to Dr. Michael Gross. It was a wonderful presentation. I know we'd love to have you as an interview when we are doing our television production. We're
I would
talking
love
about
to.
that behind the scenes. Thank
I
you
would
so
love
much.
to.
All
Thank
right,
you.
with that-
Thank you for honoring me
Oh,
and
yes,
allowing me to speak.
absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
So without further ado then, I'm going to bring up Robert and Karen McNamara. And we have probably a moment to get their mics up and get Robert into the room as well, perhaps. I believe Carrie Harrington, did you end up using your 30-second mic time if you're in the room? Carrie, are you available for a commercial interruption? I believe Linda, Maria, Melissa, Rita, and Doris have taken their turn. I just want to keep returning back to Carrie, who I don't believe went, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we'll have to email you and have you come back on at some point. Karen, can you let me know if you're mic'd up and ready to go?
So Bettina, I am here. I would like to reach out to my son to see if he's available to join in. I don't know if he is. I was looking for a time.
Take a moment. Also, Dawn Long, are you still with us? Give you a moment to open your mic. Let me see if I can see you in the chat, Dawn.
I know we've had some schedule changes too, Bettina. I don't know if you want to let people know that we've figured out how we're adjusting things.
Thank you again for that reminder. Okay, so I'm looking for Dawn Long. Are you in the chat at all still?
I was gonna say, don't drop the camera. Yeah.
Let me look here real quick.
Don't worry, I was missing that.
Okay, do not see Dawn still present, so Karen probably needs a minute. So let me just tell you what's happening. So we're going to catch up in the following way so that we get to have Robert and Karen have an experience of being in the main room. And so they'll go next. Hopefully we'll get them going by 4:30 to 4:50, at which time we'll have Johnny or Dawn go, if I can get Dawn back. And then we will have Dr. Christine Lee go at 5:40. So that leaves Aaron Birch at 6:40, Patrick Snow at 7:20, and Lauren Archer starting at 7:45, The Secrets of a Hypnotherapist. And then we do, with Lauren, we'll be doing the ceremony at the end of celebration. So that's the schedule as we have it planned at the moment. And the best laid plans of mice and men comes to mind right about now, right? Thank you all for being so patient with us today. We put a lot into this summit, and a lot has been revealed and a lot has occurred for everyone. Hopefully you've taken at least one golden nugget out of this conference, and we're here for you. We are ready to take you on and shatter your earnings glass ceiling and move us all forward. So I don't know if Lee is out there at all, but there may be someone else she wants to thank.
Yeah, yep, I'm here, absolutely. If you want to squeeze me in for 15 minutes somewhere to do the sponsorship package.
Yes.
We're pretty good. I can probably present the key factors on getting sponsored within like a 15-minute period.
Okay, let's try to squeak it out here.
Okay.
Okay, we have just this little window to just take another deep breath, and maybe Lauren can lead us into one of those deep breathing moments.
Bettina, in this little moment, I could do my sponsorship package, get that done for people,
okay, let's do
and
it.
give them some really good content, and then we'll just go there. So I will just...
Yeah, let me check in with Karen real quick. Karen, are you available to give us a check-in?
I haven't heard back from my son, so I don't know if he's in a meeting right now. So I don't know
if Lee goes ahead and goes in front of you for 15 minutes, will that allow you enough time?
we'll try it.
Okay.
We'll see if we can
And
make
then
it
if
work.
that doesn't work out, we can always have Jonaki go and then have him go later with you also. So you just let us know. Let's go with 15
Thank you. Thank you so much for your flexibility. So,
Absolutely. You're
so
being
my
flexible too. So this is great.
my time options are in like 15 minutes, or in what other options?
In 15 minutes or in 45 minutes. I'm sorry. Yeah, in 45 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and tell us the sponsorship. I'm sure you have a little PowerPoint to show us.
I sure do. Do we have my introductor?
Yes, here we go.
My introducer?
Here we go. And
Jade.
so.
Jade, are you there?
Jade?
Okay.
We can hear you now.
Now I just have to get my little thing off here. Hold on a second.
Okay.
What do you do to unlock the door when something you want but you don't have the money? You find someone who wants the same thing and has the money. Heaven on earth is when you find an angel to give you the money in the twilight zone. Not all angels are created equal. Angel investors give you the money and they want it back with interest. Angel sponsors care about your message, not your bank account. And they let you keep their money. That's a unique twist on reality. You might think it's hard to get an angel sponsor to give you the money, but have you ever asked? Whether you're a tabletop entrepreneur or well-established business, you can realize that you can get the money and the message you want and break through the twilight zone.
Okay, so what we have, a lot of people look for angel investors. Those are the demons. Don't look for them, because they want to give you money, charge you interest, and maybe take part of your business. And if you don't pay them back, maybe all of your business. But angel sponsors, believe it or not, they're the ones that give you money. They just want to be part of your message, and you don't have to pay them back. Big difference. And they're all out there. In fact, I wanted to do a talk TV show, and it was going to cost me $5,000 per month. And I've never been on TV, and I went to City TV and I found out how much it would cost, and they said it would be $5,000 a month. And I said, perfect, I don't have the money, but I made one phone call with a company that would align with what I was doing. At that point, I was talking about car insurance rates and points. The traffic ticket specialists said, yeah, because if they don't want to do the show, they'll give me the money as long as they could participate in doing the show. That was fine with them. Because the show aired on a really popular TV station, it caught the attention of media giant Torstar that bought my business for millions of dollars. So as I said, I went from didn't have a dime for the TV show to finding a sponsor to selling my business really big time. This is where you can get into the WWTV, and if you tell sponsors you're on Apple TV or Amazon TV and let them watch your show, my goodness, you'll catch their interest. So why angel sponsors / investors, why would they give you money? Because it's something new, something that they're not participating in. Because a lot of times it's not their focus and they really didn't count on it. And they certainly don't have consumer advocates, which is an incredibly positive force for a company, because you really can't hire a consumer advocate. You really have to find one. And they have realized, these big money companies, that shameless self-promotion ads don't work. Again, those helicopters are because of the fires, so we are really making it real today. And they want to look like part of the community. And what better way of looking like part of the community is to grabbing a business person, an entrepreneur, you know, that is working within the community. And once you get one sponsor, then you can get a second or third. They'll be fighting over you. That's almost magical. I mean, Michael Gross just told us this. Okay, here's a trick for getting angel sponsorship money. It's as much effort to go for $1,000 as it is to go for 100,000. They go through the same steps to give you $1,000 to give you 100,000. Haha, who knew? So always ask for more. You know, let your dreams soar. What you should do is build in, okay, this is 1,000, this is 2,000, this is 5,000, this is 50,000, this is 75,000, this is 100,000. Let them pick. And don't look shocked when they pick this one, okay? Just let them pick. Build in these levels. You don't have to already done it. You don't have to write your book. You don't have to have a TV show. You don't have to have a radio show. You just say you're going to or you want one. Right now with a membership package, you will absolutely have a TV show. Okay, they're interested in your story because they don't have a story. They don't have a story, which puts you into a huge advantage, okay? And the more tragic your story is, the better they like you. So you think that you've been beaten, stepped on, folded, spindled, and mutilated. That's your asset. Because they can bring you into their presentations and say, look at this person, a complete mess. Listen to their message. They got out of it. You can get out of it too. The worse your story, more tragic your story, the better they like you. Now, in my case, I didn't have a story, okay? I just made up an opportunity. I made up an opportunity. So it goes both ways. And that company funded me. That company never sponsored any other company before, but I called them up and asked and presented an idea. Now, why they would sponsor you is because when you tell your story, and I was a consumer advocate, that kind of good feel flows from me to them. So there's a trust factor that flows, and that's why corporate sponsors are looking for people with integrity, with value, with authenticity. These are the words I've learned today. Okay, so now also third-party endorsements attract more clients. So if you're kind of endorsing the sponsor, they're getting more business. If the sponsor's endorsing you, you're getting more business. It works beautifully. It's such a beautiful thing. Now, sponsors also build credibility. What if all of a sudden I got a sponsor of like Best Buy? For Best Buy to give me $25,000 is nothing for them. They couldn't afford to buy me or work for them for $25,000. But if they sponsor me, I'd work like crazy for them. But they would improve my credibility. And then I could have the opportunity to get involved in what they're doing. They may take my product and involve it in a promotion or have me speak at a certain event. If I'm speaking at that event on behalf of my sponsor, I will get more sponsors just because having a sponsor gets you sponsors. So let's just say I want to run a webinar. If I get, and I don't have a webinar, I just want to run one. Right now I'm here, I want to be here. I get one sponsor for $25,000 for a webinar. Same webinar, I can get another sponsor for $25,000. Same webinar, I can get another sponsor for $25,000 and another. That's $100,000 for a stinking webinar. But what you have to do is ask, right? And if you're now things are opening up a little bit. So when you're at small networking events, start asking around. Hey, does your company sponsor? Have they ever done sponsors? Would they sponsor? Do you know anybody that would sponsor a company like mine? Everybody wants to give you advice, trust me. Okay, so again, having sponsors gets you sponsors. So what you start with is your network of friends around you and get them to sponsor you, saying, okay, well, Income Activator sponsored me. We EmPOWER You has sponsored me. And basically it's sponsoring maybe for the networking, but you're also getting a sponsor because of the name. So again, having sponsors get you sponsors. If you get a friend with a large email list to sponsor you, it's building your reach, which is one thing that sponsors look at. And it's really easy to do it. You could do everything I've said today without having to do anything extra. Now, your message has to benefit sponsors. So let's look at this. Sponsors want two things. They want to appear to be do-gooders in the community, and they want new clients and increased sales. That's what they want. That's their focus. Do I look good doing this? And will I increase my sales? So one thing, a really easy way of getting sponsors and increasing your reach is what's called in-trade sponsors, where they don't actually give you money, but they give you something of benefit that will increase your reach, like a radio show. If you go to a radio show and say, you know, can you sponsor my business, and can I do a radio show with you? Can I do an interview with you? You can, and if you get on with them and when you do an in-trade sponsor, you can tell your followers, your tribe, about the radio show, and the radio show will tell their listeners about your message. And getting a radio show as a sponsor, and really a mainstream radio show, I have a list of over 1,000 radio shows with over 500 to 100,000 listener base. So getting one of those radio shows on as a sponsor leads to the big money sponsors. It's a really easy door opener. Okay, so what sponsors look for is they look for reach. What is your reach? And I told you how to get a reach by talking to your friends that have large email lists, radio shows, and demographics. And not demographics like, oh, well, everybody's my market, because then they'll just completely ignore you. You really have to, you know, define your one major client and like a pyramid, go from there. And they're looking for age, sex, income, and location. So just like I told you earlier, you got to find one search inquiry and for your website, you got to find one demographic for your sponsorship package and go with that. The website sponsorship package, I've got, and it's built into Bettina's membership package. And what it does is it outlines exactly what corporate sponsors that pay you anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 are looking for. And it's a really easy sponsorship template where you change your company name, my company name, to yours, and it just outlines exactly what you should do so that when you present something to a sponsor like maybe Home Depot or Whole Foods or whatever company, you've got something that they're already looking for. So if you become part of Bettina's membership, you get this sponsorship template for free. We've also built in the sponsorship template to expand on your worldwide TV show network, so that you already will have a 5-minute TV show on Apple TV, Amazon, Google Play, Comcast, Roku. And now you can point to that TV show to your sponsor and say, okay, you can have the $25,000 sponsorship, the 50, the 75, or the $100,000 sponsorship. So what that sponsor might do is sponsor ads for people to go and see your TV show, and you can expand on that. And if you have a website platform that's generating revenue, hallelujah. Plus, you are also going to get the top 500 companies, their contacts of who has done actual sponsorships from $10,000 up to $100,000 annually. So again, the membership package, if you join Bettina's membership package, your sponsorship template comes with it and the list of 500 corporate sponsors. And there you go, guys. Was that under 15 minutes or 15? I hope so. Take it away, Bettina. I'm good, but it's a good message. Ask for sponsors. Okay, Bettina, did you go away? Is anyone listening? Could I have turned off that many people? I thought I did a good presentation.
You did great on that, girl. I mean,
Okay.
I think that people don't realize how much they're getting and all the educational stuff that is just going to build their brand so big.
Yeah.
I agree. I think that it's amazing what you've got and what you're giving to everybody. This is worth so much more. I remember when you first presented in another group and I stood up and I didn't even know you. And I was saying, oh my gosh, what you've got is golden, completely golden. Thank you. Thank you.
It is golden.
I love
and
the
not-
way that you've laid it out. It's so easy to understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
The fact that you can plug in a template is so good. I mean, you've
I
done
know.
a lot of the homework. You just fill in the blanks
Yeah.
and then follow up with those 500 sponsors. And, you know, you're putting together so many different things that encourage people to move forward beyond their former ways. It's so good.
Well,
Yeah.
look
Really
at
good.
this. We've got the website, we've got the sponsorship package, we've got the TV show, we've got Dr. Betty's negotiation skills, we got the great voice of Elvis, right?
What more do you want?
I mean, we've got it all. And then we've got Bettina's marketing of weekly sessions. My gosh, find another thing that can compete with us. We're taking it over. And we've got our community.
The community is so valuable.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It totally is.
Absolutely.
Because yeah, I was just going to say, when I jumped in, it's like, whoa, it's a lot, but you don't have to do it all at once. You
Yeah.
get to come to the weekly meetings. You get to take things at your own pace. It's great.
Yeah, Raquel is saying 10 years ago, I needed this inside timing is perfect. Love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I like, Raquel, is the timing right now because of COVID. I think COVID is working for all of us because now that everybody is inside, there is so much. And Bettina, you're ahead of it. You started working on this before COVID even started. It's like, oh my gosh, Michael was talking about he can see the future. You could see the future. Look at what you've created.
Yeah, since the 90s. And I read something to Dr. Betty the other day about my vision that I had in 97. And then it's been reiterated and reiterated. And I have like all the documents of things that I've written down that said this is a lifelong dream in a sense. But I had an interesting experience just like Lee, when I decided to go after sponsors for the first time in a really big way, just like her one phone call, I pitched a $50,000 package that I completely invented, but I knew that I wouldn't have to execute it until I got the check. And so I went to this company and I said, you know, I was going through my slide deck and then the slide that was the actual money slide came up and it surprised me because I'd gone through my slides in a little bit of a nervous haste. And then all of a sudden there it was. And it was the first time that I was asking for exactly what I wanted, which was $50,000. And so the owner of the company, he said, literally right after, he said, I'm going to give you 25,000 and I'm going to think about the other 25,000. And then he went on, you know, we went forward in our story. And within the same year, he gave me another 25,000. But one thing I remember he said to me right there at the desk was, and by the way, I don't need any of that stuff you just presented. We are a successful business. I'm doing this because I believe in you.
Yep.
So that was quite an amazing
And that's exactly
experience.
what happens because being in corporate and having been in corporate for over 22 decades, I can tell you, I do business with people. And everything that we talked about throughout the entire day, the whole theme of be yourself, show up, just show up. Don't try to be somebody else. Just like Bettina just shows up. I mean, Bettina, I was attracted to you because you're real and because you have a backbone of core values, and that's why I'm here. And I'll tell you, they will do that. I have given away, don't come and ask me for money, but I have given away a lot of money sponsoring because I want my brand to be associated with certain people. Like I will promote Mina, for example. Here's somebody else that I usually love to promote. She does protocol and she does etiquette for business leaders, for students and everything. Lee, my gosh, talk about an amazing human being with core values. She's got a backbone, the same thing. And so I will promote because of the person, not necessarily because of the company, but it's because of the person. Lee, I love what you put in here. Everything about have somebody else talk about you like I just did for other people. Don't say anything. Let me do your promotion. Let somebody else do your promotion, because it means something when somebody that people respect will say something about you. Everything that you put in here, I was thinking, oh my gosh, who do I need to listen to this? Can I get a recording? I want other people to hear this stuff. It's golden, golden.
Thank you so much, Lee. We're going to have to return to our program, but to get Karen and Robert on, but I could talk to you forever about sponsorships. I've done them before. I use that as a strategy for not only myself, but for my clients, and it works. It's very effective. So thank you. And thank you all of you who contributed to that conversation as well. So Karen and Robert, we're going to introduce each other in the breakout room. And so you have your introductions that you will do. And go ahead and come on out, so to speak. Slowly but surely. There you go. Here's Robert coming up.
And I'm ready, so.
Great.
Robert, I will let you begin.
Well, hello. I'm Robbie with Click Consultants, and I am a millennial generation.
Now's our chance.
Well, hello. I'm Karen McNamara with Click Consultants.
Now's our chance.
And I'm a boomer and also his mom. And believe it or not, we look at the world through very different lenses.
Danny, I want you to go over this really quick and make sure that I haven't forgotten.
Hold on a second. I'm going to mute her.
Okay.
She's muted. Go ahead.
No worries. So I look at it through the correct lenses, and that's for the first time ever, we have 5 different generations working together, volunteering, and often living together. This can create some interesting challenges.
Really, the bottom line is it comes down to communication. Communication is critical, as we know, for success in business, in working with clients, at home, and even when volunteering. So how generations prefer to communicate is actually quite interesting and very significantly. And we need to understand why they communicate differently. If we want to really grow our business, if we want a stronger client base, and if we want to communicate better at home. Because now during COVID, we may even have 5 generations under one roof.
I personally like text, email, and I work across a lot of different virtual platforms.
I prefer in person, phone, email, and yes, even letters.
Snail mail.
Yep.
Well, today we'd like to talk a little bit more about kind of breaking down those generational barriers. And as Lee mentioned, a lot of times you have to pick our demographic. And so this is definitely a way to learn more about each of those kind of demographics, especially if you're going to target a specific generation.
And what we've actually learned is that family is important, genetics are important, but even more than that often is what happens around us. That's why we see differences between the generations. We actually have most of our formation or our learning happens between the ages of 8 and 18. So what seminal or important events took place during those times are what shape the way we like to respond and why we look at the world differently.
So, and even in a kind of new technology era, we're seeing very different forms of interaction. And even today, a conference that is all online, the pandemic has changed things, but also just technology has changed things. And each of these generations are learning at different paces and growths. And as we start all these new technologies, we see all these different elements and different skill sets and different paces of learning between the generations.
Let's take a look at the 5 different generations, and we're going to let you leave with a strategy for communicating with each one. People actually resemble their times more than they resemble their parents. First time I heard that, I didn't believe it, but the more I've learned and the more I've been digging into generations and exploring the stats, I realize this is true, and you'll see why in a minute.
And just to say that we're not making it all up, we've done a lot of different research and we've looked through and we've pulled different resources, and we've also used our own information as we've kind of evolved this and worked through with this throughout kind of talking about it and really engaging different generations. And just a few more. So we have the 5 different generations. These are their ages. So the veterans and the matures, World War II generation is before 1940. The boomers are 1940 to 1960. The Generation X is 1960 to 1980. And the millennial generation, Gen Y, is 1980 to 2000. And Generation Z is that 2000 generation to present. All of these we're seeing in the workforce or at home all at the same time.
And this is the first time that's ever happened. Now, you will notice that when you look at the research and the data out there that you may see these years vary a little bit, as much as 5 years on either end. And that's okay. The idea is it's usually around a 20-year block of time. And it's the key events that happen during that time that forms how we look at the world. So let's get an idea of who we have in the audience today. Let's see if should we have them put it in the text, Robbie?
Yeah, I would just say add chat into the chat. You can add it.
The chat. So see, I call it text, he calls it chat. He's got the terminology. So if you go ahead and enter into the chat which generation based on these year frames you are, and we'll get an idea who's in our audience. So I'm seeing boomers. I'm seeing Generation X. More boomers, more Generation X. Boomers, oh, there's a Generation Y.
Best generation. Just keep adding them.
They're called high maintenance.
High maintenance, high performance.
Can be. All right. So it looks like we've got a room full of Generation X and boomers and a few Generation Y. I don't see any Generation Z and I don't see any veterans in this group, but we will touch on all 5 because you will see all 5 in work or in clients or maybe even in your home. So what I want you to do right now is think about seminal events or key events that you remember happening as you were growing up. And we'll go through each generation, and then we're gonna give you a strategy based on the way they look at the world for then communicating with them. So let's talk first about the veterans generation. Those are the folks born before 1940. This is important today because this generation is still very active in volunteering. Many are coming back even into the workforce, and those that are not have a lot to share. They have big stories to tell. And what we need to learn how to do is to listen. This is a generation that went through depression, went through the war, went through the flu epidemic. And what you're seeing is a generation that really believes in pulling together, believes in patriotism, and really feels they have something to offer. So if we don't include them, we're missing out on a huge opportunity. And remember that we all need to feel important. So with this generation, listen to their stories. I listen to my mom and to my grandfather, and I think of the things that they can share and the stories that they have to tell. They went through a previous pandemic, and guess what? They got through it, and they have stories to tell us as to how to do it right. I had one woman who told me, you know, people say, oh, you survived the flu pandemic. How horrible was that? And she said, I don't remember it that way. I remember it as a time to be together. We ate together, we did things together, we worked at home, we wore masks, and we just made it work. And we pulled together, and because we pulled together, we're better for it. So don't forget this generation.
So our next generation, which many of you were a part of, is that boomer generation.
Yes.
In this generation, we kind of see two different halves. And so you can kind of see here the two different halves really represented. Some of the very workaholic, kind of very unorganized, and then the other kind of generation is that very organized, leadership driven kind of side to this generation. And we definitely see very career minded. I used to always say to my mom, overworked, underpaid, just that workaholic mentality. And then there is a sense of individuality and pride when they're tied to their company and helping grow their company and really want to kind of get to that CEO executive level position. And so one of the strategies that's really successful in kind of helping develop or work with a boomer, especially from a development standpoint, is just kind of coaching, planning, budgeting, dialogue, factual items are really, really helpful. And then make sure that they kind of are acknowledged in their process of, you know, their reading, their acknowledge them in what they're doing and kind of gaining that title and that position as they work up through the system, especially today in kind of a corporate America, definitely are looking for that. And then they really live in a world of facts, especially in this kind of pandemic. We're seeing that there's just a real desire and want and drive to really understand and get to the core of it because of how much it's affecting them, and also really going to start affecting retirements and what comes next out of that. Many of them are at that point where they're ready for retirement, but now they don't know what their stock portfolios or investments are going to do, and that gets fairly scary. And so that is one of the things that this generation is really looking for.
So let's stop for just a moment. And those of you that are boomers, we've got quite a few in the group. What do you remember growing up? What are some of the big seminal events that took place? So you can either say it out loud or put it in the chat box. Looks like you're talking there, Art, but I don't hear anything.
Oh, I'm not.
There we go.
You want me to say something? Do you want me to chat?
It looked like you were. It looked like you were trying to say something.
No, I was just trying to use my chat thing.
Oh, okay. So I'll throw it out there. One thing that I remember is the man on the moon. You see that picture there? Almost everybody in our generation can remember where they were when the man walked on the moon. We came out of the Depression and the war, and now everything was affluent. The world was great. The possibilities were endless. We wanted to work in our business. We wanted to show how we were. We were excited. JFK is another one, civil rights movement. Yeah, these are things we remember, and they were really important to us as we grew up, and they affected how we looked at things. We wanted all of our kids to go to college. We wanted everything to be good because we saw what it was like, and now the economy was booming, kids were booming, babies were booming, everything was good. And so we felt really powerful in our business. Our business defined us. That's what, you know, when we had a job interview, heck, if you had a gap in your job interview, it was bad news. But we wanted to support the business. Even if I didn't necessarily believe in the whole company philosophy, I probably wouldn't leave the company. because I had an obligation there. And the military was still a big part of this generation as well. Other things people remember, let's see, gas lines, yeah, Vietnam, explosion of consciousness, mansion, civil unrest. Yeah, we had some civil unrest going on too. We were coming out of things and things were looking a little bit better. Chernobyl, yeah. Technology beginning. Yeah, we're right at the beginning of it. So you see, when this generation started looking at how to do business, they looked at all of these things played into it. And then came Generation X. Anybody know who these folks are? And write it in the chat. Anybody know?
Yeah, one is the guy from Google.
I'm a Mac, I'm a PC.
That commercial became really big for
Right.
the Generation Xers. Remember that?
Yeah, it was Mr. Blue, whether you were creative, the Mac creative versus the conservative blue.
Technology was starting. Okay, Xers, what do you remember about this time? Put it in the chat. Remember the phone commercial? Yep. IBM versus Mac. I am a Mac, I'm a PC. Yep, you remember in the commercial. What else?
Was Bill Gates?
Phone, and I can't get up. Pay phones.
How about Bill Gates?
MTV generation, yeah. Start of MTV.
Go, yeah.
Sorry, I don't remember.
I don't remember. I like that.
That would be Woodstock.
80s, the Beatles. Music, disco. What about parents? What was happening with parents during this time? Haight Ashbury, where I was born, Monkeys. This was an important time because it was the first time, remember that the boomers, everything was going, and you had the family they were working. Well, starting now, you're having both parents go to work.
Yes.
So this was when you started seeing the latchkey kids.
Exactly.
Kids were at home by themselves. You started seeing people using technology, living on their computers. They had to entertain themselves. And then technology absolutely exploded. So we're seeing a huge shift here, and now a mindset shift. All of a sudden, this generation is saying, we don't want to just do everything for the company if it doesn't make sense. If it makes sense for us to work from home, or if it makes sense for us to work a split shift or a shift later, I'm going to go into my interview and ask for it. Now, me as a boomer, are you kidding me? You earn your right. What do you mean coming in here in an interview and asking for a different time? But the Generation X is like, well, why not? It makes sense.
They had a sense of entitlement. They were entitled. They felt entitled.
Well, because they were by themselves and they figured, you know what? I can do this myself. I want to be able to put balance back in my life. And so they started pushing back, and they wanted to know why. Why would I do this if it doesn't make sense? I just said, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. They asked me to jump. I said, how high? And all of a sudden now people are saying, wait a minute, this does not make sense. Why would I do it if it doesn't make sense? So out of the Generation X, and validated here today, we now see entrepreneurs. Lots and lots of entrepreneurs and tech-savvy people were born out of the Generation X. They wanted family life, family balance. They said, I can do it better myself. And you know what? You better give me some technology to go along with it. Because if I don't have the technology, I'm going to move on. They're much more task driven than they were someone that would just follow a goal or a mission. They want to give me a task, tell me what you need, I'm out of there. I'm doing it, I've got it done for you. So let's talk some strategies to help them. Technology, don't give them the slowest technology. Robbie can speak to that when he came in as a millennial. Work-life balance. They work to live, not live to work. Boomers often live to work. It's a shift. That's why they look at it differently. Management by task, short-term goals, clear timelines, cut to the chase, give me the why, and I am golden. So the Generation X, the smallest group of in this generation, because it was after the baby boomers, are making waves, and they're in the workforce in a big way. And we're seeing that today in this group here.
All right. Well, now we made it to the best generation, my generation. This is a generation that is really divided into two worlds. And you see some very driven, motivated, I'm ready to go, kind of really invest into whatever I'm doing. But then you also see the flip side where there's a very sense of lost, or a nature of being lost, where they're not sure what they want to do, so they try 20 jobs. And for my generation to have one job versus 20, you will find it's a very half and half. I'm on the side of, I've had one career, I knew what I wanted to do, but then you have like my wife or my sister who are very different. They've had multiple jobs and they kind of work their way through it until they find that passion. But one of the things that kind of unites our generation is the core values of really centrically like world focus. So sustainability, people coming together, causes. So in a time now where we're talking about all kinds of different cultural issues, this generation is very much so going to pick those elements up, and they're going to really run with them as fast as they can. In many ways, that will drive them more than the career or the business they work for.
And what do you remember, Robbie, growing up during this generation? What do you remember happening?
Everyone wanted a trophy. So we were known as a trophy generation. So everyone gets a trophy. And so that's definitely something that I remember. 9/11 was a huge change in event, and that kind of shocked our culture, our country. And I think some other big things were technology. Technology is huge. We are that generation that we sort of remember not having a cell phone, but for the most part, we don't remember not the day of not having a cell phone. And so those are some kind of key things. I also know that we have a sense of entitlement. Art had mentioned that a little bit earlier, but we have a much larger sense of entitlement, I think. I walk into the door, and by day two, I should be the CEO, maybe day one. And so we want to be heard, and you need to find ways so that we can be heard. And so in this generation, for me, especially, like mentor programs have been very helpful. The first day I went to work, I got like the crappiest computer, and then at my second job, I got a computer that didn't have half the programs I needed. That was very unsettling, and very one of those things that makes you go, do I even want to be here? Is this the right place? So providing technology that works well, and really just helps is a very large item. And then I would say, COVID-19, that's an interesting one. It won't affect me. I think you're seeing two sides of this, just like there's two sides to our generation. I know for me, it won't affect me. I'm going to do the right things, but I'm not terribly worried about it. And then on the other side, like my wife she does the exact opposite. She's very extreme about it. And so we have this kind of, where is this blend even within our own generation? And we see two very different extremes within that. So that is my generation.
Well, and what I've watched with Rob over the years is that mentoring has been really critical. I would say, if I would give one piece of advice for anyone working with millennials, is they come in with ideas and excitement and schooling, and they're ready to go, but they don't have the experience yet. So they need to have someone that can help them get that experience. And that's somehow, in some ways, magnified right now during COVID, where everything's virtual, because a lot of that experience, like all of Robbie's mentors were in-person mentoring from people that were mostly boomers, and they could share their experience. And now we have, he works in architecture, so it's technical, and the millennial may not have that technical expertise yet, and it's a little bit more challenging sometimes to then make the difference. But they have to have that link to the experience, because that's where the gap is. And they won't stick around if you don't do that. And because they grew up with, hey, you worked hard for that F. Whereas my generation, like, what do you mean you got an F? You could have had an A. It was very different. They need to have someone give them positive reinforcement. And we say, in my generation, it was, if you didn't hear anything, it meant you were doing great. But Robbie would come home from work and he would be really upset because he worked his butt off for a project and never heard a word. And all he needed was for the boss to say, "You're right on track," or "You just saved my butt." That's all he needed. And then he's good for a month. Well, maybe a week, maybe a day, but he's good for a while at least. And that positive reinforcement, and the reality is we all need it. We all need that team building. And I think that's even more important now during times of COVID and all virtual. On a meeting I had just a week ago, we were talking about creative ways to build your team, wine tasting, cooking together, doing things over online that you can do to build a team. That helps build your company, that helps make you move forward if you understand how to do that communication, and always give them the technology. So the last generation we're going to speak to is Generation Z, and they're the ones that were born between 2000 up to, or present 2000. And what we're seeing with this generation is a lot of similarities to the veterans generation, because think about it. Very similar. Lots of uncertainty in this world today, lots of civil unrest, wars going on, people not feeling safe, there's racism is rearing much more heavily now. People are really unsure about what tomorrow brings. And we're going through a recession, or maybe some will call it a depression, and we're going through tougher times, just like the veterans generation did. So what's really cool is when you combine them, you put a Generation Z with a veteran, and oh my gosh, they will come up with ways to solve issues and causes, because the veteran will have the story and the history, and the Generation Z will understand it, and they'll have a technology solution because they know technology. But what they don't have is the connection, the physical connection or the personal connection. So when you're talking this generation now coming into the workforce, they don't necessarily know how to communicate well. You're trying to sell to a client, you're trying to build your business. They're not sure how to do that. You can give them the technology and they'll play, but you try to get them to communicate and it's more challenging. So we have to help them with the communication and the time together. There's some concern that this generation will have a higher suicide rate because they don't have that connection or that way to reach out, because they don't have the coping skills. They haven't learned it. I predict we'll see similar to what we saw in the veterans generation, that we're going to see less people go to college and more people going to trade school. I want to put food on the table. I want to just take care of my family. I don't know where tomorrow's going to bring, so let's do that. That's okay. That may be where we are right now. But we have to help them, and one of the best ways is through causes. Today is a day of causes. Today is a day of really putting people in trying to reach a goal. So when you're building your business and you're reaching out for a cause, you can pull your multicultural, multi-generational team together, and you can do all kinds of amazing things. They have global interest. And you pair them with mentors, keep them with the technology. They're going to need some supervision and some coaching because they don't have the experience and they don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. And lots of uncertainty. You're seeing lots of different behaviors around COVID-19 and things like, because they're not sure yet. So we have to help them. We may even have to, with the younger ones, not give them technology right away, have them do other things. And I think homeschooling, many of us now are dealing with homeschooling that we weren't before. Now all of a sudden we're feeling we're not teachers, but yet we've got 3 kids at home we've got to teach now. Ooh, that can be a challenge. So how do we pull all of this together? How do we, as we build our business, as we make it grow, as we scale it, how do we keep the generations and the communication in mind?
There's also some really cool stuff in the chat going on that that Gen Z is, or Gen Y, and the last Gen Z are kind of kids without marriage. We're also seeing some really interesting health things changing within gender acceptance, drugs, the amount of vaccines and things like that. All these things have kind of continually progressed at these generations, and are definitely elements that we see tying all of these together.
So when you pull it all together, there's 3 things that help you connect with your generation besides the specifics we've already said. One is embrace communication. Talk about these things. Talk about what's going on. Talk about what they're feeling. Talk about how they like to communicate. What is the technique? If you're pulling a team together, figure out how you're going to communicate. You may have to do it a couple of ways. It may not just be text. It may have to be email. It may be phone call. It may be writing something. You have to have those conversations. And then come up with a common purpose. One of the best ways to bridge gaps and to build is to get a common purpose. You get folks excited about a cause, or donating, or giving to something, or earning money, or getting websites that are going to create for you. Oh my gosh, it's going to be awesome. So I can spend time with my family. I can have my website generating income for me. How cool is that? And if we all work together and we make it happen, and we partner and we refer folks, whew, the world is, the sky's the limit. So get common purposes. And then remember, we're all individuals. Everybody's different. And as why we talked about these different generations, you might have felt like, well, gee, I'm a little bit more like a boomer than a Generation X, or I'm a little more like a Generation Y than a Generation Z, or something like that. And that's fine. Part of that might be cultural, part of that might be where you lived, where you grew up. But the idea is that we remember we're all a little bit different. We need to treat each other as individuals and respect each other. We respect each other, and we will go all kinds of places. And yes, Robbie can be high maintenance, but I'll tell you what, he comes up with ideas that I never would have even dreamed of. And when we work together, it's pretty darn awesome. Thank you. I don't know if we have time for any questions or not.
Oh, I was just going to say, thank you so much. I wish we had time for more questions and interaction, because this was a fascinating session. But we, are trying to catch up, and we've got folks in the East Coast that are actually speaking. But thank you very much, both Robert and Karen. And we'll look forward to hearing more about what you're up to. And of course, people can find you on your website. Thank you everyone for participating in this session. It was really great to see the interaction.
And thank you so much for being flexible and squeezing us in. We really do.
See, you were so powerful, you disappeared the whole breakout session moment for yourself.
There you go.
That's how I like to think of things. What happens? Okay, so next up, I'm going to bring Janaki Severy, who I introduced earlier. And in the interest of time, I will go ahead and have her introduce herself somewhat, because I already read through her bio. So Janaki Severy, come on up to the stage.
I'm here.
How do you describe it? There you go. Thank you so much. You're a blessing in my life, and can't wait to hear what you got to say.
Thank you. Okay, let me just get organized here. All right. So I want to tell you how fun this is for me, because story busting is something that I coined when I had some difficult times in my life. And I knew at those times I had a lot of choices, and some were to believe what it appeared to be, meaning what I thought I was experiencing was true and there was difficulty and I didn't know how I'd change, versus it was a story and there was truth to it. It was definitely happening, but it was the value and the quality of the story that made the difference for me, and whether or not I believed it was permanent or whether or not I believed this was something that I could move, influence, and change. So if you look at this slide, you see these remarkable beings who are trying to be something else, or who are trying to fit in, or who are trying to be part of the group. And Karen talked about this, you know, the different generations have different connections with different people and different value around how we're being seen. So this is an interesting thing, that all stories start with the idea of sharing, that the way people communicate, think of back in the days when we had no language, you know, we'd point to something and then we'd point to something else and then somebody would nod and then we would get that we were pointing the same thing, we'd either smile or frown. Well, this little baby was having a challenge in utero, and the obstetrician went in and cut the sac to help the baby, and look what the baby's hand did. This little baby, pre-birth, wanted to connect. So what we know about these stories, whatever value they have to us, even stories that are negative, what I would call gossip, it's somebody trying to connect in some way. And I don't know if you know this, but gossip is a tribe survival behavior. We gossip in order to help people understand what we think the lay of the land is. So right now I can see Mina on the screen. So if Mina and I were close friends and she was dating somebody and he was awesome, and she said he was from a place in Wisconsin where I had a friend, I might call my friend and say, oh, I'm so excited, my friend Mina is dating this awesome guy. And my friend would say, first and last name, please. And I would give it to him and they go, oh, well, I'm not going to say anything. Okay, right off the bat, like I'm leaning in going, about what? Well, maybe they say, well, I'm sure the father isn't like the son. Now, why would somebody say that? Because maybe something in this scenario that I've made up about the person Mina's dating, there's a father or a relative who did something that this person I know thinks is relevant. So they would share it in an effort to give what they thought might be helpful, discerning information. So what's very interesting is that we know a story, literally, is just an account of something that's happened. Except one of the problems is, a lot of times we think we understand what happened, we think we saw it correctly. But if you understand vision and you understand memory, we are 100% living in a constructed reality. If I blink my eyes, I miss that Mina just rubbed her hands, or I miss the way that the light's shining on Karen's glasses, or I miss looking at Art and seeing his beautiful hat because I blinked. So even in the blink of an eye, we can miss a key component of a story. It can be a fictitious tale shorter than a novel, but according to whom? People today with the COVID environment say, well, according to the experts. And I say, well, which experts? Are you talking about Fauci? Are you talking about Zach Bush? Are you talking about, there's a million people that are all experts. So in the days of Australia, and in most cultures, the story defined your culture. So I'm an Irish Celtic girl. My children have a Greek dad. So we have different stories. My daughter's partner is Italian and Jewish. And so it goes on, right? So you think about this cacophony of beautiful culture, all of which is really relevant. And that we tell stories. Human beings tell stories to share experience. We want to give meaning to our life. We also tell them to protect us. I went on Match.com and I wrote this ferocious, don't mess with me, professional speaker story, because I figured I'm a little bit dominant and kind of outspoken. So anybody who couldn't handle that should be forewarned on my Match profile, so they didn't even get close. And I scared a lot of people. Didn't mean to scare them, but I am a little bit outspoken. So we also use stories to talk about our fears and our values. So these stories are neither good nor bad. They're information. And where do these stories come from? Before you're born, before you're 6 years old, somebody's going to say, are you going to have kids? How many? Well, my child is going to be a firefighter, or my child's going to be a doctor. And so these stories, before anybody's even arrived on the planet, get constructed. And then the story of your birth. Did you come in easy or was it difficult? And then after birth, who took care of you? My dad was in dental school. So my mom worked at night. My dad took care of me during the day, and then he went to night school. So my dad was functionally my mom, so to speak, when I was a child. So we learned that babies very early on, even in the womb, begin to experience information. In utero, babies experience the emotion of the mother, whether or not she's stressed with cortisol and adrenaline in the system. A baby can be born with PTSD. The amygdala in the baby's brain can be born overreactive because in utero, the child had a lot of startling because of some difficulties. So even before we're born, we get a sense of what the world is like. And then if we have any challenges while we're born, we have more information about what's this world like that I'm coming into. Then we have all kinds of experiences, early years, family stories, Marilyn Monroe stories. We have cultural expectations, gender stories, girl versus boy, achievements, messages, all of which add to our story. Who told you stories? Was it your family? Was it your friends? Was it your culture? How about school? At school, I was a talker. And that was before we had some guidelines on how children were disciplined. So I had to hold chalk on my nose for 2 hours. Very difficult as a 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid. I had to walk on my tiptoes with my hands up in the air around the classroom where my calves were so weak I thought I would cry. But they thought they were disciplining me. So school to me at that point ridiculed my talking. Guess how I made my living? Talking. Who knew? We have stories where people give you their best. They give you what they think will help you. I believe people are good. Even when those stories are painful or difficult, I do believe they are not trying to hurt us. Perhaps a few, but mostly not. But the question is this story serving you? Human beings are meaning-making machines. We make meaning out of everything. When I was young, my parents were practicing periodic alcoholics, so quite a bit of drinking in the home, and only on the weekends. But I made a decision quite young that I wasn't going to be much of a drinker, but I never learned how to handle my emotions. So I ate. So I was a bigger girl. In high school, I probably weighed 165. I weigh 135 now. And so I struggled with being a big girl in high school. So I had a story that I was pretty, but a little fat. And that if I would just lose weight, my life would work out. I don't know how many of you have had that story. If you just do this, get a better job, have a better boyfriend, lose weight. Notice all that is outside of you. In my work as a coach and in all the work that I do in training and development, we talk about locus of control. It means location. Where do you give your control? Most of us are taught early on that what people think makes a difference, and that's what we should pay attention to. And to a great deal, impressions make a lot of difference. I am a coach, and if 10 people say you're difficult to work with, I might get to work with you, because there's a misunderstanding between how you're working with people and how they're perceiving you. But you have to ask yourself, what is true for you? And that's called locus of control. Is my locus of control outside of myself, meaning your decision about me is what I give value to, or inside? I always think we listen to what people say, 1, because they mean well, and 2, because there's always a kernel of something to consider. But most importantly, listen to yourself. You are, without a doubt, the most powerful, remarkable, amazing being on the planet. There's only one of you. So can you access your power? Do you know how to create the story you want? That's what we're going to be looking at. So the other thing that's very interesting is memory is 100% fallible. The human brain can't tell the difference between real or imagined. It cannot.
You wake up in the middle of a dream and you, for a moment, think it was real. Somebody says something to you and you say, did you just call me a name? And they say, no, no, I didn't. But in your mind, you heard that. Or somebody walks into a room and they're laughing and you walk in and they stop and you're sure they stop because of you. So over and over again, the brain sorts 80,000 times faster for danger than safety, because that's how we stay alive. So the brain is looking for the possibility of danger. The brain is sure, if it doesn't understand what just happened, why people laughed, or what you said, that it's probably bad. And it's probably about you, and it's probably not good. So when you look at this slide, you see that we are living in what I call an iceberg experience. 1/3 of how we see the world, or 1/10, is above. It's present. We can see each other. 70 to 90% of our experience is underneath our iceberg, not visible to others and not visible to ourselves. So we don't know how many memories we're holding that are not connected to our conscious mind. We don't know what information we've stored that gave us a sense of low self-esteem or not being heard or understood. We don't know what is going on with our memory, because the way the brain works, if it's hurtful, it protects us by blocking the memory. But these are called encoded memories or thumbprint memories. So a lot of the stories that we bust in my work are discovering those stories and helping our minds and our spirits and our heart unravel them and replace them with stories that are really beautiful. There is research now that people that have had trauma, from self-identified PTSD to a serious event that we would all understand as a PTSD event, where they can go in and alter the brain in such a way they can replace those memories with new ones. I'm not talking about EMDR, and I'm not talking about brain spotting. I'm actually talking about a physical process to replace memories. So we are very much aware that we are at the effect of how our brain has organized our lives. So because our storage isn't exact, we reinvent our memory all the time. I don't know how many of you have a lover or friend or husband or child who has special stories they like to tell. I do, and people go like, I heard that one. And I go, okay, sorry, it's my favorite story. But the question is, how did it sound this time? You can tell a good or bad marriage when the fish that the husband got, which was a pretty good sized trout, kind of sneaks into the mackerel category and gains about 10 pounds and gets bigger. And the wife goes like, oh, that fish changes shape all day long, but you know what? Whatever it was when he caught it, it was pretty awesome. Or the wife who goes, oh my gosh, are you going to tell the story again? Would you at least get it right? And she's like, wah, wah, on him to tell the exact story, as opposed to the spirit of it, which is, I caught a fish and it was awesome. Sometimes I remember the exact size. Sometimes I play with it. Probably now I don't even know what kind of fish it was. So these stories are very interesting because we're all telling them. Memory registers what you see and touch and smell and feel and imagine. And many times we aren't consciously aware of what it registered and how it registered it. Did it register it painfully or not? Because I struggled with weight, I would lose weight, as many who have struggled with weight would remember, and then I would give away my fat clothes. And when I would give away my fat clothes, I would call my mom with pride, like 26 or 36, because I struggled during that range, maybe stopped struggling around 35. And I would tell my mom I've lost weight, and she'd say, oh, honey, you didn't give away your fat clothes, did you? I mean, you know, you always gain it back, and you have such nice clothes. You don't want to keep wasting your money like that. Now, was she trying to hurt my feelings? No, she had mommy worry. She had evidence that I did gain weight back. And she did think that I should keep my fat clothes. But when she said it, what was it like for me? A knife in the heart. She didn't mean that, but for her, she was just telling me the truth. I want to tell you what Aristotle says about that. Aristotle, the Greek philosopher, says to say the right thing at the right time, in the right way, with the right voice to get the right result is an art. Not Art Johnson, but an art. How many people have told you a truth and said, but it's the truth, and it hurt you to the quick? But they said, believing that telling the truth
was the most important thing. Well, I'm in Aristotle's corner. There are various levels of truth telling that are really useful for us. But if it's going to hurt the other person and you stand on the pinnacle of truth, I think we all need to rethink that. Because what's the state of mind of the receiver? Are they able to hear your truth about them? And right now I'm writing a talk called The Fallacy of Feedback. And in that talk, we know that feedback from another person about your behavior does not improve behavior at all. Who are you to rate me about my whatever? In the military, they actually rate the rater's practice. You rate too low. You consistently rate too high. You're consistently too critical. Because when I rate someone, I'm rating you according to me. I'm a 72-year-old woman. I'm not going to rate you like a 36-year-old or a 40-year-old. I've had a very interesting life. I'm going to not rate you like a gal who grew up on a farm, which might have been a really sweet life for me, but I don't have that experience. So when I give you feedback, you have to understand it comes from my model of the world. And it's just information. It may not be true for you. And yet, people give us feedback as though they're right. And many, many times there are many ways to have received information about how to improve. But in the research from Harvard, the feedback fallacy is that you, external to the person you're giving feedback to, have the right to tell them what you think they should do better. It's perfectly fine to have criteria. It's perfectly fine to have checklists. It's perfectly fine to have information that is standard operating procedure that we all are working toward. But it's no longer considered useful to judge the other person's viewpoint of excellence or the right weight or a clean house. So when you think about the stories, what are some stories you've been told about your birth or when you were little? I was told by my mom that I was really smart, and I used to run around and say I was a psychological curiosity. And I literally lived in the library. I would go to grade school, my mom would drop me off, I would go there from 3 to 5. By the time I was in 5th grade, I read all the fairy tales in the downtown Portland, Oregon library to the degree that when I came to my Glencoe grade school and read the fairy tales, I went up to the librarian and I said, "These are wrong. That guy got his head cut off. This guy got murdered with a big knife." "Oh, no, sweetheart. No, these are the fairy tales." I go, "No, these are the edited fairy tales," because somebody didn't want to understand how hard it was in the Middle Ages. Like, if you made the king mad, he probably killed you. He didn't just send you off in the forest and say, "Shame on you." You were like, it was a big deal when you volunteered to fight for the princess. If you failed, you were dead. So we have all these stories that people have told us in the name of helping. And these thumbprint memories are the ones that when we do story busting, we don't do deep psychology, but we help you understand how to find some of these memories, lovingly recognize they're no longer useful, and find ways to release them. And then stand in a wonderful menu called life and pick some awesome new memories that you want to implant, because there's truth to everything. I can be a 72-year-old who has saggy arms, I got that. Or I can be a 72-year-old who's pretty sassy, I got that. If I live every day looking at my saggy arms, my life's gonna suck. But if I look at my sassy energy and I say, "And you know what? These arms work really well. My body parts are awesome and I have no pain. Forget my sassy little hanging arms. So what? Small price to pay for me." So it's all about focus. Just like Karen said, generations, it's all about focus. Just like Lee said, it's all about focus. Are you a doer or are you a referring person? It's all about focus. So when we have a stressful experience, the brain morphs the experience to what makes sense to it at the time. A 6-year-old child's experience of an angry person is very different than a 16-year-old child, which is very different than a 60-year-old person. Angry person can be the same in those 3 experiences. But what you learned changes everything. My mom and my dad told me people are good. And if somebody says hello to me, I can say hello back. but my girlfriend grew up with people are not to be trusted. She would never, ever, ever sit in a car at a stop sign unless the doors were locked because she believed people were going to jump in her car and hurt her. I didn't believe that. So what are the things that affect how we create our stories? First, our brain. It's sorting 80,000 times faster for danger, and it will see what it looks for. So if you're a person looking for danger, I guarantee you're going to find it. If you believe you're unattractive, you will get up every day and look at the very parts that make you feel unattractive. Or you can pay attention to what's wonderful about you, what's remarkable about you, what's magnificent about you. Fear is a survival mechanism. Fear means false evidence appearing real. So if we live in fear, we will always be looking for things to be afraid of. And I trust you know they will show up for you perfectly. Bruce Lipton says what's very interesting in the biology of belief, that cells respond to their primary environment. Cells are looking for information. The primary environment for a cell is thought. In a human body, your thought programs your cells. At 72, if I get up every day and say, wow, I'm 72, who knew? I got some bags under my eyes. I got the arms going on. Probably pretty soon it's going to be my memory, cancel that thought. And then I'm going to be achy. And then I got the mommy tummy. And pretty soon all day long, I'm telling my cells to remember all the things that I am afraid of, some of which have some truth. Or I can get up every morning and say, awesome, you, no pain, feeling good, working full time, yay. So, as Bruce says, cells respond to their environment. What are you thinking? What's your environment? What are you talking to yourself about? But we also know, we used to think the brain was hardwired. We now know that the brain is neuroplastic. The brain literally can change shape, quite literally can change shape. That means if the brain changes shape, the capacity for the brain can change function and skill. So we are learning all day long. And I have corporate clients who say, I don't know, I think my memory's going. And I'll say, no, actually what's remarkable is the older you get, the more you have in your brain, AKA your computer. So the reason it takes you a little while longer to get information is because you're sorting through a bigger playing field. I, Johnny, am an information addict, quite literally. I have 10 bookcases in my 1,000 square feet home. And so when I get asked a question, there are moments when I have a moment where I go, wow, where is that answer? And I know some people who say, oh, Alzheimer moment, oh, senior moment. But I go like, you know what? It's going to come to me because it always does. And if it's really important, you'll ask me again. And then I let it go. Because I got a lot of information in there. And there's a real good chance I might share something else that's equally of value to you. And I'm counting on that. So because the brain is neuroplastic, we can actually learn how to change, feed, and keep our brain healthy. Wonderful. We also know there's something called the Pygmalion effect, that people will behave the way we expect them to. If you expect to be treated a particular way, that's going to happen. And in the story of the sculptor, a Cypriot sculptor made a beautiful woman, and he loved her so much she came to life. So the idea of the Pygmalion effect, which affects our stories, is that we see it and believe it so much, we will make it true. A person who doesn't talk to us for 3 days, we will decide they don't like us, when in fact they have a sore throat and struggled all 3 days just to come to work. But we might see that differently. There's also the idea of My Fair Lady. If you know this wonderful story, there's a professor in early England, and he is at a very high social group, and he's saying to his friends, I can make anyone pass our social circle. And they're going, no, not possible. We are of that echelon, and speaking quality and clothing quality, the way we dress, the way we walk, everything about us is particular. You can't just take a person on the street and have thus accept them. We know our kind. Back to story. So he takes the very flower girl that sold them flowers, gorgeous Audrey Hepburn, and asks if he can pay her, take care of her, and teach her to be a lady. And by golly, she enters the social top of the stairs, as you might imagine, in this forever gorgeous dress, and walks down, and the room goes, a princess, no. A socialite, no. Someone's queen, no. And they all believe Why? Because she believes, because he believes. The power of the story is remarkable. There's also the looking glass self. We see ourselves as others see us. Who are you surrounding yourself with? Are you surrounding yourself with people who see how remarkable and amazing and exquisite you are? Or are you surrounding yourself with people that are judgmental and critical, living in a difficult life for themselves and seeing difficulty everywhere, including with, to, and for you? If that's the case, they're hurting your spirit. And when you learn how to story bust, you learn how to very gently either coach them or find ways to protect yourself from their good advice and their opinions. There's also mirror neurons, which is that we see what other people do and often mimic it. One of the ways that Native population children learn, the Hopis, the Yavapai, the Navajo, is they never do direct instruction. The child's on the back of the parent or walking beside the parent, and pretty soon they start picking up rocks and bringing them to mom to heat the stove. Pretty soon they start picking flowers to help with food. The children observe the mirror neurons of the parents, and those mirror neurons actually communicate. Now, some of us have what's called spectrum. Autism and Asperger's are people who have low mirror neurons. Theirs don't respond to what's out there. So many times they don't have a human interface that's very successful. Empaths, which I am, and highly sensitive people, which many of us are, have very high functioning mirror neurons. We can get a sense of something or feel it, and the other person isn't telling us, and we know, and we find out it's actually true. Join me in story busting. We'll decide if you're an empath or an HSP, because there are tests for both. So how do we bust those stories? Einstein says, the physical body, like all material object, is an illusion, and trying to manipulate it can be like grasping the shadow and missing the substance. The unseen world is the real world. And when we're willing to explore the unseen levels of our bodies, we can tap into the immense creative power that lies at our source. Perceptions create reality. Billions of sensory input enter your experience. When we're children, it's all coming in, and we start snipping because we start shaping what we're willing to see. If you limit the vision of a cat to not see horizontal legs the first 3 months of their life, they will never see horizontal anything, because we've taught them to limit their vision to things that are only what they've been exposed to. So what do you see? What are you trained to pay attention to? So one of the things that is very important is this: you have power over these stories. They're woven into your life. You can retell them, you can rethink them, you can deconstruct them, you can joke about them, you can change them. It's just the thought away. So your attention and interpretations are what we learn about in story busting. What do you pay close attention to? What you embrace as ideas are what we pay attention to. This little child is my grandson, who's now 10, and he has learned all along what to notice and what not to notice. We learn how to challenge your stories without being unkind about anybody who told them to you, because I do believe in most cases they give us their best stuff. And so if you keep telling those stories, you're actually building credibility. So part of the exploration in story busting is learning how to let go of those stories. You'll unlearn damaging thoughts and unlearn validation from others for your worth. You'll unlearn self-statements that aren't useful, unlearn actions incongruent with your story. You have to believe you're powerful enough to change your story in your life. So these are the processes. You select the stories you want to change, and you follow these steps. And why is this important in We Empower You? If you're living in stories that limit your power, no matter what the package, no matter what we offer, you may in fact be the one limiting you from taking what is rightfully yours, from reaching the amazing light inside you and expressing how awesome you are. So we explore those stories and we see where you want to go. And this whole conference is about exploring stories. It's about empowerment. It's about opportunity. We reframe things. We learn how to see them differently so that we can embrace a better configuration with more power. We reframe ourselves and we reframe others so they will see us the way we want to be seen. Because if you just change yourself and you don't work on your playing field, they will still mirror the old ideas that you have let go of because they don't know that you're no longer accepting them. And then we act as if, because what we established is the mind can't tell the difference between real or imagined. If you walked out of this conference believing everything we told you, by the snap of your fingers, your life would change. Right now. One decision. I believe it all. I'm going for it. Absolutely. So you got to decide who you're going to put in your story camp. In yoga, we call it satsang. I see Art's smiling face. He's in my camp. I see Karen's smiling face. She's in my camp. Mina, I don't know you, but I would love to have you in my camp. And so people are in your camp that remind you of who you are and how magnificent you are. They reflect the choices you're making. Who's in your camp? Maybe you need to have a little camp management going on. And so then we select stories metaphors that help us. I like the raven. And the raven has us focus on the inward energy to change, understanding what to shift, accessing magic, recognizing conscious and unconscious thoughts, realizing your behavior is motivated by a tapestry.
Daylight.
So this raven in the top photo has one experience, and in the bottom photo has another experience, just the change of a thought, just like what you're capable of doing, just changing your thought. So join the We Empower You team. We would love to have you. The belief that one's own reality and view of reality is the only reality is the most dangerous of all delusions. I honor you. I bless you. I'm here for you. Thank you so much.
Wow. Thank you, Janaki. You are awesome. I love this topic. You've done it before for us in other venues. And I love the last quote that you leave. Try, there is no try. There's only do or not to do. And from The Empire Strikes Back, Yoda, of course. And so that's the living that I do as well. And so I'm doing it. You're here, so you're doing it. Janaki's here and she's doing it. And no matter what trips us up, we're going to keep doing it with you. So We Empower You is going to be introducing our next speaker. And I believe Dr. Christine Lee is on. So with that, I will have you undo your mic. And Dr. Christine Lee is—
Hi, everyone.
Hi. She is a New York City, NYS rather, licensed clinical psychologist working in private practice in New York City and Westchester, New York. She's conducted procrastination workshops at Columbia University, New York Presbyterian Medical School, and the New York City Guitar School, the YMCA White Plains, and the New York City community. And she is providing in-service trainings on procrastination and counseling services at Columbia University, New York Presbyterian Medical School, SUNY College, Purchase, Fordham University, Bernard College, and Scarsdale High School. And her work, it draws in many years of experience working with university-age students at Adelphi University, Pace University, Pleasantville, Columbia University, and New York Presbyterian Medical Schools, among her many talents. So I am here to introduce to you procrastination coach, and welcome Dr. Lee. And your topic today is getting your time back. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thanks, Bettina, for welcoming me to your wonderful summit. And hello, everyone. I know you have been learning all day with Bettina. I hope to teach you a little something that can help make your time go easier and make your work flow more smoothly. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. And so how do you define procrastination? Let's start there.
I have a very simple definition, and it really is when we voluntarily, when we knowingly put things off that we can do in the moment. That's my simple definition of procrastination. So it's not terribly psychological. It just means we know that we could do it in the moment, but some forces, some fears, some feelings, some circumstances or distractions keep us away.
Yes, and I've battled with procrastination on some level, but I'm actually the best at doing things that I know of. So even those that accomplish a great deal can still have procrastination piles or zones. So what makes procrastination so baffling to confront?
Oh, before I answer that, I want to say that I'm one of the worst people in terms of getting things done. So that's where my love for this topic grew, because I spent many years feeling very anxious and crazed all the time and behind. And I had lots of ambition, as you do. And we knew in our hearts that we've got missions and purposes to fulfill, multiple ones, not just single missions. And so I decided, let me just take this on. Let me see what can happen when we take on something that is baffling. I think it's baffling because each one of us is so unique, and we are prone to fears that are just as unique as each of us are. So as with my clinical patients, I need to talk with people before I realize what really is it that they're afraid of. And sometimes they're not even aware, because it's something so old, it's something so deep, it's something so shameful sometimes, it's something so idiosyncratic sometimes that we just need a little bit of work. But once we realize that the procrastination is really just our guarding ourselves against the danger, like Janaki just finished telling us, we realize, oh, there actually is a path. And we don't want to spend our days with huge ambition, but then also telling ourselves that there's no path. Because really, I heard the other day from someone else I was listening to that there's no such thing as stuck. And if you really, really tuck that away, I think there's always an answer for how you can start the motor running again and how you can take that next step. I'm sure many of your speakers, I only heard the tail end of Janaki's presentation, but I'm sure many of your speakers today have been motivating your audience in the same way, that really there's always a way to move forward.
Yes, and you know, I've had the benefit of listening to some of your coaching program that you do just live Facebook or however you provide it. And
yes,
what I'm understanding is that sometimes it's just doing something of a simple step in the right direction that can break a habit of procrastinating and get right to the core of it, which is fear, right? Fear, false evidence appearing real.
Yes, absolutely. I think when I surveyed the Facebook members, what was the feeling that they were stuck in, the most popular word was overwhelm. And for me, overwhelm is when you have more things than you have time for, or you're thinking about all the things at once. And so yes, the answer to both of those scenarios is just stick with one thing first. And we forget that simpler is easier, simpler is faster, simpler is calmer. And so sometimes you just need a coach or a program or a group system like you're offering with We Empower You to say, okay, let's just be in this together. We know we're safe. Let's move forward with that one step.
Yes. So that brings me to another really great question. So what makes entrepreneurship such a fertile ground for procrastination?
I think everyone on this call knows that entrepreneurship, you just need kudos just to even try to be an entrepreneur. And I think we move into the realm really innocently with our mission, with our goodwill, with our desire to have a little extra cash in a side hustle or to make a better life for our families. But then when you get into the middle of it, you realize it's one big, hairy, scary roller coaster ride after another, and no one tells you that. I really don't think no one told me that when I started this as a side hustle. I'm telling you, being a regular psychologist is a lot calmer. It's a lot easier, but the entrepreneurship is exciting too. And the reason why it's fertile ground for procrastination is because I think we're creating things out of thin air. We're bringing new ideas, new products, new procedures, new perspectives to people, and we're attaching our souls to those materials, those products. And that's a tall order. It does involve real risk, monetary risk, time risk, energy risk, humiliation risk, failure risk. And then we're also birthing, it's like we're birthing new babies every 3 months or so. So it's a lot to ask. And yes, very fertile ground for procrastination. And then I think people get embarrassed that they're stuck. So not only do we just suffer it because we're human, but then we suffer from it even longer because we're too afraid to. I know I'm someone who lurks in all the Facebook groups. I'm someone, I may run one, but I'm not a really great participant in all the ones that I'm in because I'm tightly wound in that way. And I learn from all the other people's posts. And I hope one day to get to the point where I just feel like, let it all hang out, you know. In other areas, on Instagram, I'm all yours, but on Facebook, I'm just all nervous because there's so many people watching, and I sometimes don't know how to formulate what my problem is. So I'm just like everybody who's on this call.
There you go. And, you know, it's really interesting as I've watched my journey, you know, through 27 years in business, I've noticed that I can make a really good yarn, a really good story about why I didn't get something done and what's holding me back. And now that I'm shattering the glass ceiling along every aspect of my life, it seems that I've found a rhythm in not procrastinating, just getting right to it. And truly, I think COVID was a kick in the pants, right? Because here we thought we were going to wake up tomorrow and get to go out to eat, and we were going to get to go down and swim, and we were going to get to do, you know, take the flights all over the world that we could have, should have taken. And now we're grounded. Now we're quarantined. Now we're, you know, masking up. Now everything has changed. And so it really motivated me to ask myself the question, what have I been holding back doing that is, you know, still left to be done? And in the context of not knowing how or what will happen with COVID, what can I do to get it done? And so it's really been great to dive into your procrastination content that you have on Facebook, as well as to listen to those in the morning. And just, you know, you've got a lot of resources. So how do we start to dismantle the fears that are keeping us and holding us back?
Great question. Thank you so much. And thank you for your support for my work too, since we met way back when. I would say I have a quick system that I can share with everyone here. I call it the 4F system. And you already know a lot of the F's. The first one is forgiveness. We really need to, like I was saying, that kind of discomfort that we feel about just being ourselves. We need to let go of that. We need to forgive ourselves of all the failures, of all the things we could have and should have done, and just start from a ground zero, start from a neutral place to begin. And then the second F is fear, because when you forgive yourself, lo and behold, the fears come really raging to the forefront. And then you're stuck trying to figure out which one's real, which one is totally imaginary, what needs to get dealt with, so that you can really have a clear, I like to say a red carpet. You know, you want to roll the red carpet out for yourself. And I say in that kind of path image, you wouldn't want to walk through the forest throwing branches and dirt in front of you. You wouldn't want to clutter your own journey forward. But we do that with procrastination. We throw more obstacles in our way. And I just try to help people like themselves enough and believe in themselves enough to say, okay, I have the strength to show up on Facebook Live, to market this new product, to pay for a virtual assistant, which I just did myself. And, you know, all of these are just take deep breath kind of movements. And so we need to face our fears. So sometimes it's just showing up live is facing your fear. The third F is focus, which is, I mean, the big kahuna. It really is just deciding, what are you going to put all your, you know, all your focus and energy and heart into? And I do feel like we need both our head and our heart for products to really fly and for our businesses to really blossom. Because if you're so afraid that you're talking and then you're really hiding your soul and your energy from your clients who really are searching for, you know, what person can I connect with, then you're missing out and they're missing out. So I'm going to encourage everyone who's listening to just really go for it. Be silly, go crazy, let yourself be known. It's okay. So find your focus. And then the last thing, which I think is something that people forget, is to find your flow. And for me, flow means developing a consistent pattern of working. And Bettina, you have definitely shown that. You know, just the discipline and the caring for your work. It's like the respect that you have for yourself and for your work and for your audience, that you don't go for 2 months not sending out an email. I know it can be, that's the easiest thing to put off, but it's also it's like our marketing. It's our connection with people who want to hear from us. And I think it's such a privilege. So remember the forgiveness, fear, focus, and flow model. You can tuck it away, put it on an index card, and just pull it out anytime you feel really stuck, and it should help you move forward.
That's really great. So how can our listeners get involved with what you're doing, and what are the advantages, so to speak, with your Facebook group you have? Also, you have a mailing list. I got introduced to you through Tamara Fleming, who was here with us today.
Hi, Tamara.
And, just love everything you're doing. Love everything she's doing. So
yes.
Share with us a little bit about the advantage of working with someone like yourself.
Well, I think the way Tamara and I met, and the way you and I met, was really connecting with other humans. And Tamara and I met at the very last half hour of a very long conference. And it really is just, you never know who's going to be helpful to you. You never know who's going to share that random piece of energy with you that really just helps you unlock your gift. And I think Tamara and I had a lovely immediate connection like that. And I think you and I did as well. And I think the way to move forward is to move forward with other people. So my suggestion would be to not be isolated, especially in entrepreneurship. I think this is a group game. It's a collective game where we all are trying to improve the collective good, and we move very slowly when we stay very isolated. So that's one benefit. When you join my tribe, whichever part of my tribe you want to enter into, and I welcome you to do that, you will find people who are just super kind and have been stuck in some way, but are not wanting to be there anymore. So there's a lot of motivation, there's a lot of smartness, there's a lot of support, and a lot of kindness, and we get a lot done. So that's fun. It's fun for me to be the host because I learn through osmosis, and I also get a lot of work done as well. And if you don't mind, I'm going to advertise my book here because it's brand new, and it is a way for people to stay in touch with me. I've got this book. This is the product of about 20 years of work, and it's this is my one proof copy. It's that new, and it's called 5-Minute Self-Discipline Exercises. And I'm beaming like a new mom because this was like birthing a baby. So it's available for pre-order on Amazon. And if you're not quite ready to read a book, find me on Facebook or Instagram at Procrastination Coach. I'm all over social media at Procrastination Coach, and I'd be happy to help if you happen to be stuck and you're maybe a little bit afraid to talk about it. I just want to help you get going.
Yes, and you have all kinds of really good relevant information that has to do with procrastination. And I thank you so much for our conversation here today. It's been wonderful to have you. I'll be brief and a little bit tardy. We are definitely going to enjoy you into the future. So join us on our Facebook group, and what's it called?
It is, there's the Procrastination Coach Facebook group. It's a private group, so because I think there is some amount of shame still associated with the topic. So when you join, other people will not be able to find you. And we just there are more than 2,000 people in there, so you will not be alone. And I'm in there very regularly. So if you'd like some help right now, please request to join. And thank you, Bettina, for pulling this beautiful summit together and for being who you are. Thank you.
Thank you. It's
Blessings.
a pleasure, of course, to be doing this and to have you as well. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So continuing on our journey here, for the We Empower You Summit, we actually had a registration come in about 20 minutes ago. So people continue to join us. We had about 3 right in a row back then. And thank you for everyone who shared our message. This is a very powerful message. And so I'd like to check in to see if Aaron Birch is available. And if so, just say hello. Mute your mic, or not unmute your mic. Let me see.
I am available.
Oh, there you are. Okay, fantastic. And we don't have a visual on you yet, but we've got your mic open. So while you adjust that, I will go ahead and introduce you. We're going to have another fireside chat with Erin Birch.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Love
There
it.
you are.
Okay.
There I am.
All right. All right. And look at me. I've got my Laurel Birch on too, which of course was the inspiration for the very lovely colored logo that we have for We Empower You. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you. So our program topic today is Your Legacy is Now. And I'm here with Erin Birch. And Erin actually launched in 2012, Laurel Birch Studios in 2012. Her principal aim was to continue working with the beautiful art and spirit of her mother's designs while she was growing the brand in exciting new directions. She achieves this by creating new and classic collections of Laurel Birch jewelry, apparel, accessories, crafts, and home goods inspired by Laurel's vision and carrying the integrity and the quality expected of the brand. Moving to a new warehouse in Berkeley and opening her first retail store was just as the pandemic began. Erin still finds fulfillment, though, in a world filled with challenges, to be able to share her mother's work with everyone in a way that lifts our spirits, even for a moment. That is my passion and my joy, is what she says. So thank you so much, Erin. And I came to know the brand indirectly through Nordstrom's and other stores like that that were carrying, Macy's, that were carrying her products 25, 30 years ago. And then in about 1993, I started to represent a product called Beginnings, a Practical Guide Through Your Pregnancy, which had the ladies represented on the brand, and it was under a licensure from your mom. Your mom subsequently passed away in 2007, but before she passed, I had actually had the opportunity to go to her store in Sausalito. And of course, I was very saddened with the news that she had passed away at a young age of 62, I believe. So then that sets the stage for you. You are, you were there when your mother was passing away. You knew it, she knew it. You can share a little bit more of that part of the story. But you became a filmmaker. You became involved with Taekwondo, martial arts rather. You became involved with ceramics. So you have your own gifts, your own talent,
doing your homework,
and your own legacy to live with us. So I'm happy to have called you up one day to say, I'm inspired by Laurel Birch's art, and I have to do something with you. And here we are today at the We Empower You. And I just love my new colors. It's like wearing a flag, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, what a pleasure to be here. I've popped in and out all day. It's been a busy day for me at work, and it's been amazing. I mean, I'll get absorbed into something, and it's funny because the whole breakout room.
Oh God.
But what's funny is that I had to go from home and come into work right in that part. So what I saw was, okay, pick your room and everything. And then I left and I was like, okay, well, I got to get to work. And so I go and I come to work and then I hear, oh my God, that was a disaster. my big point about that is that now no one's even thinking about it. Really, it's like, oh yeah, that's that thing that happened. And, it's so not, it's like, yeah, shit happens, doesn't it?
Well, look at you in COVID. Oh my gosh, you were set to open your doors and COVID happens. Like what, a few days later?
No, literally, I moved into a new space on March 15th. I'm in Berkeley, California, and I doubled my rent. I was ready to grow and to have a retail space in addition to my offices. And the next day, everything shut down. So I was just, that was devastating, absolutely. And what I did was, I think Bettina, you were saying, it's like I'm really kind of getting at the best parts of myself in a way, because you have to dig really deep and go, okay, I had a moment of like, okay, well, this is it, good night, right? you know, it's like, is that how I'm going to play, or am I going to be all in? And I was absolutely all in. It was just like, okay, what are we going to do? And I couldn't have any of my staff here because it was right at the beginning. We didn't know. That was when we didn't even have the social distancing or everyone wearing a mask. I think it was, we were bumping elbows. Remember that? And,
right.
So it went in all these different phases. And I came in every day to work. I have an online business, and then I'll work back and give you a little history, but I have an online business, and we had a few orders still coming in. So I fulfilled the orders. I'm the CEO of the business. I was cleaning the bathroom, taking the mail, doing the trash, doing, pulling the orders, invoicing, figuring out how the phones worked, all these different things. And, you hear this again and again from CEOs that are just like, no, you wear all the hats. And the big pivot that I made was we went in and made Laurel Birch masks. That's why I had my mask on, because this right here, and I have a few more of them, absolutely are what saved my business. I mean, really, it was, what can I do? I donated a bunch of them. It paid my staff, and I was doing something that had meaning to it. And my whole business is based on meaning. Absolutely. Messages, story, meaning, color. I create products, and it's not based on my mother's artwork, but it's not about stick a painting on a cup. That mug becomes a talisman and a symbol of feeling connected. Yeah, and I have people that for 30 years that, they'll say, I drink out of that mug every single day. Everyone knows that's my mug. They don't, and it's not, this is a piece of stuff, right? This thing is a thing. But the meaning that we give it, and that my mom wanted to create, I have a painting, an original painting on my wall. She was thinking, how do I make people feel good? How do I give them some of this? How do I have people feel loved and seen? And she did that through creating artwork and then putting it on various products. And she passed away in 2007, and I took on the business in 2012.
Yes, and what I remember was that Laurel, your mom, embodied courage without compromise, and she had that insatiable desire to be a part of all humanity in some meaningful way. So all of her art was about connection. And so as you were going through this journey, trying to, after your mom passed, to try to figure out, what do I do with somebody else's business? But yet, you were raised in the business. Absolutely. And you and your brother, and so that handing off of what it was, a legacy of her own, living into a legacy of yours as well, and then still trying to find your own identity. I mean, there's all these variables that are in your journey. I'd love for you to share a little bit about how her uncompromising and unwavering attitude got seeped into your, again, unwavering and compromising attitude.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, and that's what I really loved hearing what everyone had to say today. And I thought, I had different presentations, and I had a keynote and all these different things. I'll show you a little bit of a video of my shop, but I really wanted to express this, exactly what you're saying, this passion that everyone here has for whatever it is. Everyone has their passion, and if you're not clear what it is, most people here have that passion and they are clear about it. But if you're not, it really, to me, is about finding your passion, and whatever that is for you. Whether it's, for some people here, it's like making as much money as possible, and other people it's like, I want so many houses, and some people are like, I just saw somebody walk by, like, that's so funny. Never mind. Anyway, I'm not going to comment on that, what I just saw. I lost my train of thought completely. Oh, so everyone has a different passion. They want to share messages. They want to make a difference. They want to feed the homeless. They want to, you know, come up with the most amazing patent or whatever it is. And all my life, what I was around was my mother being this, not all my life because I'm doing this part without her, but I watched this woman with this insatiable appetite to create.
And she created thousands and thousands of pieces.
I mean, she was so prolific.
Years.
We literally sat down at the dinner table and we'd say, you know, she'd be like off, we called it Laurel Land. And she'd sit there and she was be off, we go, earth to mom, because she was always creating. She was constantly creating. And she loved it so much and she loved what she did. She'd be painting something and she'd say, Erin, come look at this, come look at this. And I'd come over and I'd look and she'd go, look at that. Of her own work. I mean, she was so proud of it, but it was almost like it was divine. It came through her, and it was this beautiful color on the paper. And then she wanted you to have it. She wanted to give it away. You know, she wanted to have you feel what she had in the way that she was creating it. She wanted you to feel that. And then
she was an
you to take it away and
entrepreneur.
put it all or have it on your mug or whatever.
Yeah. She was an
No question.
entrepreneur
She
from a
was somebody
very
who had
like a teenager, pretty much, right?
She was at the age of 19. I was 19 when she was 19 when she had me, and she was pounding out jewelry on the back of a frying pan in our home in San Francisco and selling her work on the streets at the Renaissance Fair, the Grant Street Fair, at the Haight-Ashbury Fair. And literally at that time we were on food stamps. She would say, today I sold 3 pairs of earrings, and that's how we had dinner. And it really was, she was doing her passion, absolutely. And this is in a time where, she became a businesswoman, but she was the only one wearing a magenta outfit and pretty much had paintbrushes in one hand and a briefcase in the other, and would go in and work with these Macy's and Nordstrom executives and was like, this is how it's gonna go, you know. She received, and not saying it was all easy, I mean, she really lifted herself up and knew how to do that because she was born with a bone disease, a very rare bone disease that your bones would break just from shaking her hand or giving her a hug, a rib would break, or bumping her, she'd fall. And so she was constantly healing and breaking. And breaking.
And I know that I want to bring up the site so that folks can see a little bit more.
Great.
So that's inspired me to go ahead and share my screen here. This is on the website coming up here. And you might even have some things that you want to share on your end.
I do.
Okay. So this is the art that was inspirational for our logo.
That's my mama.
That's your mama.
My beloved.
The young and the middle-aged woman. Hey, you know, and here's the other thing. I mean, she got to do business in China. I think, wasn't she the first woman that ever did business?
You are so good, Bettina.
Yeah.
Yes, 1971, she went into China before Nixon opened it up. And this is when China, you know, it gets such a bad rap now. The Chinese had these amazing traditions. I mean, they were amazing artisans, and they would take her paintings and create jewelry, cloisonné, that was such a beautiful it was very distinctive in the way that the Chinese did it. And she got really well known for the jewelry that she did in China.
Yes, and I know you've so generously decided to gift us all a passcode.
I did.
15% off, right?
If you let me share my screen now.
Okay.
I can walk you through my store a little bit. I hope. Let's see if this will do it. Don't look at anything you're not supposed to see. Can you see my screen?
I can.
So this is just a quick video that I did. I'm hoping that you can see it. It's not in the best layout, but can you see that?
We can see your slides.
Can you see the video?
Not the video. You might have to stop share and then go back to the video and share the video.
It's like you've done this a million times today or something.
Yes, a little bit like that.
Okay, I stopped sharing. Let's see if it lets me do it. And I was laughing because everyone had a moment like this where they were like,
right.
All right, let's try again. How's that?
Oh, that's fantastic. So this is in your new studio space.
So this is my new store. I'm thrilled about it. This opened during COVID. So we do all kinds of things. I take my mom's images and put them on bags and jewelry. I license her designs to different companies. This is her one self-portrait that she did, some of her brushes, the jewelry that really put her on the map. Masks, very important. And the space has this natural daylight that I just love. These cases were there. And like I said, I license my mother's designs and work with about 14 different companies. And so the bag company, I work with them with the art and then approve the final designs. And then it's their business that they sell the bags. And then I actually buy them back and sell them on my site. I know it sounds a little complicated, but I am the brand. So I actually want to make sure every single thing that we do is available. And then I actually do work with China to make the jewelry. And I also do the jewelry and the socks. And so I get to do a lot of designing too. I take my mother's original designs and I might add a little something to them, or I'll take a little symbol of something. Bettina will tell you about those in a minute. I'll add something to it and then name the collection. And I stay very true to her art, but I put it on different things and update things. Garden gloves.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's great to be able to take a tour inside the store because obviously we're not necessarily flying out there in the moment, but I can't wait to actually go there live.
I know, I can't wait too. We actually are opening next week just by appointment only. But this is a really fun part of my job. I spend a lot of time doing marketing and, working on the website and then working with my licensing partners. And I'm, very grateful for being able to I'm not making widgets. I'm making beautiful things that make people feel good. And I'm so grateful to be doing that during COVID because I want to be having fun. I want to be enjoying it. I want people to be happy. I handwrite every card, every order. I write a personal note, and it's exhausting. I remember earlier someone was talking about, I think it was you, Bettina, or someone was saying, you don't want to be working hard. I was like, oh man, I'm working way too hard. But then you know what? I'm a junkie for this stuff. I love what I do. I absolutely love what I do. And you work hard, Bettina.
Well, no, remember, I'm breaking and shattering the glass ceiling around working hard. I'm working with ease. I have a very ginormous team right now, so thankfully I'm doing that. So we mentioned that there's going to be a password or a code of some sort for them to enter.
I wish I could show it to you, but what it is that you will get 20% off of my whole site.
Oh, 20%. Yippee!
20%. Well, I thought, you know why? Because it sounded good with, 20 on the end rather than.
There you go. I love it. I love it. I always use discounts to pay for tipping and for paying for tax and stuff. So it's a great number. I love it. And I am really, really so grateful for you to be involved with us. And we'll be providing our speaker gifts through you. And so there'll be some.
Well, I want to say just a little, the speaker gifts. That's right.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure you get the code, and I'll put it in the chat, and it's going to be around. But we empower 20, we empower 20, and that's the code that you would put at laurelbirchstudios.com. And I'm going to throw in, because I just love sharing and giving. I'm truly my mother's daughter. You're going to all get a pair of socks. Whatever you order, you're going to get a pair of socks and one of these posters. So that's my gift to you, just to say, do what you love. You know, I hope you get something from, I hope what you walk away with from me sharing with you is just living your own passion and seeing that I'm passionate and we're all on fire, and
yes,
we can do this. So thank you
Yes,
very, very
modes of
much.
being on fire. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Erin. It's been a pleasure to have you here. Our journeys has just really begun. You know, the more we talk, the more we discover that there's opportunities for both of us to collaborate and take our adventure together. So I can't wait for our journey to continue. And thank you for accommodating. Yes.
There's your gift. That's the gift you were going to give to some of your folks.
Yes, yes. And the pair of socks you're throwing in is going to be fantastic. Everyone can have a journal of the speakers and the moderators. So I'm really excited about that.
Thank you all.
How wonderful. We got to get on to our next speaker, but again, bless you for your time today and for your being patient with us as we adjusted our schedule. All right.
No problem. It was a great
day.
So
I have waiting in the wings. I have Patrick Snow, who's coming on at, I believe, 7:20. So we have a little bit of time. I'm going to bring Dawn along, who also lost her opportunity in the room, the breakout room. And so, Dawn, are you there? And can you turn on your microphone?
Good evening, everyone.
Hi there, Dawn. Let me see if I can't locate what would have been your introduction. Let's see here. Here we go. All right. Ronnie was going to do this for you, but I don't know if that actually happened. But anyway, Dawn Long has worked in the retail industry for 20 years, gaining experience in leadership, management, coaching, and speaking. As a seasoned leader, she is passionate about advancing women into leadership roles and starting their own business. In addition to coaching, she is also involved in podcasting and mentorship. Dawn has also several degrees in business management with a current master's degree in leadership and management from Montreal College. Dawn attended school while working full-time for her employer, raising 3 sons with her husband. Dawn loves to speak about how she overcame the obstacles to become unstoppable, and she inspires others to do the same. Dawn's dreams remain big for others as well, and she knows how that a little spark that inside of you can also shine through for others, and she's learned that many years ago. Welcome, Dawn. You have about 10 minutes.
Thank you. And I just want everybody to know, whether you know it or not, and especially with everything that is going on today, that you are unstoppable. So I want you to do one thing for me while you're listening. I want you to put your hand over your heart, and I want you to whisper inside your head that you are unstoppable. Now, I want you to do one more thing for me. I want you to holler as loud as you can that you are unstoppable. Even though we may not hear it, I'm going to count to 3, and I want you to say that I am unstoppable as loud as you can, okay? So on the count of 1, 2, 3. I am unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
Yes! That, ladies and gentlemen, is why I do what I do. So a little bit about me that I didn't put in there. I'm from a very small town in McCadenville, North Carolina. It was named Christmastown, USA. One of the things is, as I grew up in that little town, that we learned that leadership is a huge deal. And why did I say that in a little town? Because as you're growing up, as one of our speakers spoke today, you start learning things from a very early age. And I learned watching my grandparents and watching my parents and watching my church members all through my growing up years that I've learned that if you're going to walk the walk, you need to teach it as well. And I came from that little town of being a really shy person to doing what I'm doing now. And I want you to know that no matter what you do, you are capable of doing it. All of you that are sitting here now have overcome so many challenges. Some of us had overcome parents' deaths. We have overcome children dying. We have overcome recessions. We have overcome losing our businesses. We have overcome so many things. And when you realize how resilient and how unstoppable you are, that nothing can stop you. And that is what I do, is I take somebody that has not really realized how much of a leader they are and can be, and take them from that little bit of time in their lives and take them to a platform to where that they can grow. And I've done that. I've done that with countless associates. I've done that with countless people. I've taken a gentleman that was struggling in his current situation as an entry-level worker. He had been in IT. He had missed that so bad. And one of the questions that I asked him was, well, what if you start your own business? And it got him to pause and think that, okay, I can do this. And because he listened to my feedback when he went to interview, because he wasn't ready to start his own business yet, but he took my feedback about interviewing, and he went from an entry level associate to a level 20 within 2 weeks of my coaching. So those are the things that I want you to realize, that as you grow, that you have it inside you. No matter which coach that you hire, no matter who you listen to, take what you is already there, listen to the tips, to the tricks, to the nuggets, and I promise you, you will go far. I think I still have a little bit of time.
You were very short and concise, and I had moved away from my laptop to go to the other computer. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't have a timer on, so I was like,
You were very concise. Thank you very much. And with that said, I want to thank everyone for being so patient. We are getting caught up here, and I want to see if we happen to have, if Patrick has shown up early for his time, and if he has not, let's see here. What time is it actually? 6:36. So we should have been to Lauren. I think that's
I can condense mine down a little bit
yeah,
too,
let's
if that
go
helps.
ahead, and if Patrick, I think he's scheduled for now 7:20 because we changed our schedule.
Okay.
So I tell you what, why don't we go ahead and introduce you, Lauren, and I'm going to give the short and concise version, but
please.
You are, of course, a dear friend and, among other things, a great co-host to me here at the summit. And thank you for your beautiful, beautiful welcoming and invocation that we had earlier this morning. I can't wait to dive into the celebration moment later here. So Lauren Archer is going to talk about the secrets of a hypnotherapist, habit change champion, mindfulness keynote speaker, and hypnotherapist Lauren Archer empowers women and men to aim from their heart's desire and break through self-limiting beliefs that keep them from living into their full potential. Blending ancient wisdom, modern neuroscience, practical philosophy, and a holistic spiritual perspective, Lauren has been mindfully guiding transformation for over 28 years. Welcome, Lauren, back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Bettina. All right, I'm going to share my screen if I can. Let's see. It's let's see. Screen. I guess we'll just do this. It's giving me a specific. Okay. So let me start from the beginning. Hi, everybody. All right. So what I'm hoping to do here today is give you some practical tools that you can start using right away in your life with yourself and maybe with your family, maybe with your kids, maybe with your clients. So it's some fun tips, things that I use, and I'm going to be revealing my secrets because I'm making some changes in my career. I'm still going to be continuing to see private clients, but I'm jumping in and doing more promoting and working with Bettina and Johnny on the podcast. And I've got a video series I'm looking forward to launching soon here. So because of that reason, I want to just go ahead and share my secrets and see what you guys can apply. So the question I have is, how is it that people can make rapid changes and get long-lasting results with their eyes closed? What is it about closed eye work that can make such a powerful difference? So today we're going to go over some of the myths and facts about hypnosis. And I'm going to reveal how to relax your way to more success. A little bit about me. I've been doing this a long time. Been a clinical hypnotherapist since 1992. I've written a little book called 6-Word Lessons on Changing Habits. Been a trained group facilitator and leader for many, many years. And one of my passions is working in groups, especially in circles. And one of the things I love about our membership group and what we're doing here today is that wisdom that we gain from one another. And we are all enriched when we hear one another's stories. I'm a HeartMath certified coach. HeartMath is a mind-body system of using biofeedback and tapping into the wisdom of your heart, not your head. Also NLP, which many of you have heard of. I've created a mindfulness program for a medical weight loss clinic called Sound Medical Weight Loss. And I've in the past have taught at a community health education for Evergreen Health, both at the hospital and through their senior centers. So I've been doing this a while. And then one thing I wanted to share, but I don't think it's going to let me. I've recently helped out some friends on a project, and so I'll put the note in the chat. They're launching a heart-centered consumer product called Heartlight, and it's going out on a Indiegogo campaign starting next week on the 15th, and I've worked on the development of it and would love to just share it with everybody. So I'll put that note in the chat and you guys can check it out if you're interested. Okay, so I want to get a sense, and maybe if you guys want to put in the chat, why are you here and how many of you think you might be interested in adding some closed eye processes, some closed eye work, either professionally or personally. So if you'd let me know, like, is this something you think you might want to use personally or something professionally? And I'll take a look at that a little bit as we go. So, oh, perfect. I just heard a dog barking. So let's go over some of the hypnosis myths. I mean, a lot of people immediately, they hear the word hypnosis and they become afraid because we've got these stories that we see on TV, and stage hypnotists, bless their heart, stage hypnotists are fantastic. They do a lot of good for the field of hypnotherapy in that they show what's possible. However, they also make a lot of people afraid because of the primary myths. And those myths are, you're going to make me cluck like a chicken, or you're going to wave a stopwatch in front of me and put me in some sort of a trance, and I'm going to lose control of my mind, or you're going to make me dance like Elvis. So those may happen in a stage show, but it is not what happens in hypnotherapy or in a therapeutic type of relationship. So in a therapeutic relationship, we are talking about the ethical use of hypnosis. And I like to say closed eye work for mind change, because hypnosis is kind of narrow, and there are a lot of different things that we can do with our eyes closed that can help us make long-lasting change. The facts about hypnosis is that it's a very natural state. We go in and out of hypnosis or hypnotic trance multiple times throughout the day. In fact, whenever you're daydreaming, if you're imagining something, if you're visualizing, to a large extent, that is a facet of hypnosis. Has anyone ever heard of highway hypnosis? That's that amazing phenomenon that happens when you set off to go somewhere and then you get there and you realize, oh my gosh, where was my mind? I was not at all paying attention to what was happening on the road because I was lost in thought, right? And that is a faculty of our consciousness, that your subconscious mind has so many things programmed in that when you're doing something automatic like that, your conscious mind is free to wander into something else. So the point here is it's a very natural state. And many of you may have heard the statistic that the average person thinks about 60,000 thoughts a day. And that's, you know, about a thought a second. But 90% of those are habitual. We tend to think the same kind of thought patterns day in and day out. So what do we want to do to change that? And I love this notion that your mind belongs to you. And if you're not actively programming your mind, somebody else probably is. Most of us are already hypnotized. We are running through life running negative programs from the past. And you can think of your mind as being a little bit of a movie projector that projects thoughts and ideas and concepts and memes out into your vision. And while you may not see them in the physical, they're there all around you. Your beliefs about yourself, who you think you are, how you think you relate to the world are all projections from your past or from your subconscious mind. And so we want to take a look at what was in our past, what are we projecting, and how can we change that? Now, a couple of the other presenters today talked about how we are in that state of hypnosis until age 7. According to Dr. Bruce Lipton, he calls it a hypnotic state. But the theory there is we're in a theta brainwave state, and we don't get into that development of the higher level, the conscious level of mind until after age 7. So most of our programming happens non-verbally. It's by our impressions of the world around us, the emotional climate of the people in our world, and then especially what we think is normal, right? We have a lot of ideas about what we think is normal. And we've talked throughout the day about how the stories, Janaki went into the stories that we're told and how that can shape our behavior. But from age 7 and up, we become hypnotized by cultural memes. So there's a fabulous book on, it's called The Virus of the Mind. And I can get you the author's name. I don't have it handy, but it's about the science of memetics. And what we're up against right now in the world is really a war on memes to some extent. It's what memes are spreading throughout our culture. What are the beliefs, the ideology, the concepts that are taking on like wildfire? And it's interesting that we're dealing with wildfires right now. So it's really important that we pay attention to our own memes. And then as we do our work in the world, we help to spread memes that serve the greater good to whatever extent possible. Those ideas of feminine leadership, of moving forward into equality, into inclusion, into diversity. Those are important concepts. Even a meme like not having to work so hard, like Bettina and Lee were saying earlier today. Even a meme that we can make more money than we think we can, and that it could possibly be easier than we thought. So those are how we are shaping our beliefs as we move forward. So as you may know, one of the most common hypnotic trances that people have is they believe they're not enough. And what we get to do is help to shift that from the inside out. And many of you may have seen this. It would be remiss if I didn't, put in the basic conscious versus subconscious iceberg theory here. But really, most of, I believe it was Dr. Michael Gross, he said, I think 94%, 96%, something like that is subconscious. And I hear those numbers mix up anywhere between 90 and 95%. Of our awareness is below the surface of conscious. So what does that mean for us, and why is closed eye work so important? That is, if you can imagine that your mind extends as far inward as the sky extends outward, that's deep, that's rich. And from a quantum theory perspective, with the notion that there is an inner and an outer, and an explicit and an implicit reality, that is very much true. We are always going in and out of physical reality. So there's this whole vast realm that many of us don't even know how to tap into. But you can access that depth with your eyes closed. And I'm going to show you some steps. So are you guys ready to relax your way to more success? Okay, I'm going to take a quick look in the chat if I can. No, I can't right now because I'm screen sharing. I wanted to get a sense of, there we go, chat. Just want to do a quick look. We're seeing, yes, both. Learn from both. Okay, great. Okay, personally and professionally. Okay, good. That gives me a sense. All right. So you can learn to hypnotize yourself, and with some of these steps, I want to show you how you can help other people get rapid results and long-lasting impact. All right. So these are the 4 steps. Number 1, relaxation. Number 2, focus. Number 3, emotion. And number 4, repetition. Now this is simplified, and I think that's how we can comprehend it more quickly. There's a lot in each of these steps, but for today, I'm just going to give you a brief overview of how we can get into that state and change. So step 1, relax into a gentle trance state. What does that mean? Human brainwaves go in and out of different levels throughout the day. I'm not going to get into a long explanation here, but the theta state is in between sleep and waking. And it's also been called the hypnagogic state. And there are some great stories of Thomas Edison and many of his contemporaries, I believe also Nikola Tesla, of how they would choose to do their innovation work, try to think about inventions by closing their eyes, getting in this state, and holding metal ball bearings in their hands. And they would put buckets on either side. And if they fell deep into sleep, their hands would relax, the metal ball bearings would land in the bucket, and it would wake them enough so that they could come back and try to stay in that theta brainwave state. So it is that in between sleep and waking. It's ideal if you can do it seated, maybe at a slight recline in a recliner. If you're lying down, chances are you will dip into a deep sleep. So we want to keep it in that in between sleep and waking. Second one, if we want to really simplify the whole hypnotic process, everything I do is in the now. It's getting into a state of being, because in that state of being is where change happens. And so it's focusing on who you want to be, not what you want to have, not what you want to do, not how much you want to weigh, not what you want your body to look like, not how much money you want to have, not what kind of work you're going to be doing. It's as if you are coming inside your body and looking out from the inside, and you are focused on that state of being. When your brain and your body gets that message, the meme, the sense of who you want to be, there is a transmission that happens throughout your entire nervous system. Every cell in your body gets that communication. Your brain waves restructure the patterns in your mind, and change happens. And people have those changes in an instant, and they can take that with them. And this is the same thing that happens when you have a realization, an aha moment, where you know, something happens. Sometimes that happens with tragedy, unfortunately, where something dramatic happens and your entire world changes. But the same structure of change, the same phenomenon can happen intentionally by bringing your awareness into who you want to be. Okay, so that's step 2. Step 3, this is the important part and the fun part, and that's to add positive emotion. So you want to think about the emotion that feels relevant for you. And I'm going to add a caution here. We don't want to make it like so amazing that it stretches you too much, because that makes some people afraid, and that can trigger that fear response. So we want to make it positive emotion that feels natural, that feels good, that feels safe. Maybe it's confidence, maybe it's connection, maybe it's bliss, whatever it is for you. We want to add that positive emotion with, and just enough. Don't make it so that it's so massive that it scares you, because then you may end up finding ways to sabotage. And you can always, the beautiful thing, step 4 here, is you're going to be repeating this. And so you can tweak, you can fine tune as you repeat on a daily basis. And this is where the therapy part comes in. You know, they say hypnotherapy. Well, I'm not necessarily doing therapy like a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I am helping my clients create a concept, create an experience. And then what I do with my clients is I record that for them. And we have a joke in our family that, you know, thousands of people take me to bed every night. But thousands of people really do take my audios to bed every night and listen to my voice, helping them create that experience in a way that feels right for them. And so the best time to do this is what they call the golden 20. And that's the first 20 minutes in the morning and the last 20 minutes in the evening. So if you take nothing else away from my talk today, remember, first 20 minutes in the morning, last 20 in the evening is the best time to focus on who you want to be and bring those positive emotions in. Okay, so let's have an experience with this, shall we? And I know we're watching our time, we're being mindful of time, but I would be remiss if I did not give you the opportunity to go through these 4 steps with me. So if you're in a safe place and you're not driving, let's go ahead and just drop your attention into your body for a moment. And I remember Debbie earlier talking about relaxing your shoulders, which is an ideal place to start. So let those shoulders drop. Drop your attention into your breath. Let yourself relax. Feel yourself grounding. Drop into your seat. Notice your feet on the floor. Let your hands go limp. Let your jaw relax a little bit. And allow your mind to be open. For some of us, this is easy. For some people, if you haven't practiced, the mind is still busy, and that's okay. Just notice what it feels like to slow down and relax a little bit. And now step 2 is to focus your attention. And everybody has different goals here. And we all want to express our unique authenticity. And we want to do it in a way that feels good, that serves the world, that enriches us, that allows us to express our gifts and talents and be the best of who we can be. So take a moment and just think about all the good you have inside, all the gifts that you want to express, all that knowledge and information, the skills that you've been developing over your life, the way you care about people and you want to make a difference. So focus on all of those good things you have within you and imagine yourself now being all of that good, expressing your gifts and talents. Notice how it feels in your body as you stand and walk, how you move, how you smile, the expression on your face. Those are the subtle clues and cues where you get a sense of who is it that I want to be, and giving yourself permission to be that. And now the magic is adding that layer of positive emotion. So think about the kinds of feelings that it gives you, whether it's gratitude or peace or joy or connection, or maybe it's relief. Oh, relief. The struggle is over. I get to be me. Whatever it is for you, just bring that emotion into your body and let yourself enjoy it and feel good. And now in a second, I'm going to count to 3. When I get to the number 3, I'm going to clap my hands. When you hear my hands clap, you can keep your eyes closed. You won't be surprised because you'll know it's coming. But when I clap my hands, I want you to take a mental snapshot of this feeling that you have in your body, the sense of who you are, who you want to express, those positive emotions, that feeling of relaxation in your body, so that you will be able to repeat it. You'll be able to come back to this place quickly and easily. So number 1, number 2, number 3, making that mental snapshot of that meme that you just created, this experience within yourself of being the best you can be, expressing your gifts and talents. And now you have that as a mental map. You have gone there in just a few moments. Given more time, typically I take 20 to 30 minutes with a client, guiding them through each of these steps, asking them questions, helping them navigate to where they are, and then leading them through this experience. And then I record that for them, and then they take that home and repeat it. But you have a quick summary, and this outline is something that you can use for yourself, and you can bring it into some of your client work. At the end of a coaching session, at the end of a client meeting, if you want to help really bring this home and help people have lasting change and deep transformation, just ask them to close their eyes. Do this quick little relaxation, have them focus on who it is that they said they want to be, weave in some positive emotion, and anchor it in the body so that they can repeat it again and again. So if you haven't already, you can open your eyes, come on back. And I love this quote by Zig Ziglar. People say that motivation doesn't last. Well, neither does bathing. That's why we recommend it daily. So these processes are something that we want to continue because we are counteracting the programming that we're getting from culture. We're counteracting the messaging that we may have gotten that we aren't enough. We're counteracting those memes and the chaos that's happening around us to bring ourselves into a place of being centered, of being congruent and coherent, and being able to deliver the best of who we are. So relax your way to success is something that people can use in so many different areas of life. And I work with clients on a lot of these levels. Golfers, I have, college athletes, I have tennis players, people working on public speaking, being able to be more authentic and less fearful in front of a crowd. Career confidence, work with salespeople a lot on making sure they're able to show up, and memory, test-taking skills. I've worked with doctors going through their board exams, making sure that they can feel confident. Weight loss is huge because of all of the different ways that affects our ego, our sense of self, our self-esteem. Sleep is a big one. So many people struggle with sleep issues, especially not being able to quiet the mind. So this is a very useful tool to be able to help people calm down, settle down, sleep better. Healthier relationships. Oftentimes we get in the way of our relationships, or I work with a lot of people who end up repeating similar patterns in relationships and need to break through their beliefs about themselves so that they can show up more fully and they can attract someone who matches who they are at an energetic vibrational level. Breaking bad habits, of course, it's obvious, but everything from cigarette smoking, alcohol, drug use, shopping, gambling, those types of habits can be shifted quickly and easily with these kinds of techniques. And exercise motivation, being willing to follow through on the things that you say you're going to do. So, who do you want to be? How do you want to feel? And how will you relax your way to success? And I mentioned earlier, I am giving away my secrets. And so for those of you who are part of the membership group, I am going to be offering a bonus called Relax Your Way to Success, How to Change Lives with Closed Eye Work. And I'm going to be getting into a little bit more detail. You'll get my 5-step formula. So sometimes people say, how do you do what you do? Because I go into a session and I can speak from start to finish without pausing. And I'm guiding people through these amazing journeys, and they open their eyes, they're like, whoa, how did you do that? Well, I have a secret 5-step formula, and then you can use it for just about any situation. You'll get downloadable scripts, outlines, cheat sheets, a guide to language, pacing, and how to use your voice. Your voice is a very, very powerful tool. I'll teach you how to record your own audio program. So if you want to record something either commercially or for your clients, you can do that. And you'll get a complete toolbox that you can start using right away to add value to your personal and professional life. And that is a $1,500 value, and that will be included with your We Empower You membership. So, whose lives do you want to touch, and whose lives will you change? Changing that language, the most important life, of course, to change is your own. To remind yourself that you are good enough, that you can do it. And what if succeeding is easy? What if it's easier than you thought? Well, guess what? It can be. So I want to thank you. That was it for my presentation. I don't know how I did on time. Hopefully I'm less than the time that Bettina was planning. And also want to let you guys know, I've got a couple of my audio journeys are now on Insight Timer. And if you visit my website at laurenarcher.live, I've got bonuses and other ways that you can get in touch with me. So that's it for now.
Thank you, Lauren. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
As you can see, I am also moving like the speed of sound. And I had to take a picture of myself sitting down in front of the big screen that I now have as of 2 days ago, where I can see everybody playing in this new playground. And so I have a quick commercial interruption that you're going to love. So Danny is going to cue that up. Thank you for your wonderful talk, Lauren. It was absolutely fantastic. And as always, loving getting into the closed eye world, and you have a lot of audio tapes that I've listened to over the years. They're all invaluable when I'm having trouble sleeping or just want to get centered. I definitely use them. So tap Lauren for her talents, and also, you know, she's putting this valuable package into the membership package, and thank you so much for that too. All right, Danny's queuing up our next little video, and it should be up any second now.
I'm Bettina Carey, and I am the founder of We Empower You. We launched the We Empower You Summit during COVID. We are here today, September the 9th, with a virtual stage of hundreds of people who've logged in throughout the day from all over the world. We've had folks from Scotland and Germany and South Africa, England, and also New York City, Amarillo, Texas, Denver, Colorado, all over, including Canada. And so we'd like to say a great big thank you for those of you who were here today, who were able to share with us this very special moment. I'd like to take a little time to say thank you to some folks out there who've been responsible for creating such a production. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my family, my mom and my dad, who's passed away in 2006. He's been my inspiration for many years of my life, and of course my mother, who's with me to this very day. I love you dearly, Mom. And why am I doing this? I am doing this for one little girl in the world, and she is my granddaughter. And I want her to have the life of her dreams, to be able to fulfill her purpose, and to feel empowered in all areas of her life. So to you, Lily, I say I love you from the bottom of my heart. And to her parents, Daniel and Catherine, who are raising up a mighty fine young lady. And I can't wait to see what kind of a woman you become. With that said, I'd also like to thank our title sponsor, Mattress City. They've been with me as a client for going on 3 years, and I, together with Blake Messer from Newfangled Commerce, serviced their account. And they jumped in right at the nick of time in June to become our title sponsor for this year. So thank you, both Julie and Stuart Patey. I'd further like to thank some folks that were responsible for helping me to create this wonderful production today. First, beginning with Lauren, who opened up our show, and she's a wonderful hypnotherapist that has a way of invoking us to be learning throughout the day. And then, of course, there is Johniki Severy, who's right by her side. And together, the three of us are going to be creating the WWTVN network show, and under our brand, which is the Awaken in Her Power Hour, that will be featured on that show. Shay Vaughn is the owner and founder and president of the WWTVN network, and without her support, we would not be able to get on television to produce both television as well as our podcast. Blake Messer, I could not have done this without you as well. You've been instrumental in making sure that I was able to fulfill on the email campaigns and text messaging and so many other things that you do, along with his team of David Weber, who's the graphic designer who provided our speakers with at least a social graphic card to many of them, and Larry Domenico, who is standing right here video recording this session. And I'm just so excited to have you on board to do all of my video recordings going forward. And then there's the behind the scenes folks, which includes Art Johnson. Art Johnson bugged me for 10 years to do a virtual seminar, a virtual conference, a virtual anything. And I finally did it. And now we're on our second one, and we are climbing a further summit next time around. And right by his side is Tammy Stamps and Janet Francis, who have been providing ongoing support to not only myself, but also working collaboratively with Art to make sure that we have a wonderful conference each and every time, and processes that are in place to make sure that the event improves over time. And with that said, we have a lot of opportunities coming up for each and every one of you. But without Lee Romanoff, we would not have been able to launch this business successfully. And it is her income activator that she founded more than 15 years ago that is really giving us the fuel and the engine and all the operations to make this company a successful one. And we opened up our show with Michael Powers music. He recorded music for us at our prior summit, which we were using throughout the day today to be able to enlighten people while we were doing commercial breaks and behind the scenes activities. As well, we had Aaron Birch, who I am collaborating with for some special surprises. And Aaron is the daughter of Laurel Birch. And Laurel was the artist who designed and made all of the wonderful art that we see out there in the world. Earrings, jewelry, scarves, you name it, she made it. And her daughter, Erin, who is a filmmaker, is ready and willing and able to take on me as far as all of my gift giving going forward. So thank you. She's offered a 15% discount to all of our attendees. And we had many ambassador affiliates who were able to jump in and send out tickets and send out reminders of people to come and be a part of this conference. And that gift of giving is what we are all about. Of course, our philosophy is give more, take less, make more with loyalty. So we definitely were living into that spirit today. And our vision, of course, is to change the globe one business at a time. So we invited nearly 40 speakers to participate with us. And there were hundreds of attendees who showed up throughout the day as well, who we believe are the wind beneath our wings as well. And we had Gold Star performers who presented their 30 and 60-second mic a minute moments. And they gave us information and details about the goods and products and services that they provide that you are able to get. And many people put in their packages into our membership package, which drove the package up to over $15,000 in the day and is likely to be more like $20,000 by the end of the week. We had also a relationship with Chef David and Lily, who are traveling in retirement years, who I helped to publish the American Dream book, and they lived the American Dream, and they are helping me to live out my American Dream as well. And of course, we have the moderators, number of moderators who jumped in to introduce our speakers in our breakout sessions. And our breakout session presenters were all prepared and ready to go. And if not for the universe, but they might have had a little bit more easy time. But we still navigated through that, because when the tough things happen, the tough get going, and we certainly were that. Also, we have a new member, Yolanda Diaz. She was the member that signed up during the session. There's many others coming. I don't have your names, but thank you so much for joining the membership. It's just $15.99, and of course we split that in half with the person who brought you to the summit. Also, I want to bring attention to Asunta Ng, who is with the Northwest Asian Weekly, and she provided much support and guidance as it relates to getting me in front of her audience in the Northwest Asian newspaper, excuse me. And of course, I don't want to forget to mention that we have a silent auction that we're doing some fundraising so that we can support small businesses around the world in third world nations. And we also have the Wine Not wine event, which is supporting those same individuals. Barb Doyle and Connie Adams and Kathy Webb and myself donated tickets so that we could give out some tickets to people who needed them. And that scholarship program is going to grow from here on out. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone to thank, but if I did, it's because my plate is full, my cup runneth over with joy and fulfillment. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for being here today with me, for supporting me in my journey, and for helping me to create We Empower You, changing businesses around the globe. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming today, and bye for now. I love you all.
Wow, that was fantastic, Bettina. Beautifully done.
Oh my gosh. Well, it's a feat, to be sure, to be producing behind the scenes while everything is going on. We process more than 50 registrants throughout the day that were coming in up until even just an hour ago, which kind of shocks me a little bit. Thank you all for your patience today. My next speaker is going to be doing
Patrick Snow?
his speech. And Patrick Snow, are you here?
Yep, I'm here and ready to go.
Fantastic. So Patrick is a great speaker to end our day with. And the reason why is because he's all about helping people to publish their books and get their story into print. And I have a story, right? And when I started working with Patrick, probably, I don't know, a dozen or 15 years ago, my book title that I've been working on is Breaking Through Your Own Glass Ceiling, Unlocking Your Hidden Potential with Your Master Key. And now that is no more. It's called Shattering the Glass Ceiling. So we are kicking self-imposed limitations to the curb, and we are really going to rock it together, of course. So with that said, let me get to your little part here. Let's see, we're going to back up one page here. Okay, Patrick, you're ready, as always. So he is, Patrick Snow's topic is the book inside you. Has staying home got you interested in getting published? Do you want to turn your book into a bestseller? Want to become a highly paid professional speaker, consultant, or life coach? If so, then don't miss this opportunity to get personal instruction from international best-selling author of Creating Your Own Destiny, which has sold upwards of 1 million copies in 5 languages and 108 countries worldwide since 2001. This book and his second book, The Affluent Entrepreneur, have both been purchased by John Wiley & Sons. He is also a contributing author of Chicken Soup for the Soul. His newest book, Boy Entrepreneur, was published in 2014, and he recently published a 26 audiobook set on Audible titled Becoming a Best-Selling Author. And who is this? None other than Patrick Snow. Welcome to the We Empower You stage, Patrick.
Thank you so very much, Bettina. I got to tell you, that could very well be the best introduction that I've ever written. So let's give Bettina a big hand for reading that so eloquently. Seriously, I'm super excited to be here. And Bettina, I'm just honored to be a part of this. I know how hard you work on this, and you are one of the most successful entrepreneurs that I know, and a dear friend from 10 or 15 years ago. And what an amazing day of celebration for you. I'm honored to be the last speaker. Is that right? I'm going to be the last speaker?
Actually, we have an official celebration coming up.
Okay, so that sounds good. I'm actually in St. Louis right now. I live in Maui, Hawaii, but I'm in St. Louis right now, so it's getting late here at night. What is it, almost 9:30 here. Bettina asked me to talk, last time I talked about using your book as a lead generating tool to attract more speaking, more coaching, more consulting income. This time she's asked me to talk a bit more about how to do shameless promotion, how to have strategic partnerships, how to land up on the media, and also make a living as a speaker, connecting with other speakers, and then finally how to succeed in business. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk for 15, 20 minutes about these items, and then we will go from there and help you do just that. But here's the issue. The issue is we have the same challenges. As entrepreneurs, we're all concerned about the same things. I don't know about you guys, but I quit my day job about 18 years ago, and I haven't worked a day in my life. But it's scary when you leave the comfort of corporate America, when you leave the guaranteed day job. It's terrifying. So how many of you have fears as an entrepreneur? You're concerned about money. You're worried about income security. Maybe now for the first time in the last few years, now you have to pay for your own health insurance. Or you're worried about your credit score being dinged. Or your perfect credit score not being so perfect anymore. If you've been concerned with those questions, I want you to know you're at the right place. But I want you to know, to succeed as an entrepreneur, you have a choice. And the choice is you either stand up and shout out to the world and tell the world who you are, what you stand for, what you believe in, or you don't. And my point is, if you don't stand up, shout out to the world, tell the world who you are, what you stand for, what you believe in, no one else is going to do it for you. And I'm just still a young pup at 51 years old. And I know there's a lot of young folks on the line today, especially my dear friend, Moria Veston. I think she just has celebrated a 50th birthday as well. But the point of it is, as we get older in age, we have fewer and fewer and fewer corporate type of work employment opportunities. So the point of it is, if we don't get really good at promoting our own products, our services, the value that we bring to the world, then we're going to end up having to sacrifice our level of income, having to sacrifice our lifestyle, and having to accept whatever we can get. And I'm probably going to anger some people when I share this, but every time and I haven't been to a Walmart or McDonald's for a long time, but I tell you this, if you can't stand up and shamelessly promote your business, and you can't speak for yourself on the value that you bring to the world, and you can't memorize a coaching offer, then you're going to end up being stuck memorizing one of two phrases. And the two phrases could be, welcome to Walmart, how can I help you? Or, can I supersize your drink and fry order for you? And again, I know that's going to anger some people, but there's a lot of folks in their late 60s and 70s that are working at McDonald's and Walmart. Now, there's nothing wrong with those jobs, and those are very good people. My point of it is, that's not what you were put on this earth to do. Your soul level mission and goal is so much bigger, and that is to do one thing, and that is to serve and solve problems, serve other people and solve their problems. So when you look at the subject matter of shameless self-promotion, I want you to understand that it's not shameless self-promotion. It's simply just asking others if you can be of service to them, asking others what their challenges are, and offering solutions if they're open to it. Now, a lot of people aren't open, so some will, some won't. So what next? But what I want you to understand here is this, that in order to succeed as a business, and in order to succeed as a coach or a consultant or as a speaker, nothing happens in business until an offer is made. And I want you to write that down. Nothing happens in business until an offer is made. And you, being the entrepreneur that's marketing your products and services, you need to be the one that makes the offer. And if you don't make an offer to your prospects, which some people could call shameless self-promotion, then you're not going to bring up revenue. And that is the goal. If you are not happy with the level of income that you're currently making, there's only one person to blame, and that is you, because your income is attached to the value that you bring to the world. And as a coach or as a consultant, if you don't offer a complimentary consultation, then unfortunately people are going to think you're this millionaire, this billionaire, this successful life coach or successful speaker or successful author, and they're going to assume that you don't have time for me, you don't care about my problems. And so that's the number one most important thing that I want you to know, is you must communicate to your prospects that number one, you do care. Number two, you are offering a complimentary, no obligation consultation. Number three, that you're not some multimillionaire or some billionaire, and you are taking on new clients. And when you can effectively communicate that, then you're going to be in a great position. So how do you make an offer? You need to create a coaching script. And I'm going to give all of you a sampling of my real coaching offer right now, so that you can get an example of how you can take this coaching script and create your own offer. And then once you create your own offer, my challenge for you is to deliver that offer upwards of 15 times per day, 20 times per day, 25 times per day. People say, well, you can't do that, Patrick. How am I supposed to do 25 offers a day? Well, what you need to do is get on Bettina's We Empower You program. And if there's 80 people on the Zoom call and you make a coaching offer, you just did 80 coaching offers during a 15-minute session. And that way you can coast the rest of the week. And if you can't do that, then go join a meetup group. And if there's 20 people at the meetup group, you stand up and you do your 30-second coaching offer. And that counts for 20 offers. I want you to remember this. You cannot improve that which you don't measure, or that which you don't measure, you cannot improve. So if you don't measure the number of coaching offers that you're doing, then you're not going to succeed in offering value and service. So what I do is, I'm a non-drinker, but I have this little shot glass next to my desk. And in that shot glass, I have these gold Sacagawea coins and $1 presidential coins. And I have 25 of those coins. And every single day, when I get into my office, I take this little shot glass, I pour the coins onto the desk. And then every coin represents an income producing activity, whether it means making an offer by text, by phone, by email, by Zoom, by social media, by going to a live meeting. So when you see all of these multiple ways to make complimentary offers, then you can see how easy it is to hit those numbers. And again, some people think it's shameless promotion. Shameless promotion is, look at me, look at me, look at me, beat my chest. Making a coaching offer is, what are your issues, your challenges, your problems? How may I serve you? So here's a coaching offer that I'm going to give all of you, and I want you to kind of take notes on this. As an international best-selling author and professional speaker and publishing coach, this is what I do for a living, and I teach the business of coaching. And I have a coaching certification system that I teach. And this is the number one thing in that, is to make offers. So here's an example as an offer. Let's say I were to meet Bettina, and I would say, Bettina, I'd be honored and thrilled to offer you a complimentary, no obligation, 30 to 60 minute publishing consultation by phone, by text, or in person if geographically possible. And the best way to schedule that session is to send me a text on my private cell phone number. And that number is 206-310-1200. Again, that's 206-310-1200. And I will get back in touch with you as long as you give me your name and your time zone to schedule the complimentary session. So here's the point. Tony Robbins says this, that we need to let our prospects determine our presentation. What does he mean by that? Let's say Bettina already has a book published. Then I would say, Bettina, I'd like to offer you a book marketing consultation. Let's say Bettina doesn't have a book. Bettina, I'd like to offer you a publishing consultation. Let's say Bettina wants to be a professional speaker. Bettina, I'd like to offer you a professional speaking consultation. Or she wants to be a coach. Bettina, I'd like to offer you a coaching presentation. So you must ask to get. I want you to write that down. You must ask to get. So the most important thing is you need to listen your way into a new client. Listen your way into a sale. And the way that you do that is you ask, Bettina, what are you in need of? Where are you stuck? What are your dreams, your goals, your visions, your passions? How may I better serve you? And then once you know what that is, then you customize your coaching offer to that prospect. And when you do that, great things will happen. Now, the key is, don't ever say free offer, because free is cheap. You need to use the word complimentary. A complimentary 30 to 60 minute consultation. Why 30 to 60 minutes? Because if they're crazy, you get them off the phone in 5 or 7 minutes. If they're not, and they need more time, give them more time. So I will tell you, the way that you succeed as an entrepreneur, as a speaker, as an author, as a coach, as a consultant, is to consistently do complimentary coaching offers every single day, complimentary consulting offers every single day. And when you do that, you are not doing shameless self-promotion. You are actually offering to serve and offering to solve problems. And when you do that, great things will happen. Now, as a coach, one of the things that I coach and teach is you do not need to be certified. You need to be qualified. So every life adversity, every obstacle, every experience that you've gone through, whether it's relationships, money, business, health, wealth, weight loss, finance, divorce, bankruptcy, foreclosure, loss of a loved one, anything that you've ever overcome in your life, you are now qualified to coach on that subject matter. And once you understand that, I'm giving you permission to go out there and change people's lives, right? Because I want you to write this quote down. Leadership is not given, leadership is taken, right? And if you wait for someone to give you the leadership role for you to go out and make 6 figures or 7 figures in your business, is never going to happen. If it's to be, it's up to me. You are the one that decides. You are the one that gives yourself permission. You are the one that develops self-worth, self-love, self-esteem, like Dr. Michael Gross talks about. You are the one that says, I am worthy. And when you do that, great things will happen. So that's my 2 cents on shameless self-promotion. Again, I don't believe it's promotion. I believe it's offering your services. Number 2, strategic partnerships. I firmly believe that friends buy from friends and people buy from those they like. So instead of going out there and selling, I want you to go out there and serve. Don't sell and market. I want you to connect and serve. And when people bring you business through their network, I pay a 5% referral commission on the first referral and a 10% referral commission on every one thereafter. I would say that you should put together a joint venture affiliate program where you actually pay out direct on PayPal. As soon as someone makes an investment in me, I find out where they come from. I get the PayPal address of whomever sent that lead, and I send that over immediately. And guess what? The leads and the referrals continue to come in, and you should do the same. So next, Bettina wanted me to talk about media opportunities. Yes, I've been on the cover of USA Today. Yes, I've been in Forbes magazine. Yes, I've been in the New York Times. Yes, I've done 1,000 radio, TV interviews and podcasts. Now, this is not me bragging. This is about me leveraging Newswire services. And I've done all of that for free without a publicist. So I want you to write these 4 Newswire services down that you guys can use. 3 of them are free. 1 of them costs money. The first is prleads.com. Again, prleads.com. That's $99 a month. That service put me on the front page cover story of USA Today back in 2002. And I have made 5, 6, 7,000 photocopies of that article and put it in every single press kit, media kit, speakers kit, coaching package, and great things have happened as a result. The next 3 are free, and 2 of them have merged. Helpareporter.com, helpareporter.com, expertclick.com, and reporterconnection.com. So what I want you to do is join those free memberships, allow these people in the media, these journalists that are looking to interview authors and experts and speakers and coaches and consultants. You get on their list, and every single day you spend 10 minutes a day promoting you. Because remember, as I said before, if you don't stand up and shout out to the world and tell the world who you are and what you stand for, nobody else is going to do it for you. Number 3, how do you line up with other speakers? Number 4, lining up with other speakers. You do events. You speak. One of my mentors, Bob Moad, said it best, and I want you to write this down. He said, when you speak, business happens. When Bettina speaks, business happens. When Lauren Archer speaks, business happens. When T.U. Knapp speaks, business happens. Remember that. So one day I was up in, I lived in Seattle, Washington for 21 years. And while living on Bainbridge Island, I had a speaking engagement, becoming a best-selling author seminar that I put together in Bothell, Washington. And I didn't have time to promote the event because I just done one the week before and the week before. And we had 4 RSVPs on Facebook. And I knew that when you have 4 RSVPs, you're going to have 50% no-shows. So I was thinking we're going to have 2 people there. And so I thought to myself, I have to leave my house at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, catch a 3 o'clock ferry, get to Seattle by 4:30, fight an hour and a half traffic north to Bothell, get set up in this little coffee shop, all to do a becoming a best-selling author in-person workshop in front of 2 people. Are you crazy? And then I heard Bob Moad, little birdie on my shoulder. When you speak, business happens. When you speak, business happens. And I said, Bob, I'm going to prove you wrong. And I showed up and I did the event. Left the house at 2 o'clock, got on the 3 o'clock ferry boat, was over in Seattle by 4, fighting rush hour traffic, hour and a half north, get set up by 5:30, 6 o'clock. 2 people showed up. Count them, 1, 2. And then one woman says to me as soon as we get started, she says, Patrick, just so you know, I have to go to the dentist in 10 minutes. And I thought to myself, I'm the biggest failure ever. I can't believe this. I got one person in the audience, one person, and I'm wasting 9 or 10 or 11 hours of my day by the time I do round trip there and back. And as soon as that woman left to go to the dental office, he whips out his Visa card. He takes it, he slaps it down on the counter. He says, Patrick, here's my credit card, charge it $4 grand. I'm so excited. I get a private coaching session directly with you for 3 hours all by myself. I'm so thrilled. And then I heard the shoulder bird, Bob Moed, saying, Patrick, see, I told you, when I speak, business happens. So this is what I want you to do, because every time you're speaking, you're auditioning for future opportunities. And there was a couple, 2 or 3 years there where Mary West and I think Mary's on as well, she hosted maybe 150 to 200 of these Destiny Achiever nights. And I would go speak, and one day we had 180 people in the audience. Other days we had 100, sometimes we had 50. And she was doing the promotion and I was doing the speaking. And the point of it is it didn't matter how many people were there. What mattered was I would bring my passion, my storytelling to the audience. I would audition for future opportunities, and every now and then I would meet with and connect with other speakers. And now, having 1,200 clients all over the world, many of them are professional speakers. We network and we exchange leads, and we pay a 10% commission if I'm double booked or they're double booked and they get me a gig or I get them a gig, a 10% referral commission. So that's one way to do that. Also, there's Meeting Professionals International, there's National Speakers Association, there's Toastmasters, but you must speak because you need stage time, stage time, stage time. Okay, finally, we're going to talk about how does one actually succeed in business as an entrepreneur now that you've learned to promote yourself shamelessly, to have strategic partnerships, using the media. And again, those sites are prleads.com. Again, prleads.com, expertclick.com, reporterconnection.com, and helpreporter.com. I see that popped up in the chat box asking for that a second time. So finally, I'm going to close with these 6 strategies. If you want to succeed as an entrepreneur and get what we all want, more time, more money, more freedom, more health, more love, more happiness in life, you should consider implementing these strategies into your small business. And we talked about number 1 before, and that is instead of selling and marketing, I want you to focus on serving and connecting. Number 2, I want you to have empathy and compassion for your prospects. So I want you to unlace your shoes, walk over and lace up and get in the shoes of your prospects and walk a mile in their shoes. And soon what you're going to find out is people don't care about you. They don't care about your problems. They don't care about your services. They don't care what you're doing. They care about their own issues, their own panic, their own anxiety, their own grief, their own relationships, their own children, their aging parents. Everybody has drama going on in their lives. So what we need to do is to walk a mile in their shoes, and when we do that, great things will happen. And we need to communicate this message to our actual prospects. And that is what Zig Ziglar said. He said, you can have everything else that you want in your life as long as you're willing to help enough other people get what they want. So when you have compassion and empathy for your prospects and you walk a mile in their shoes, you're going to learn what they need. You provide that solution, and then great things will happen. Number 3, I want you to know that I'm the CEO of my business, but I'm also the janitor. I'm the accounts payable and the accounts receivable. I'm the vice president of sales, and I'm the IT person, right? I'm all of those, and that's why I need people like Art Johnson, because I'm not very good at IT. My point being is you wear all of these hats. But what I want you to do is wear the vice president of sales hat 50% of your working hours. If you're part-time in your business and you work 20 hours a week, I want 10 hours a week prospecting. If you're full-time in your business and you work 40 hours a week, I want 20 hours per week prospecting. Focus on prospecting and doing the coaching consulting offers 50% of your working hours, and you will find massive success. Number 5 is the rule of 7. In the book, The Law of Success by Napoleon Hill, he talked about on average, it takes between 7 to 8 bits of communication between buyer and seller for sale to transpire. Well, Forbes magazine did a study and they said that sales professionals give up on their prospects after just 3 bits of communication, right? In Girl Scouts of America, when they knock on the door and they're selling Girl Scout cookies, that's called the one call sales close. And it always works. I just give them a $10 bill, here we go, right? But in the real world, it may take you up to 7 bits of communication between you and your prospect in order for sale to happen. So what I do is I kind of drip on the meeting planners that I speak to or the coaching prospects once every 7 to 10 days. Every 7 to 10 days, I will make a message to them. I will follow up by text, by phone, by email. And usually after 6 or 7, that you say, Patrick, I'm sorry, but we booked another speaker. Can we connect with you next year? And the answer is yes. But when you connect with your prospects once every 7 to 10 days, you're going to drive a whole lot more revenue. So don't do what most people do is they follow up once a year. Then it's going to take you 7 years to close that sale, and you don't want that. And finally, number 5 is I want you to focus on this sales success formula that I created many years ago. I spent upwards of 15, 20 years in corporate sales, and I created and devised this sales success formula. And it's more important than any mathematical formula that you'll find in any calculus book. And the formula is this: it's trust plus respect plus need plus asking equals the $sign. So T plus R plus N plus A equals the $sign. Trust plus respect plus need plus asking equals the sale. First, you need to establish trust and respect with your prospect. Second, you need to qualify need. Third, you must ASK to GET. And if you do those 3 steps, you will end up making the sale more times than not. And finally, in conclusion, the 6th best way to succeed in business as an entrepreneur, I believe, is to leverage the world's greatest marketing secret in the history of all business. And that is to write and publish a book and use that book as your platform from which you can stand on to launch your speaking, coaching, consulting career. And if you don't want to do speaking, coaching, consulting career, maybe you're a massage therapist, a chiropractor, maybe you're a financial advisor, maybe you're a personal home organizer, whatever you do, the world's greatest marketing secret is to write and publish your book, to use that as a tool to attract more paying clients. And if you're interested in this, I'll give you my coaching offer again. I'd be honored and thrilled to offer any of you a complimentary, no obligation publishing, book marketing, speaking, or coaching consultation, 30 to 60 minutes. Best way to schedule that, send me a text on my private cell phone with your name and time zone, 206-310-1200. Again, that's 206-310-1200. Now, I just gave that offer a second time in my 20 minutes. Why did I do that? Because I want you to understand how powerful it is for you to make coaching offers. If you don't, you won't, right? If not you, then who? If not this, then what? If not here, then where, right? So I want to finish with this concept. I want you to think about your dreams, goals, and visions. I want you to ink those into print. I want you to believe in that, and then you will achieve all that life has to offer. So I want to thank all of you for having me be here today. Bettina, a special thank you to you. You guys are amazing. And I'll close with one of my all-time favorite quotes from my book, Creating Your Own Destiny. And that is this: only those who can see the invisible can achieve the impossible. And ultimately, it's the belief in your vision that holds the key to creating your own destiny. I love you guys all. Thank you so very much. I'm honored and thrilled to be here. Bettina, back to you.
All right. Thumbs up and claps and all that kind of stuff, right? So thank you so much, Patrick. As always, you were rocking the house here. For those of you who have a book inside of you, I definitely know that it's possible to get published. I've taken authors to that published level, and I'm happy to help you with that process along with Patrick. So that said, I have a couple of things that I want to do here. One of which is to go ahead and have everyone show your screen, show your face. We're going to go over to my other studio station. We're going to do a panned shot with me sitting over there. And I want you all to be thinking about one word, one singular word that you have. And then we're all going to start to say our words by, all at the same time. So here we are. I'm going to go to the other studio section and I'll be over there. You won't be able to see me, but hopefully you'll be able to hear my question. My main question is going to be in one word simultaneously. What is the word that you have in your heart? Don't say it yet. You'll have to unmute your mics, and maybe Art, you can help with.
Don't know. I think Bettina's mic is muted now. Everybody else is unmuted and Bettina's muted.
She'll unmute herself.
So Art, what is your website?
www.newworldcom.com.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead and unmute everybody, Art.
Let's see here. Everybody can unmute themselves. Just click on your mic. I don't have a global unmute. I have a global mute.
I keep getting muted.
You can unmute, just click on your unmute mic. Let me just do that.
Send the city before.
Really great to see so many of the faces that have been here all day.
Yeah, I mean, 53 people at the end of the day is just amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought we had lost it a while when we had our debacle with our stuff, and then it soared all the way up to 70 people even after that. So
wow.
The momentum was just amazing.
It's not over yet, Art.
No.
No questions yet.
No, we're good.
Bettina's trying to say something.
Bettina, you need to unmute.
Okay.
Unmute.
So
There you go.
I'm gonna go to the other studio space and pan a shot of all of the screens, and then all of you saying your one singular word. I'm gonna have to yell it from the other room though, so
okay.
Bear with me.
Everybody is blocked. I can't see it.
Who's blocked?
Everybody. All
Oh,
I
you
see
can't
is a
see
black
each
screen.
other?
Yeah. No.
No, I can see people.
Yeah, we can. Go up to the upper right and hit gallery view.
Yeah.
Go to the upper right.
I still only see myself. Everybody else is black.
Are you on a cell phone?
No.
No.
Yeah. You should be able to go to upper right and it'll say gallery view.
Full pictures.
I did.
They're still working on someone that's not being.
When I'm in gallery view.
When you look up there, actually you're not. If you see the word gallery view, that means you're in speaker view. So if you click on that.
I'm in gallery view. It's showing all these black boxes. And then it says switch to
hit the left arrow on your screen and go to 1-3.
What?
So if you're way at the back, you're gonna see people who are on the phone. But if you go and hit that left arrow, then you get to the front and see like everybody on camera. It's like to the left of your.
Oh, there we go.
Got
Yeah,
it?
the little arrows. There you go.
I love all the education that's going on
Yeah,
around
it's
Zoom
happening
here tonight.
collaboratively.
It's very good. Okay, whether you have your mic unmuted or not, we're going to have to go ahead and go forward with the plan. So I'm going to yell across the room, like I said, and I want you to just tell me one word. Just give me 1 second while I run across. And everybody wave! Wave! Hi everyone, Bettina Carey here. We've had a wonderful, wonderful day. And I would love to hear just one word, one singular word.
So wonderful.
Possibility. Aloha.
Somebody.
Power.
Inspired.
Empowerment.
Unlimited. Inspired.
Service.
Hey, Carla.
Awesome.
Hey,
Gratitude. Love.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We got 2 pages of you guys. How wonderful is that?
Wow,
So,
it's okay.
I would love to.
Art, what's your website? One more time.
www.newworldcom.com. I'm putting it in chat right now.
Good.
Oh.
So we have a song for Bettina. So you all ready?
Almost. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Hi, Grandma. Hi, dear Lily. Hi, Kat.
Hi. Grandma, mom's having a little kitten.
Lee, do you have an image to put up?
Image is up. I just have to put share screen.
Okay, I will
Get ready.
put my screen off.
Good boy. Is that Garrett?
Okay.
No, that's who is this?
It's Lockbrook House. It's 20 through 28 with 138.
Wait a second. No, Jade.
When you wish upon a star,
Stop.
makes no difference who you are.
Jade, stop.
Anything your heart
Jade,
desires
stop.
will come to you.
Jade, start again.
If your heart is in your dream, no request is too extreme. When you wish upon a star, as dreamers do.
Yay!
Good. Can we hear it again?
Yay.
Can we hear it again?
Yes, let's do it again.
We missed the beginning.
Yeah, I was yelling.
Bettina, like a bolt out of the blue, fate steps in and sees you through. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. Thank you, Bettina.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was
Thank you.
lovely.
Thank
And
you.
so I would also like to thank Jade for his commercial voice, his voiceovers for all of the folks that he ended up introducing. And of course, he's also included in our package. Thank you so very much. And there's one other person that I must bring some attention to, and she's represented in the logo that's over here. It's hard to do the opposite side here. And that's Aileen Yost. Aileen Yost, an amazing graphic designer, deserves a lot of attention. And so let's give her a round of applause for this wonderful logo. She followed my spirit, my heart, my soul, and she included all the colors of the rainbow, which is what I wanted. So thank you so much, Aileen. And I don't know if you're on, probably not. She's a busy girl these days. But we were working from midnight to 2 a.m. on getting this virtual screen up because her computer's a little slow last night. But we have a good time every time we get together. So that said, Lee and I are going to wrap up what the summary is of our package. And then Lauren Archer, Janaki Severy, and myself will formally celebrate the We Empower You closing ceremony. And Lauren has some really cool stuff in mind for us tonight. So Lee, take it away.
Okay. Well, basically, when I was producing $50,000 to $100,000 a month, and then Torstar bought my business for just over $2 million, I really had the unique ability just to go off and create an absolute fortune for myself. But I realized being an entrepreneur, folded, spindled, and mutilated by so many industries and self-proclaimed gurus, that I decided to put my foot in the door and take my money and put it into an all-inclusive website platform for the entrepreneur so they could compete against the media giants. And I've done that. And I've worked on the business and promoted it. It's worldwide. People around the world are using it. Bettina grabs a hold of it and she decides to supercharge it. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. How come what's happening? And then she asked me to give weekly seminars. And that, whoa, why am I doing that? But I'm still doing it. And then Shay jumps in and says, well, I'll give a TV show for 5 minutes. I said, you're kidding. You're going to charge me $1,000 for that. And then Jay comes in and says, I'll do some voiceovers. No worries. And then Debbie came in and Lauren came in and everybody, and we're close to $20,000 right now for that $15.99 package. And then Ron comes in and he offers that. And then he says to basically indirectly to Bettina, well, you should have a silver, gold, and platinum. And I'm like, wait a second. Wait a second. Let's not get too carried away because the whole thing is about entrepreneurs. It's a really reasonable rate. And you cannot find the community and the commitment that everybody has joined in anywhere. Everybody's contributing to everybody's success every weekend or every week with incredible marketing, strategy, online business, promotional packages. It's the everything. It's the everything. And it's going to be even more as people around the world join in. This is just the second meeting. You guys are all the newbies here. You guys are the core to this. This is going to explode around the world.
Yes, and you know, we had a couple of people that were contributors that weren't able to fulfill on their breakout sessions. So Josh is here and he can open up his mic and share a little bit about what he is offering. And if there's anyone who we missed along the way, I know that we had Carey who was not able to take advantage of her 30-second mic. And we're gonna spend just a few minutes in that conversation with Josh, and then, you know, a few rolling conversations here. And then we're gonna pass the baton to both Janaki Severy and Lauren Archer.
Yeah. Okay, let me just introduce Josh for a second. Is it Josh Rackus?
Yep, Josh is on.
Josh? And Josh is known as Celebrity Josh.
Yes.
Are you there, Josh?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, there you go. Celebrity
Okay.
Josh, red carpet, celebrity Josh. He's everywhere.
It is true. Yes, I interview celebrities on the red carpets at film festivals, but the film festival is happening online this year, so you guys are lucky to have me. Otherwise, I'd be in Toronto at TIFF. Yeah, I also do other things to get in the media. I was running for mayor. That's how I met Lee, and I got a lot of free press that way. So that's sort of the talk I put together today, and I'll put it together for YouTube so you guys can watch it later. But yeah, I'm also like a talk radio host, and I've hosted lots of TV shows. And so I thought for this, I could contribute interviews. I could interview anybody here to talk about their business. I sometimes interview random businesses when I'm in a restaurant or getting ice cream or at an art show. I'll interview people, and I enjoy that, and they like the press. And then it occurred to me that a lot of these things you see where people are interviewed and they're putting it in their press kits or on their YouTube. Look at me being interviewed by Larry King or the guy who hosts the Family Feud now. That I realized that a lot of those are paid things, that people are paying a lot of money to sit down and make it look like they're, talking to Larry King, but it's not actually a show. So I'm like, oh, this is obviously a service people would like. So yeah, I thought I'd just throw in a celebrity interview, and then you could be interviewed. You can look at my YouTube. I've interviewed all the Oscar winners like James Franco and Jim Carrey. I draw little cartoons of them, and then we talk about the cartoons. So I could do that for you as well. You could get an original Celebrity Josh cartoon and a fun chat that we could post on my podcast or on YouTube, and you could share it to your YouTube, because I feel that's what I'm good at, sort of helping people bring out their stories and just making it entertaining. Because a lot of people have good stories to tell, but even if you're a good storyteller, it's difficult to tell it yourself. It's sometimes easier if you've got somebody to sort of bounce things off and make it a two-way conversation. So, and we can do that all over Skype now. We have the magic technology. We don't even need to be in person. So that'll be good. And I've actually interviewed Lee a few times. We've had a few hour-long discussions over Skype talking about Income Activator. So I'll be posting those on YouTube tomorrow, and you can listen to those too. They're fun. We did an hour about talking to me as if I'm the expert on how not to make money online. And so I talked about she said, make a list of all the things you've done that haven't made money. And I had a long list. I think that actually became 2 episodes. And then she talked about how she actually has made money. So that's a fun little thing we did.
Great, thank you, Josh, for jumping in. So we've covered all of the opportunities. We're going to open up. One of the team members are going to post in the chat the offer that we have, which is, of course, the membership for $15.99. And whenever someone joins our membership, whoever brought you to the table is the one who gets the $800. We split it right down the middle. And some of you actually did a really nice job with spreading the word, calling out attention to, Dr. Betty Uribe had, I think, a dozen or 15 people here. I know T. Knapp had folks, Karen, I know that I'm going to miss somebody, Karen McNamara, Johnny Severy, Lauren Archer. Pretty much if I named any one of the speakers, they brought people to this summit. So I don't want to miss anybody, but I would be here all night just because if you look at, there's like 100 people to thank, and I wish I could thank every one of you in person, too, but we'll be doing some other thanking along the way as we go along in our life and our journey. It's been a pleasure to be your host and really a co-host with Lauren today, and thank you for picking up some of the timing when we were back here trying to solve problems. And I really appreciate each and every one of you. If you haven't figured it out, I'm all about kicking self-imposed limitations to the curb and shattering the glass ceiling, especially the earnings glass ceiling that is sitting on top of most of the people that I know. So if we can help you to do that, we are here. We're going to be here all night accepting registrations, and of course through the next days at the $15.99. And thank you so much, Lee, for putting this package together and helping me to co-create, produce, direct, and art behind the scenes. Tammy, Janet, gosh, there's so many people, Johnny, you name it, and of course the speakers and everyone else that I mentioned. So without further ado, I'm going to officially pass off the baton to Lauren Archer and Janaki Severi to close out the night for us.
Lauren, you want me to jump in? And
Yeah,
then-
why don't you go first and I'll tie it up with a bow.
So I want to talk about the story you've created for yourself.
Sorry.
The biggest opportunity for people is to set time aside for themselves. And we're so good at taking care of other people. If you're an entrepreneur, you've got a vision and you've been trying to help people in one way or another with an idea, with something that you believe helped you, that you want to share. And so to take time away from that commitment and come join us is really a different way of living in your vision, because it means that you have to say to all those things, not today, not right now. I'm learning and I'm growing for me. And I'm spending time with a group of people who understand that I'm a little bit different than the everyday person, because my vision and my heart and my hope really has transformed me into being cut out of a slightly different cloth. And that is the cloth of creation, potential, and dreaming. You're all dreamers. That's why you're here. But you're dreamers with a foundation. And we call that We Empower You. The foundation you have aligned yourself with is a team of amazing, outrageous, talented people. And we are all here to support you, to listen to you, to teach you what we know, to learn what you know, and to grow this opportunity for everyone. Lee is at the base of that, Bettina, Lauren, everyone else that's offered the package. Josh, I'm tickled pink about you. You just sound like a really fun guy to get to know. And so I'm thrilled that each of you has made yourself first today. Thank you so much. Lauren.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I want to respect the energy that we have created, because we've created something together. Even so I'm looking at faces out here. Some of you I haven't heard from. There's a lot of people that have been here all day, but your presence has made a difference. And what we've been doing is weaving together possibilities and creating a new vision of how we can each make a difference. And some of the key ideas that were introduced and reinforced today were that what we're doing here is for the good of the whole, and that we are tapping into waves of energy. We're at the very beginning, which is very exciting. We're tapping into technology and infrastructure and systems and wisdom. We're tapping into feminine leadership, which is about collaboration and the power of a group, and how we can do things together that none of us can do alone. We're tapping into values, shared values that are important and vital for the evolution of our species. Things like Dr. Betty said, building trust and value in relationships for generations. We are giving unconditionally. We are coming from a generous spirit, win-win relationships, integrity. We're tapping into the notion that knowledge is power, and that we want to really consider the messages that we've been getting about who we are, about our health, about how we live, and that we get to choose. We get to be in control and take those forward leaps. We're learning from the wisdom of others about how to leverage our marketing, our business, our writing, our speaking, our technology efforts, about working together in relationships, networking, collaborating, creating joint ventures, sharing and doing things together. We're remembering Bettina's new wisdom of, or the motto, give more, take less, make more. And as we empower ourselves with that financial, which is something that so many of us haven't talked about, but with the capability to be financially supported in the work that we do, think about what an amazing impact we can make individually and as a collective. So as we move forward, we're busting fears, we are becoming our authentic self, we're letting go of procrastination. We are forgiving ourselves for our misperceptions. We're learning to go with the flow when things get a little bit rocky. Like just now, I noticed my microphone was probably way far away. So if you notice my volume change, because things happen in technology, it's not always perfect. But this is our moment. This is our time. And together, we are going to create magic and miracles in this world. So that's it. I want to acknowledge everybody for being here, everyone who shared, and I look forward to opportunities to connect more in the future. Hope we'll be seeing a lot of you in the group. So back to you, Bettina, for the last words.
All right. Well, we are preparing our glasses of champagne.
Woohoo!
And there is some One Hope wine, and I will bring this on camera here. So One Hope wine is how we're raising money for women-owned businesses and men too in third world countries. We're actually promoting the One Hope wine. They have a mechanism for us to be able to contribute to our nonprofit that we're going to be donating to. And they work with folks around the world that are in third world nations mostly that need a shot in the arm. And those businesses really are what inspired me, 23 years ago to step into leadership around women. And so this is a sparkly bottle. It's got all the colors. You can't really, it doesn't do it any justice to put it on the camera, but you can go on my Facebook account and you can order your own wine from One Hope Wine. And that's another way we can definitely celebrate. So I'm going to open this bottle, and I happen to have Raquel Stewart, Dan Carey, my son, Larry, Domenico, who's been here today doing some filming for me and photography. And I'm going to pour some champagne, and they can just come into the picture here. And here we go. Anybody want to celebrate? Get out your glasses.
Raise a glass of water.
We're gonna start the Michael Powers music. Thank you, Michael, for providing us that a long time ago. And hopefully this will not spill all over the place. I'm a little nervous about that. Okay. Yes.
Now down in the Miami area.
Here we go. All right. Okay, come on back here. Let's see if I can do the camera here. All right, you guys squish down. Come on, surround me.
Oh, look at everybody in there.
Here we go. All right. Oh, it's a good thing I know how to open a bottle of champagne.
Oh, cheers.
Get in here. Of course. Ta-da!
Thank you all for working behind the scenes.
Woo, that's probably not how you're supposed to pour champagne, but we're doing it anyway. We're going to celebrate, but we're celebrating you guys. So hopefully you'll have a glass of whatever your favorite bubbly or non-alcoholic beverage is. But I know there's some of you that don't drink at all. Again, One Hope Wine. Contribute there. Contribute to also the silent auction. Janet was going to talk about that. Here you go. Here you go. Be careful of the sparklies that got in the wine. And here's to all of you for being here for me tonight and all throughout the day. Here's to the next We Empower You Summit and to the membership at large. Open up your mics. Let's celebrate. Let's dance to the music. Here we go.
Cheers.
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 Salud.
Hey, woohoo. Voila.
Salud.
Hey, everyone. All right.
Thank you so much.
Let's get some
Next one's in December, right, Bettina? December?
December 9th. December 9th. All right. Do we hear Michael Powers playing? No. Not yet? Okay. I can see him, and he's giving me the energy, and he's got the power from Michael Powers.
Yeah, perfect timing this morning. That was beautiful.
It was
Beautiful.
All right.
He's coming through your computer, right? So we just need to unmute.
You can hear it now.
Unmute. Dan's unmute.
Oh, am I muted?
You're muted, Dan. There we go. Any remarks? Anybody want to comment as we listen to Michael? Tell me what you thought, how it went.
It was great, Bettina. Thanks.
Oh,
Awesome. Loved it, Bettina. It was awesome. Thank you.
So
Very
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, very inspiring.
Great seeing you again, Debbie. You're great.
Hopefully you'll make good friends. Use the app. Don't forget to use the app. It's got everybody that attended, that was registered, whether they attended or not. You can make appointments with each other. Here we are. Michael Powers is going to send us off. And are we ending on time in spite of that? We're actually ending 12 minutes early. Woo.
Yes.
But I'm going to stay for the next 12 minutes. I hope you will too. Say anything you want. The mics can be open at this point. Hi, and Lily's joined me.
Hi, Lily.
Fabulous event, Bettina and everybody, and I can't wait to spread the word about you.
Thank you so much. Here's the little girl that I live for, right? And for those who would be asking us about our masks, we're all essentially COVID-free, so we're all good. Essentially, no. We are. Not essentially, as Kat said. We are COVID-free. Just got my test yesterday.
It's almost.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Sometimes I have a short attention span, but by gollies, I was here the whole 12 hours. It was that inspiring and educational.
I love it. I love it.
Can hear you.
Can hear you, Lee.
You think always have.
Precious and Brady. This is all for you, babe.
Is gonna need your program to get to sleep tonight.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's on Insight Timer.
Yeah.
It's had over 15,000 listens so far.
That was an amazing presentation you did. It was so good.
Thank you. Thanks to you for saying next steps. Give them next steps.
Yes. What? Yeah. Oh, is that your living room?
All right, I'm back, and here's some music for your morning break. Likely you're having an amazing breakthrough. And so here's some music I wrote called rough jazz. You've heard of smooth jazz? It's kind of funky and rough.
I love you so much. Yes. This is for you, baby. Let's dance.
Ooh, look at Lily go.
That's for my mom, right there. Not like that.
I can't hardly believe that we did this. And Bettina was on 4 hours sleep, no less. And of course, just like the last time, I'm as energized as ever. I love it.
A great model for all of us, huh?
Warms my little heart, right?
I'm in my house now.
I love the sway.
You like Michael Powers? Oh, you do listen to him on your tablet, don't you? Oh. Remember, for those of you who've seen the little video about the nut, I'm the nut, but the rest of you are the folks that make leadership possible, right?
Hey, I'm a little baby nut.
You're the baby nut, yeah. Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Let's connect too on Facebook and LinkedIn.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, we got it. Move it for charge.
You know, the after meeting is going to be just fantastic. The after meeting after this, that next day. People, write them back.
Oh, that's right. right, there's a meeting tomorrow at 11 o'clock. We forgot to mention, we'll have to email. 11 o'clock start, and then Dr. Betty will be speaking at, I think, 1:30 to 2 o'clock. Okay. There we go. Grandma's gonna take a sip. We're gonna have to send this to Michael. Michael, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, do you guys remember the little video, right? Get up and dance. Come on. Show me some love. Show me that I'm not the only nut out there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm standing there.
Yeah, okay, here's my real good friend, Raquel.
Your other dancer.
Oh, there you go. Here we go. Thank you for stopping by.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Night, night, everybody.
Good night.
Here. Where are we at?
Barb, I love your red curtain. It's like you're dancing on stage. Yeah.
Let's see who else is dancing out there.
Woohoo.
Yeah, you got it, honey. You got it.
Oh, I see.
Oh, did you have a good time, Debbie?
I did, yes. Thank you so much. So
I
fun.
still have no idea how your slide deck stopped, but I'm glad you were able to pull it off.
I love Sally. Says, can't talk. Husband is sleeping 2 feet away.
I picked up the phone and put it in the back. I picked that out.
My husband is cooking, so I need to go soon too.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Mwah.
I'll be here 5 more minutes. I said 8:30 to 8:30. So I'll be here for 5 more minutes for anybody who wants to stay and dance with me.
All
You're
right.
dancing, right?
Mwah. Good night,
Bettina, I
everybody.
sent a personal message.
Thank you, everybody.
Mike, do you know when?
That's rough jazz for you. I'm Michael Power.
I love it. Oh, there's Art. So great, so
You
great.
know, it's getting that part of the day. It's getting close to that happy hour time.
It's happy hour. It's
Every
happy
time.
hour.
The recording is perfect.
Bring for you some cocktail jazz piano.
You must still
Piece
want to
I
think.
call
I hope you get plenty sleep tonight, Bettina.
Oh, I will eventually. It's going to take me a moment to get off of this cloud 9 that I'm on.
Yeah.
So in spite of our snafu or whatever gotcha moment we had in the breakout session, to be able to climb this high, you've got to be able to take the falls when they come, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
was like it was almost like, okay, this is all going too smoothly. Something is about to happen.
Boom!
And it's like, oh man, we were on the I forgot we were on the tightrope this time.
We fell off the cliff, but we just climbed right back up. It's just
Yeah.
like that great video that
There's the challenge with having a schedule. I like to plan programs that are just sort of like loosey-goosey, because I know no matter how much you plan.
Hey, Bettina, can you turn Michael Powers off?
Yes.
That's why I left. I can't actually do a conversation.
With music? Okay, I think we've had enough of the dancing and such.
Yeah, I was
I'm
more
happy
than
to be
happy to stay and talk, but not over that.
Okay, thank you for saying so. Okay, what else we got, Johnny? What you got to say?
I think it was really fun. I think all of you that are still here and those that stayed were very engaged, and there was such rich knowledge shared. I think it was really wonderful and such diverse knowledge, so that really you would always get something. It wasn't directed to a particular need. And
yeah.
I think it spoke to people at every level, from just being curious and wanting to be with a tribe, all the way to people who really are entrepreneurs and wanted to expand that. So I think it was really lovely.
Yeah. And you know, I think some of my most proud moments that I haven't mentioned yet was to see Lori Sugawa-Whaley and Moria and Tiu and others that we worked with on their lighting, on their makeup, hair, their green screens and things like that, and to have them show up in such a professional way and rock it in spite of the breakout stuff that happened. And that to me is like, we're all in this together, and when we can help one another with little tips and tricks, and then you have this like wow factor, that's impressive. Thank you so much for everyone who stepped up to the plate to look as professional as possible to produce this video, because this video will live on in perpetuity now. We'll put it on YouTube and we'll spread the word.
Is there any way we can share this with people who weren't able to be here?
Sure, yeah, I'll put it on YouTube and I'll send the link.
Great. Oh, perfect.
We're motivated to do it right away because we've had several requests for people who weren't planning to be here for the 12 hours. So
Dad's playing on your phone over there.
yes, he is, isn't he?
I just wanted to say thank you, Bettina, and just give you a big ginormous virtual hug, and everyone else that was behind the scenes. Mr. Art with your magical googly, wiggly squigglies.
And back at you, all of you. Oh, this is really, you know, I couldn't do it without all of the people that were involved. And I consider the attendees also responsible for the success of this program. Every single person. Lily, I got to go out to the beach every day in spite of the amount of work effort that I was putting into this summit. I always would break the day, go down to the beach. So she played an instrumental role in having a balanced life for me. Even if I spent, you know, even if I went to bed too late, I did always eventually have a nice time in the afternoon watching her swim and so on. So from the smallest to the oldest, from the least prepared to the most prepared, we brought I would say a world-class event tonight and today, and I cannot thank you all enough. So I'm going to sign off. It's I believe officially 8:30 at the moment, and we'll see you back here December the 9th. Bye for now, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, Bettina.
Bye.
Sorry